Right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I will say good morning. I won't get a good morning back, which is absolutely fine. First of all, number one, the very first thing I would say is a warm welcome to COS ICT 2021. There's a man clapping here. I think he will start the applause. Fantastic. Now, here's the thing. 10 years, as you'll agree with me, for some, it can go very slowly indeed, right? 10 years can feel like a long time, but for others, it can go very quickly indeed, especially when you're doing things right, especially when you're enjoying it as well, which is exactly what it's been like for the COS IC team over these last 9-10 years together, building this fantastic conference every year, naturally in Pristina, but it's good for a change that we're here in this beautiful historic town of Prizren. And I've heard a lot of people have already told me that this is, if not one of the most beautiful towns in Kosovo. Is it? Yeah. Some of you, yes, okay. Most of you, yes, it is. Those of you from Prizren, I'm sure you're very proud of the city. Indeed. Now, before we go any further, indeed, just a couple of things. Please make sure everybody in this hall here has their masks on. I know that some of us like to have our masks a little bit lower. We need to have our masks fully covered, certainly in this hall right here. Right, before we go any further, just quickly let me introduce myself. My name is Peter Hopwood, and I am somebody who helps people tell stories. I'm a speaker coach and presenter, and helping people find their stories and share them in the right way. And I'll tell you something right now, over these next 2 days together, we will be hearing many different stories indeed from the region, locally, regionally, and naturally internationally as well. So lots to look forward to. And as I said, this is the COS ICT X Festival. X, you can call it an X, you can call it a kiss, you can call it whatever you want, but literally it's 10 beautiful years together, 10 beautiful years to celebrate. And as a festival, as any good festival is, many things happen simultaneously during a festival, and that's exactly what we have here. So we have the Innovation Fair just around the corner, really showcasing the great startups, the great local and regional startups as well, each with their big ideas. So when you have a chance, pop over to the Innovation Fair around the corner. We also have, naturally, B2B meetings and matchmaking throughout the day and tomorrow as well, really making sure we've got those conversations going, which hopefully, in a couple of years' time, just from a conversation, something can actually blossom forward indeed. We've also got something quite special as well, the Future Developers Corner. Now that is essentially children from 6 to 16. Think back when you were that age, lots of ideas, lots of imagination. Well, we're really helping over here, over these next 2 days, really helping those young people develop their ideas, put those ideas together, and right here on this main stage at some stage tomorrow, they'll be showcasing their great ideas. So I'm intrigued as much as you are really to see exactly what that's all about. So everything that goes on today and tomorrow, you can have a look at the website. Everything is there. Have a good look. Make sure you benefit from these next 2 days. Lots of things going on. And I must say also, everybody who's with us, wherever you are around the world, from one corner of the planet to the next, beaming in from wherever you are, right here to this beautiful city of Prizren. Really happy to have you with us. And again, you know where we are. We would love to know exactly where you are. So in the chat, try and let us know where you are, what you're doing, and hopefully you'll get as much out of these next 2 days as us. Right, before we go any further, just to give you more of a flavor of really what's ahead, and some distinguished guests and distinguished people standing on the stage now, really to help you understand more about what this is all about, and all the great things that you'll look forward to as well. So first of all, please welcome to the stage from STIC, the president of the board, Ms. Donieta Sahaciu.
Thank you, Peter. Right pronunciation. Your Excellencies, the distinguished guests, fellow tech community, partners, supporters, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you here today on behalf of the Board of Directors at STIC, Violta, and the team. We are delighted, yes. We are delighted to have you join us in this special edition, our 10th annual KOS ICT Tech Festival. We have gone a long, long way. 10 years, 10 editions. STIC started KOS ICT with the goal of bridging the gap between the local and international ICT markets, highlighting and bringing the latest tech trends and development to the Balkans. That goal is as meaningful today as it was then. It's a goal I know we all share, putting Kosovo on the global tech scene, promoting our ecosystem as an oasis of talent, an outsourcing destination for creative digital solutions. Over the past editions, we have brought together hundreds of exceptional speakers, thousands of participants, shapers, makers, creators, and visionaries from all over the world. We have connected expertise with opportunities, potential workforce with employers, startups with investors in different stages, fairs, workshops, and games too. This year we come bigger. We are here at the Innovation and Training Park Prizren with a rich program of keynotes and panel discussions on digital transformation, women entrepreneurship, latest technologies, and tech transfer. You can visit the Innovation Fair just outside, B2B brokerage event, the Future Developers Corner, the Job Fair, and more. Thank you to everyone involved. We couldn't have pulled off these great editions without your dedication and generous support. I hope that the next 2 days inspire ideas and discussions around the ways that we can create new partnerships and bridge new opportunities. Thank you for being a part of this milestone. Let's make the best out of it today.
Donieta Sahaciu. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, well, is that really good pronunciation? I don't know if it is. Hopefully it is good pronunciation, but that is my mission for the next 2 days, to get all these names from this region, from local names, and get them exactly right. Before we go any further, just quickly, so I was here 4 or 5 years ago, and all the names, really trying hard to get them right. There was one man called Labinot Bitucci. The way you write that is absolutely really difficult, but I mastered how to say it. Every day in the morning in the shower, just making sure I got that right. Throughout the day, got that right for when he came. And then by the time I had to say it on stage, he wasn't there. What a waste of time. Labinot Bitucci, if you're looking, I'm still waiting for you now. Ladies and gentlemen, as we've just heard from Donieta, a real pleasure and the ideas of actually taking this forward and putting Kosovo really on the map in terms of really showcasing the talent from here and from the region as well is very important indeed. And equally, the affirmation that what we're doing, that what we've been doing over the last 10 years is right, is very important indeed. And what more affirmation can we get from the Prime Minister of the Republic of Kosovo? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Prime Minister of the Republic of Kosovo, His Excellency, Mr. Albin Kurti.
Dear organizers of KOS ICT, management of STIC, Ms. Saciu and Ms. Chavoli, dear guests and members of the ICT community, dear Ambassador of the Federal German Republic, dear Head of USAID, dear Ministers, dear Mayor of Prizren, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is a pleasure for me to address the 10th edition of KOS ICT, an ICT festival which has become one of the key events and promoters for this sector in Kosovo. It is a well-known fact that digital transformation is an important driver of productivity and growth in the economy. I read recently that Estonia saves over 2% of its GDP by using digital signatures instead of requiring paper. Digitalization is one of the key objectives in our government program. The new digital agenda will be one of the flagships of our new national development strategy. We aim to utilize digital transformation as a driver to improve our public administration, our education system, health sector, justice system, and all other areas of governance. We are laying the strategic foundations of digitalization in all the sectors, while making sure we have a one government approach to digitalization that is coordinated and aligned across all sectors. I would like to mention some of the key activities in the area of digitalization, innovation, and entrepreneurship that we are currently engaged in. In terms of our legislative plan, our government has passed the law on electronic identification and trust services in electronic transactions. We have passed the law on the commercial court, which is important for all sectors in the economy. It will increase the efficiency of settling commercial disputes, which in turn will improve the business environment and make our country more attractive for investment in all sectors, including ICT. This year we plan to proceed with a law on cybersecurity, which is a very important issue to address as we aim for digitalization of our government and economy. With regards to e-government, we are working on creating citizen-centric electronic services which aim to increase transparency and accountability of governance and improve quality of services to both citizens and businesses. With the adoption of the EID legislation, we have opened the door for the implementation of electronic authentication and electronic signatures, which is a key project that will start soon and will enable provision of many end-to-end electronic services, not only by the government, but also by the financial sector and businesses. Electronic payments, which are expected to be launched soon, are another important component in delivering end-to-end e-government services. Digitalization in education is a key component to the reform in this sector that aims to improve the quality of education at all levels to ensure that global trends are swiftly introduced to children in Kosovo. Our experience with the pandemic emphasizes the need for digitalization of our schools as soon as possible. Hence, as we are working on the new strategy for education, digitalization will be one of the key pillars of the strategy. Human capacity development for the needs of the ICT industry is the key enabler for unleashing the growth potential of this sector in Kosovo. As part of the economic recovery package, we have included a measure which supports IC trainings and subsidizes salaries for young people that will be employed in the ICT sector. This measure aims to increase youth employment, but at the same time intends to address the needs of the ICT industry for skilled professionals. Research, innovation, and entrepreneurship are crucial drivers of socioeconomic development in our country. We have concluded the negotiations with the EU, and by the end of the year, we expect to ratify the agreement for membership of Kosovo in Horizon 2020. This will open the door for researchers and businesses to benefit from access to EU research resources. We are continuing our engagement in making the Innovation and Training Park in Prizren a national and regional hub for entrepreneurship and innovation. Completion of the Digital Technology Park in Brnica, suburb of Pristina, will offer the infrastructure for development and growth of the ICT sector. The work of the establishment of Kosovo Research and Education Network, the interconnection of the public and private higher education institutions with GEONT, a pan-European network for scientific excellence, research, education, and innovation, is another important step in creating and enabling infrastructure for research and education. For a long time, we have had a community of ICT with skills and energy which the government couldn't engage with. Now we have a government who wants to get in front of this by investing in infrastructure and digital skills so that we may meet the challenges ahead of us. There are many lessons to learn from this pandemic. The importance of technology and digitalization has been a crucial one. The meme that could have been an email perhaps captures the best lessons we were taught. Many meetings could have been an email, just as many conferences could have been a video conference. We need to take advantage of this possibility, which offers endless opportunities. Every citizen with an idea for business must be able to sell her or his products online wherever he or she is, whether in the highest peaks of Shar or downtown in Pristina. The government will do its part, but to be successful, we need to work together. The digital transformation of our country requires a joint and coordinated engagement of the public and private sector. We're open and willing to closely cooperate with the private sector and the academia in achieving common objectives, aiming at the development of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister Kurti. And it's such important words there, and really helping us to understand the way forward for the region, for the country as well. And those last words that you just said there as well, everybody, whoever you are, however young or old you are, wherever you are, you should have the right to share your voice and your ideas in a way that everybody can understand them and get them out in the right way, which digital transformation can help do, certainly. Okay, we move on to our next distinguished guest here on the stage here at KOS ICT 10th edition. And again, ladies and gentlemen, if you've just joined us, remember KOS ICT X, KOS ICT 10th edition, celebrating 10 years of this wonderful event here in Kosovo. Please welcome to the stage right now the German ambassador for Kosovo, His Excellency Jörn Rode.
So, thanks. Yeah, dear Prime Minister, dear Ministers, Mayor of Prizren, dear team from STIC, Mr. Hachiu, colleagues, members from the ITP Prizren. It's always nice to be back, Mr. Prime Minister, when we were here in April to welcome the first companies. What you said about digitization, I think, is not only true for Kosovo, but it's also true for Germany. Our new government, to be formed hopefully before Christmas, has declared digitization one of the most important priorities to get that right, and that the state sets the right framework. I'm really happy to be here for the 10th anniversary of Kosovo ICTX, held for the first time in Prizren. And I think this is the right place to celebrate and to make it happen here. because ITP will be the motor for ICT innovation and digitalization in Kosovo. ITP is now up and running, and several tenants have already, as we know, successfully operated from the park. And I really would like it to become a center of ideas, creativity, and innovation. And this event should showcase the experience and the great potential the ITP offers for its current and future tenants and the creative minds of Kosovo. It is symbolic to have the conference at the IP, as the park itself is a symbol of our excellent German-Kosovo cooperation. We are really happy to sponsor this event through GIZ. And also, I'm glad to see representatives of the German IT sector here, and they will present concrete opportunities on how to foster cross-border cooperation and win-win situations later on this stage. I also want to say some words about the potential for cooperation. Your country has one of the youngest populations in Europe. More than 70% of the population is under the age of 35. The level of language skills is there. I know that about 25% of the population speaks a foreign language, and a lot of them more than one, often German. I think 92% of ICT companies export their services products to international markets, and these exports are dynamically growing from Kosovo. Dear all, events like this strengthen the spirit of entrepreneurship, collaboration, and knowledge sharing in this sector. All this lies also at the heart of the approach of the ITP, and the just recently started German cooperation project, which focuses on establishing the ITP as a digital transformation center. Hope that you can make the best out of this event, connect with national and international business representatives, learn about more of the latest trends, and get inspired the latest innovation by local startups, all on the sense better together than alone. And when we see school children working on innovation, you know, it's great. I'm representative of the older generation, but it's never too late to digitize. Thanks very much also to clear my mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Roda. Right, so before I came to Kosovo a couple of days ago. So again, as I mentioned, I was here for 5 years and 4 years ago, and I was told it would not be in Pristina. So I asked, where would it be? And I was told it was here, which I'll be quite honest with you, haven't really heard of before. Then I started to do a little bit of research, started to ask a few people as well. As I mentioned, many said it's if not the most beautiful place in Kosovo, but also it's got a lot of charm. It's got a lot of character. It's cozy, it's intimate, and it's the kind of place which I think works well with KOS ICT and also that entrepreneurial spirit indeed. It's a place here in this venue as well, a place which I think it's always important to think about, where you take a place like Pristina and KOS ICT, which has developed there over the 9 years, and now changing it and bringing it to a place like Prizren and starting to grow, starting to build for entrepreneurs a place where a community right here in this city. And I think you'll agree with me, by doing this KOS ICT event right here today and tomorrow, that starts the ball rolling and starts us getting and creating this community certainly in the right fashion. Okay, let's welcome to the stage our next speaker, distinguished guest, to give you again more of a flavor of really what's been happening and what's really going to happen certainly in the future as well. Please welcome the Kosovo Mission Director of USAID, Ms. Zena Sahali.
Good morning, esteemed ministers, Rizvanoli and Haidari, Mr. Ambassador, Ms. Sehachiu, Ms. Chavoli. It's my great pleasure and honor to be with you here today at this extraordinary 10th edition of the KOS ICT Technology Festival. Today is a reminder that the sky is the limit. Around us are a mix of Kosovo's best and brightest makers, creators, and visionaries of the tech world, government representatives, members of the private sector, professional associations. There's no ceiling to what can happen in this sector and how it can transform Kosovo's future. Look around. The achievements of this industry are extraordinary already. The government and the private sector have it right in making it a focus area for Kosovo's future. There's a great reason for this focus. In a country with extremely high internet penetration and a highly educated population, the ICT sector in Kosovo has enormous potential as a driver of economic growth. An estimated 78% of existing ICT companies export their services to countries like Germany, Switzerland, Austria, the UK, Canada, and others. That is an impressive figure. Thousands of Kosovo engineers, technicians, project managers are providing highly specialized services for major telecommunication carriers and solution providers across the globe, including Cisco, Vodafone, T-Mobile, Amazon, DHL, and many others. The potential for this sector is widely recognized. For example, the government of Kosovo has listed ICT as among the top 6 priority sectors that contribute to economic development, promote exports, and create jobs for youth, touching on many of Kosovo's key development goals. We heard from the Prime Minister all of the steps the government is taking to enact the legislative framework needed to make this possible, all of which USAID is proud to continue being a partner in helping to achieve. Events like this, bringing together the myriad parties involved in helping a sector to truly flourish, are key to fostering support for advancing educational opportunities and enhancing and developing the necessary infrastructure, both key elements to attracting foreign investors to Kosovo's budding ICT sector. They also expose us to the latest developments in the industry, provide companies a space to develop new business partnerships and attract new talent, and create opportunity for public administration and government institutions to collaborate and build fruitful partnerships. This is also an area in which Kosovo's diaspora plays an important role. Namely, companies such as Code Labs, Dua.com, EvroTarget, and Speaks have brought resources, expertise, and access to new markets, creating jobs for thousands of Kosovo's young workforce. For example, take this pioneering Kosovo-based company, Via Nova Health, formerly called Zombie Soup. They designed and developed the world's first virtual health assistant, offering high-quality, affordable care to meet the complex needs of people with chronic conditions, a tool that's already being deployed in hundreds of hospitals around the world, including in my own country, America, and the UK. The company, comprised of young Kosovo and diaspora tech enthusiasts and experts with significant US venture capital investment, designed and developed a unique, innovative product, health monitoring application used by health professionals, patients, and research and development institutions in prestigious universities around the world. After the last 2 years, it's clear the need for virtual healthcare solutions has never been higher, as the world population is getting older, living longer, and suffering at greater rates from chronic conditions. Events like COST ICT demonstrate the path to Kosovo's economic development and self-sufficiency is one in which all of us play a key role. This is not only an important event for the ICT community, but also for the private sector, diaspora, government, academia, associations, civil society, donors, and other stakeholders in the region. I urge you all to take advantage of this forum. Let us focus our attention on identifying opportunities for collaboration and best practices for inclusive technologies and on forging strong partnerships towards our common goals. As I said in the beginning, the sky is the limit, and ICT is that rocket to the moon. USAID is proud to be supporting this event, and we can't wait to see what happens next. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sahali. Right, we move on now to our first session of the day. But before we do that, just let me remind you as well, wherever you are around the world right here, maybe it's time to perhaps share a little bit of the spice, a little bit of the great things that are happening over today and tomorrow with the rest of the region, rest of the world as well. So our hashtag for these 2 days is hashtag COSICTX. Okay, hashtag CosICTX, so images, selfies, quotes, things that you feel maybe we could share that we hear right here in prison, that we can share around the world. Please do that. And again, it'd be a great way of just sharing a little bit of what's happening here to the rest of the world. With a little bit of luck, we might even be trending not just in Kosovo, but across Europe as well. Right, we move on now to our first session, as I mentioned already. So we jump into the world of cybersecurity. So cybersecurity naturally gives us a lot of challenges, a lot of questions, and a lot of answers that are difficult to actually answer. But equally, there's a lot of opportunity as well, both sides of the coin. This next session, we delve deep into that and we kind of navigate our way through it and really looking for some of those answers as well. So I'm not going to go into introduce all the panelists because the names, I could do the names. I have actually been working out those names. I won't say them, but instead I'll just invite the man who's going to navigate this conversation certainly in the right way as the moderator from Access, Mr. Kujtim Dobruna. Kujtim, please come to the stage, please. And I'll take this away, let you now take over. Have you got a microphone? Take that one. Take that one. We need actually more mic.
I invite the panelists as well. Please join me on stage. Good. Ministers, Mayor, Ambassador, Excellencies, friends, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome from my side to CosICT and to the first panel discussion. My name is Kujtim Dobruna. I'm CEO and founder of ETSIX and program director of Access, which is organizing this panel today. Access is the name of a project which supports private sector development and digitalization in Kosovo. It is founded by Austrian Development Cooperation, co-founded by Kosovo government, and implemented by the organization I represent, ETSIX. The project Access is supporting the government of Kosovo, among others, in the process of preparing the legal ground for the introduction of electronic signature, authentication and trust services. And as we heard from the Prime Minister, in addition to that, we are currently transposing the European Union's NIS directive on security, on network and information systems, which aims at creating an overall higher level of cybersecurity in Kosovo. The focus of Project Access on these topics is just one of the few reasons why today this panel is addressing the topic of cybersecurity. The use of electronic data and online networks is increasing at a very fast pace on a daily basis. Individuals, businesses, and institutions are enjoying the great benefits of digital revolution and transformation. Internet of Things and artificial intelligence are two powerful technologies which are recreating our daily lives. But the downside of this massive digital transformation is the threat to our cybersecurity. Over the past few years, cyber attacks have leaked hundreds of thousands of passwords and sensitive government data. They have stopped the operations of hundreds of businesses and even shut down oil pipelines. Cyber warfare is predicted to be the next frontier of war, where computer viruses and hacking will block critical infrastructure, communication systems, and access to information. For us to benefit from the extraordinary technological developments we have seen in data and online access over the past 2 decades, it is essential, I repeat, for all of us, businesses, institutions, and individuals, to understand the nature of the danger posed by such malicious cyber threats and the practical steps we can all take to mitigate against this. While there is no such thing as a 100% security in cyberspace, there are things we all can and must do to enhance our security in this arena. To combat this problem, every nation needs to develop its defensive capabilities at home, coupled with contemporary laws, a modernized education system, and more aggressive law enforcement. But this is a long process. Cybersecurity expertise is expensive and in high demand. Hence, it's challenging to build cybersecurity capacities, be it human or technological. To discuss the challenges and opportunities coming from all these aspects of cybersecurity and digital transformation, I have here with me an esteemed panel of experts. But before we move to the panel, let me welcome Mr. Tony Pietrocola from Agile Blue in the United States, who is joining us via Zoom, and kindly ask him for his opening remarks. Tony Pietrocola is president of Agile Blue, which is a security operations center as a service platform that's proven to detect cyber threats faster and more accurately across an entire digital infrastructure and cloud. Agile Blue provides 24/7 monitoring, detection, and response to identify cyber threats before a breach occurs. Tony got his start as an Apple engineer from 1997 to 2000, and for the next 21 years, he has managed and grown technology companies in the software as a service, fintech, and cybersecurity spaces. He has an excellent track record in developing global growth strategies, high performance and sustainable sales teams, and building successful businesses. He has managed companies from early stage to publicly traded with revenues ranging from pre-revenue to 100 million. Tony serves on the board of EBO Group and Metis-Century and is a board member of Northern Ohio InfraGard Members Alliance. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Finance from the University of Toledo. Tony, good morning. I hope you can hear us. I know it's very early for you, and I very much appreciate your availability. So we are honored to have you here today, and we thank you very much for your time and look forward to hearing your inputs. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you very much. Well, good morning, everyone. I appreciate you letting me spend a few minutes with you today. Tremendous turnout to your conference, especially in these odd times that we're all living through. So congratulations on that. You know, we have, I live in the United States, we have many conferences going on these days, and attendance isn't always great. So it's nice to see everything that you guys have going on and how important of a topic this is. You know, when you look at cyber right now, and there's nothing that I'm going to say today that's going to be so earth-shattering or eye-opening, but I think some of the basics tend to go a long way. You know, when you look at what's happening globally in the world right now, you know, you can just turn on the news, unfortunately, or read the newspaper or the internet or whatever. I mean, there are tremendous challenges with cybersecurity going on. In as much as I think some of your more strategic people see cyber wars, potential cyber wars, as obviously the new war front, right? Especially as you see old campaigns kind of winding down. But when you think about it from a business perspective, there are major cybersecurity challenges going on anywhere that there's money, right? Because right now, the one thing that the world sees is cyber, ransomware, hacking. It pays, and it pays a lot, right? And the number one reason isn't because people don't care or, it's not top of mind, but there's digital transformation going on in every business. Whether you're a financial institution, healthcare institution, government, utilities, whatever you might be, every business has digital transformation going on because obviously automation makes us more efficient and effective and helps us all, grow our businesses. And when there's digital transformation, there are literally millions of ways for companies to be hacked. And if you think about it, hackers are super smart, they're aggressive, and they're very diligent. In as much as when you look at these hacking gangs, these ransomware gangs, they're businesses. They have HR departments, they have marketing departments. It's a real business in an office setting, right? I mean, these people are very talented at what they do. And when they're also opportunistic. So, just think about the last 18 months with COVID, right? Utilities, logistics. I mean, forget utilities and pipelines that have been hit recently. Look at logistics. Look at shipping containers on the ocean, open ocean right now that are actually being attacked as well. This is very smart, right? Because everyone knows the world is in a kind of fragile place. No matter where you are in the world, it's somewhat fragile. And these ransomware gangs are hitting hard, and it's working, and it's paying off for them, right? Healthcare, stealing data and selling it, or disruptions. There's been a couple case studies, one in the United States and one in Germany, where a patient has actually unfortunately passed away because there's been challenges with disruptions in their services, and that's a terrible thing. I think the other area that a lot of folks don't think through is third-party risk. And if you think about third-party risk, it's extraordinarily challenging, right? You could have your cybersecurity extraordinarily well thought out and have great strategy behind it. But what if your third parties, the people you do business with, the people you count on, the people you share data with or open up systems to, aren't as buttoned up as you are? They don't have that strategic mindset that you do. Your cybersecurity can only go as good as the weakest link. So if somebody gets into a third party, that could present a huge challenge for you. And if you look at a lot of the largest incidents recently, even if you go back to the Capital One in the United States a couple years ago, no less than a couple years ago, that was a third party that happened through. So it's not just thinking about your strategies and your ideas, it's also about those, right? Who are you doing business with, and are they as thoughtful as you are? So as you think about this as a business, as a government, and you think about mitigating risks, I think the big answer is anybody really doing enough? I don't care where you live, I don't care what country you're in, I don't care what business you're in. Is anybody really doing enough? Because if you spend billions and billions, if not trillions of dollars globally to digitize all these businesses, wouldn't you theoretically have to spend just about the same amount to create cyber defenses to ensure that digital investment you just made is protected, and your clients and your employees and everybody is protected? So number one, I think it needs to be made a priority. I think somebody might laugh at that statement, and everybody thinks, well, who doesn't prioritize cyber? A lot of people don't prioritize cyber. Gartner just had a symposium earlier this week, and they listed the top priorities for CIOs and CEOs globally. And cyber was like number 4 or 5, definitely in the top 5. But I don't understand how you could say digitizing your business and automating your business and looking for artificial intelligence to automate that business is number 1, but cybersecurity might be number 4. I would think cybersecurity would need to be 1 before you got to digitally transforming your business. It'd be like putting up a new building, but not having any doors, windows, or locks, right? It kind of just doesn't make a ton of sense. So I think that's big. Number two, think about education. Are we educating our people appropriately in all walks of life? And I think that's incredibly important. And I think obsessing with the youthful population, a lot of countries don't take the young folks and I think properly educate them with technology. Just because the young folks know how to use phones and they know how to do TikTok and they know how to do Facebook doesn't mean they truly understand how they're transacting. Doesn't understand how that could lead to a tremendous career in IT. But the whole point is getting their arms around it. And finally, with businesses, and we just did a big symposium yesterday with one of the global leaders in legal for the world. Insurance. Businesses spend all this money with insurance, and they don't know necessarily if that insurance policy is going to help them pay off, right? So, when you think about small countries like Kosovo, where could they pay off? Well, other small countries, not as small as Kosovo, a little bit bigger. But when you think about countries like Israel, and I understand Israel's population is 9 million or so, and you think about Poland, but I think a decade or plus ago, those countries were a little bit smaller and didn't have big IT teams, right? Well, when you look at what Israel's become with cyber, when you look at what Poland became 10, 15 years ago in the IT realm, they've really transformed their economies, right? And I think if you think through grants and education, if you think about these boot camps, 14, 20-week boot camps that can get young people really involved, that could be a tremendous opportunity for a country like Kosovo. And if you think about it, the big public cloud platforms aren't there. AWS, Azure, they're not in country yet. Creating those data centers that are local to your population, your business and government growth, creating boot camps where you can educate the young folks in terms of cybersecurity, and then maybe having a niche like potentially 24/7 SOC analysts in Kosovo that could be a tremendous resource for the world, given your location, given your unit economics and cost drivers. That could be a tremendous center of excellence for a country the size of Kosovo. And hopefully through education, the youthful population understanding how important cybersecurity is, it could be a tremendous way to make cybersecurity a potential huge learning track, not only for the country, but for the young folks and becoming a center of excellence globally. So those are some thoughts I have on cybersecurity, some thoughts I have on the country of Kosovo, which I have started having some relationships and doing a little bit of business. So, congratulations on this on this conference, and I look forward to hearing your panel. Thanks for letting me kick things off.
Thank you very much, Tony, and thank you also for the positive note. So please stay tuned. We might have a question or two at the end of the session. Before asking questions to the panelists here, I'd like to ask them to introduce themselves, and also a side note, please keep in mind that we have a very limited time. Javid.
Thank you very much. My name is Javid Ghoshi. I'm a retired Brigadier General from Kosovo Security Force. I retired after about 22 years of service, both in military and diplomacy. And why I'm in cyber now, it is because, especially since 2005, all my training and education, especially in the United States, but also in other European countries as well, has been, cybersecurity has been part of my education and training, especially when we considered and studied about the national security as well. And now I joined just a year and a half after my retirement. I joined a great team, a company where I think I can continue to together with them to build something better, which is in line with what just Tony said here.
Thank you, Javid.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Quitim. My name is Vlerin Reja. I'm professor at the University of Pristina, where I teach several courses relating to the data security, information security in bachelor and master level. And recently, I also supervise 2 PhD students on blockchain technology in fintech and electronic voting.
So, hello there. I'm Granit Bega. I'm a Chief Security Officer at BBC with 5 years experience in cybersecurity field. Has been in Hall of Fame of big companies like Apple, Harvard, and other companies that are leading the industry of technology.
Thank you. Thank you to every one of you, and welcome once again to this panel. Javed, let me start with you. You come from the security sector. You're, as you said, a retired army general. You've joined the private sector, but you're very well versed in security issues. So let me start by asking you about the Kosovo's critical infrastructure. There is a broad group of threat agents consisting of cyber criminals, hacktivists, and so on. Is Kosovo's critical infrastructure sufficiently protected?
So thank you again for inviting us, and really I'm honored to be in the same panel with distinguished speakers here. To go back to your question, so as we heard also from Prime Minister and all other speakers, like everywhere in the world, the transformation into digitalization is moving very rapidly. Unfortunately, until now in Kosovo, so we were a little back in digitalization, and that's why I can say that the level of threat from cyber criminals is there, but it's not in the level that it is in other developed countries. And we could maybe speak about energy, ICT, water, food, health, financial. So of course we have threats in all areas, but with maybe specific focus in specific areas as well. But threats exist there, and Kosovo cannot, like other countries in the world, be enough prepared to face these threats. And if we have in mind, it was very good to listen to Prime Minister Kurti, that the government has just processed or passed 2 laws in this regard, and they're expected that this year, finally, they will pass also the law on cybersecurity. Another thing that I would like to see very soon, also the cybersecurity strategy as well. And also we have other difficulties that make us makes Kosovo more difficult to ensure also the protection, which is maybe indirect, but also the fact that we don't have that top level domain, and all the IPs and internet comes from either from Serbia or Montenegro or Macedonia, Albania, and maybe Professor knows better about that than I do. Makes it more difficult, even more difficult for us.
Exactly, and the legal framework was mentioned several times. Blerim, you are supporting the work of Access in these 2 areas of drafting the legal infrastructure for ADAS, for the electronic signature, authentication and trust services, and also the so-called NIST directive on cybersecurity. What is the impact of these 2 laws in increasing the cybersecurity in Kosovo? How will they impact e-commerce, security of online transaction, and especially the bureaucracy in public institutions?
Thank you, Kuitim. Before answering directly your questions, I think that we should check the background why we are 21 and still we don't apply the digital signature, which are direct outcome of the laws. Just to remind you and all the auditorium here, and maybe all of us are following us on the internet, Kosovo had a law on information services back in 2006. Yes, in 2006, Parliament of Kosovo passed a bill about information services, and this law foresees the electronic signature, digital transaction, etc., which will never apply. Again, after declaring the independence, we have a law information services, which again gives the power to the electronic signature, to electronic transaction, etc., but which never have been applied to Kosovo. And still, I regret that we are doing manually all our daily businesses. Just to show this more briefly to you, maybe Kuitim, to come to the question that you have posed, what we are doing currently, our businesses, we have a computer. By the way, Kosovo is one of the countries in the region with the highest internet penetration. This is due to our very young population that we have. And we perform, or we create this digital content in our computer. We print this document outside the computer. We make them paper, digital, this is our traditional signature, scan the document, bring it to the digital world, and send it by email. Whereas the legal framework has been here since 2006, and the technology has been proven since late 80s or all European countries by 2000. So we are still in 2021 and still thinking. We have now first reading of EIDAS law in Kosovo, and hope, Kuitim, that with the help of Access Project, which I'm very proud being part of it, now we are waiting for the second reading of the Parliament, and we will have a compliant EIDAS regulation that is in force in European Union from 1st July of 2006. And by this law, we will enhance the electronic transaction, give the power to the digital signature, to electronic seals, etc. You can imagine every one of us dealing every day with this, by the way, 45 minutes, Kuitim. And every day we are dealing with documents, with paperwork, etc., which we need to go to any public institution to get these documents, whereas the legal framework in Kosovo enables this. And I really hope with the help of Access Project, we will have very soon, which I mean very soon, by end of this month or in the end of November, that the Parliament will pass the second reading of the EIDAS law, and we will have the EIDAS law. And the second law, which is in preparation, as Javid mentioned before, is derived or based on the National Cybersecurity Strategy from 2015-2018, and the second one is, as I know, is on preparing, and this is the NIS directive. And the NIS directive now foresees all the stakeholders, all these services that needs to be identified and protected in the cyber world. By the way, the cyber world is the largest, the internet, the cyber world is the largest project that mankind ever built. We have billions of connected devices, billions of people connecting, and the tendency is to connect everyone with everything. So the tendency is growing, and the internet doesn't show any signs of saturation. So the concerns will be here, they will be greater, and we need to take action in a responsible way. So I really hope with these two laws, Kosovo will start using it and enforcing it to use. So that I see the role of the government, and I know that we have representatives of the government here, that they will enforce not to have this law as we had the previous laws just in paper. We need to enforce it in order that we can benefit from the digital services. Otherwise, doesn't make any sense having everything digitalized and going asking for the paper form of documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Brilim. Thank you. Let me move over to a slightly different topic. I think digitalization is unthinkable without the private sector and the SMEs. With the exponential growth in data and in the digital transformation, which is, by the way, an imperative for private sector competitiveness, businesses are becoming a new role. They are becoming data stewards. So, Granit, maybe a question for you. Do these data stewards, these businesses, understand the scope and scale of their responsibility, and are they well prepared to respond to cyber threats, especially in the Kosovo context?
So thank you. I'm going to keep it short and simple. Basically, digitalization has achieved a great milestone, and Kosovo is every day moving closer to that milestone. And the private sector and the data being used in Kosovo are classified as confidential and every stuff going through that. But I don't think the private sector and the public sector are known to remediate the cyber threats. So maybe if we will have a potential cyber threat or cyber attack, we will move on to get some technicians and other stuff from all over the place to take that and remediate the cyber attack.
Thank you, Granit. Maybe one more question regarding the protection. What are the minimum steps for a private business, for an SME, but also for us as individuals, necessary to undertake to protect themselves and to mitigate those cyber risks?
Yeah, for sure. Basically, to solve a problem, we need to identify the problem. So basically, we need to do some penetration testing, to do some auditing into the private sector and into the public sector to identify the problem, and then we need to remediate that problem to solve it and be more responsive to that and monitor it 24/7 for any cyber potential threat.
Let me continue with you with another question. I have statistics here from the Federation of Small Businesses in UK, who reports that small business community suffers almost 10,000 attacks daily at an annual cost of £4.5 billion. Is there any such statistics for Kosovo available? And if yes, what is the extent of financial but also of the reputational damage?
Okay, numbers are always great, and they give us and visualize us to what we are missing. So currently, Kosovo in Western Balkan region is standing in the 3rd place for cyber threat attacks. The 1st place is for Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the 2nd place is for Serbia. So basically, in Kosovo, we are having 71 ransomware attacks every month, and more than 13,000 email attacks, including phishing and email viruses on the private sector. And the top or most attacked industries in Kosovo are the financial sector, the telecom and the ISPs, the education and other businesses.
Thank you, Granit. You would like to add something?
Yes, and just to add to the topic, back in 2013, we did a research how the education impacts the security of web application. This is very good reference to our publication at that time. We checked 30 public institutions, their web pages in Kosovo, and checked the technology they've been involved for the development, the technology they're using, who did this, and their education background. And so we tried to get a correlation about the education and the cyber threats in these institutions. So to come to your question, one of the, I think in order to prevent, then we need our new generation to get well educated about the cyber threats, about the technology, the threats that are there in order to protect their digital assets.
Thank you, Kerim, for this valuable input. And ransomware was mentioned several times by Tony and now by you, Granit. And this touches upon also the ethical aspects of digitalization and cybersecurity. So, and according to recent statistics, more than half of all companies that experience a ransomware attack decide to pay the ransom, even though a third never see their data again. Javid, should companies pay ransomware?
Good question, difficult answer, of course. And so we know that it's like a general advice is not, we should not pay. You know, companies or whoever is being attacked should not pay the ransom. But unfortunately, we have seen evolvement of cyber criminals, especially in ransomware since late 80s, then in 90s, then they moved in 2004, then 2016, and especially during the pandemics, it has shifted in different aspects. But even if you pay the ransomware, you will never be guaranteed that you will have all your data back or decrypted. And now they have moved even further. They will maybe decrypt you certain files, or so it's very complicated. But fortunately, there are companies. I just came back from DC when, of course, from the global perspective, at least from both the previous and current CISA directors, but also from Mandiant and national security advisors to President Biden. So ransomware is considered to be one of the biggest threats, and it will stay. Unfortunately, it's a conclusion that it will continue to be.
Thank you. Proper use of technology with the right processes in place is or could be one of the tools to improve cybersecurity in general. Nowadays, the usage of cloud has significantly increased and it's widespread. Bedim, is cloud computing making us more secure?
Well, we have in the same time increase of usage of technology, at the same time is a higher demand for using new technology, but at the same time cyber threats are increasing. So the cloud is currently what we are doing now. The cloud will stay here, and probably tendency is to go more in the cloud. Yes, every new technology exposes new threats, but this is something that we have to live with it, and we need to know it in order to use it better. So it doesn't, in my opinion, it brings new threats, but we need to understand it. But now every one of us, even in this room, and they are watching us online, they're using the cloud technologies because we want to share our data, and especially the pandemic has shown that the companies that has their services via cloud have been more successful, and this is going to be happen in the near future. So our services will be cloud-based because we would like to access them from anywhere, anytime, and not to be dependent from device and from location. So we need to know the threats coming from the clouds, but this is something that we cannot avoid, not using the cloud services.
Of course, changing from normal use of data in servers to cloud computing is also a critical cultural change for a company. So I'd like to ask Tony, if you're hearing us, experts say, and I quote, that helping to build cybersecurity knowledge base and training people is not enough. One needs to instill a cybersecurity culture in institutions, businesses, and organizations. What does it take to instill such a cybersecurity culture in an organization?
Well, so number one, I think, is awareness, right? And with awareness comes education. I think a lot of folks sometimes, when you want to instill a culture of cybersecurity, it's understanding that you're protecting the data of not only your company, but your customers, which you should hold somewhat sacred, right? So the culture happens with education. It happens with ongoing training. I think a lot of folks will do training and they'll do it one time a year just to say that they've done it. Training has to happen all the time. It needs to be top of mind. And I think that's the number one way to install a culture of cybersecurity within an organization. But if you obsess over your customers and you truly understand that that data you're holding is not your data, right? It's their data. I think that's where the culture begins, and that's really important to understand that you're defending that data. You're entrusted to hold it, and you should do everything you can to make sure the bad guys aren't getting to it.
Thank you, Tony. You also mentioned education, and I think this is actually critical for building and improving cybersecurity. Are Kosovo's educational institutions well prepared to respond to this market need?
Well, everybody in this room knows that cybersecurity or security in information or data has been not, let's say, the most important topic. When I started my PhD on security, the security was one of the topics at the end of every meeting. And unfortunately, this events on 2001, they changed everything, how we see and how we perceive the security. Suddenly, from one of the not important guys of the meeting, I become one of the most important. The security now is important feature. As Tony mentioned previously, you don't build a house without a good proper lock. And nowadays, you don't build your application without proper authentication, proper encryption, and so on. And I'm very proud to say that University of Pristina offered the first course on data security back in 2006, 2005, when I started only one course. And now we have several courses starting and naming in different different names like data security, information security, internet security, etc., labs, hands-on, etc. Even recently, I supervised 2 PhD students on data security, on blockchain technologies. So I think not only University of Pristina, but the same is now replicated to other colleges in Kosovo as well. And I think the cybersecurity is very popular among young persons. So I think Kosovo is preparing toward this, and the new generation are aware that cybersecurity is and will be a very important topic. Just to share with you that Tony said that cybersecurity should be first, but in the European level, energy is the first issue and cybersecurity is the second one. So cybersecurity is here, it will stay, and it will be a companion to every product, every digital product that we build.
Thank you. Granit, would you like to add something?
So maybe I can add a feature on that and an advice for private sector. If you have been a victim of a ransomware now, do not turn the computer off, because in every reboot it restores the memory, so it's a memory-based attack. And the second advice is to call authorities, local authorities, because we do have the National Cybersecurity program in Kosovo Police. So basically, we need to do some penetration testing each year, every month or every week maybe, because we are in a critical situation here in Kosovo.
Thank you for this very valuable input. So if it happens that you're a victim of a ransomware attack, don't turn your computer off. Javed?
Just to add something that you all are aware, cyber hygiene is a very important step for everyone, no matter what industry you are. And something else that it is very important, I'm very much fan of Keith Alexander, the CEO and founder of IronNet, and he very much is about the collective defense, when he promotes very much into sharing information between those in this cybersecurity area, that they share as much as possible information about the threats that we all receive. And also something to pass also from the just recent Mandiant Cyber Defense Summit, it is that for the first time it was mentioned that cyber diplomacy. So then we have heard about diplomacy in different aspects, but just because of the threats and also the threat actors and then regulations, of course, it is very important to build this like diplomatic relationship, but focused into how to together better respond to threats that come from cyber criminals, because we have seen a lot of threat actors are not only cyber criminals, but also state actors as well. And another thing which is very important, and we hope to see even in the new strategy, it is PPP, public-private partnership, which is, again, related not only to businesses, but also with the education system. And we heard a little bit of that also in the Prime Minister's speech, especially about the education, but that is very, very important to see in the future.
Thank you very much, Javed. Maybe a last question for the round. We talked pretty much about threats, and it's good because this raises the awareness of the threats that come from the internet and from the digital transformation. But let's focus a bit also on the opportunities. Tony mentioned already data centers as an opportunity for Kosovo, also the specialization of Kosovo youth in cybersecurity. Do we have the financial resources and human resources for that? But please keep it very short.
Kosovo is recently establishing as a hub for digital services. In years, especially at our university, we had among many requests for young engineers, And having known this, that this demand is increasing, I think we have any resources and we are performing good because the demand is increasing every year. Just this year, I think Valdeta is somewhere here, the company come to our faculty and their German representative said, we need 140 engineers. By God, we don't produce 140 engineers per year. We enroll 140 at the beginning, but not all of them are, let's say, finishing their studies in 1 year. So this high demand is here, and having this every increase per year, I think we're performing good, and we having these resources. Good.
Granit?
Yeah, maybe financial advice in cybersecurity. Maybe you can't invest $10,000 on penetration testing, but later after you have to pay 100,000 in a ransomware, or the cyber attack occurs, will give so much damage in a reputational and in a financial market of that company. So maybe you can invest the 10% of that and do not be threatened by the cyber attack.
Thank you. Javed, do we have the resources, the human resources, and can be specialized on data centers and especially on disaster recovery data centers?
As both Professor and Granit did say, so we have human capacity, but we need, of course, more training education. We need also more, I know the governments have continuously tried to support the training education, but especially now, we need to see also the government support this training education. And just to go to what Tony said about data centers and centers of excellence, and we can do more also in partnership with our partners, global partners, in the region here in Europe, but also in the United States.
Exactly. Thank you. Tony, may I ask you for your final remarks, please?
Absolutely. Again, thank you so much for having me. What a great conference that you guys are putting on. I think at the end of the day, the three gentlemen just hit the nail on the head. And I think one other important understanding, we talk about partnerships, it's also capital, right? It's very hard to do education, develop data centers, centers of excellence, companies that specialize in things without capital. And capital with every industry worldwide is really important. So aside from awareness and education, it's important to have those partnerships globally to bring more capital into the region, especially in a country like Kosovo that has a tremendous opportunity, tremendous vision. Now you need the capital to obviously put things in motion. And through the use of partnerships, I think that's probably the #1 message I would leave you with is I think there's a lot of companies globally that would be willing to partner in a country like yours with tremendous people, a youthful population, growth on the horizon. Those partnerships could bring in a lot of capital to help propel cybersecurity as a center of excellence in your great country. So again, thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it very much and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, Tony. All the best to you. And I'd like to conclude with a few takeaways. Digital transformation is here to stay. It's a continued and unstoppable process. The downside of it are the threats to the cybersecurity. There are tools to improve cybersecurity, legal frameworks, for example, coupled with law enforcement, people, education, training, technology, and processes. So finally, cybersecurity is at the same time an opportunity for small economies such as Kosovo particularly to specialize in this area, for example, by training young people to become cybersecurity experts or by investing in data centers and data recovery centers. Let me conclude by thanking the guest speaker, Tony Pietrocola, the panelists, and you, the audience to this event, be it here or online. I would like to thank Austrian Development Cooperation for their support, KOS ICT and STIC for the great cooperation. Thank you again for being here with us, and stay secure and stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right, thank you so much, Kuiting, and our distinguished guests as well. Gave us a real kind of insight into cybersecurity and navigating the way forward and how that will look, certainly locally and outside as well. Right, just a few things to remember. Again, we have downstairs we actually have a developer's stage. So those of you that are interested more in the ins and outs and navigating forward in terms of the developer's world, that I'm sure at some stage today and tomorrow will be for you as well. So at any stage you can pop down there and find out really what's going on downstairs as well. Right now, when I say to you the German IT SME software industry, when I say those words to you, I'm sure you have different ideas on what that's all about. And with any industry, there are challenges, there are problems. Hopefully people looking for answers as well. Now, the next two gentlemen here on stage, they're actually going to discuss the problems and discuss the answers. And the intriguing thing is, one of those big answers is actually right here in Kosovo. I'm intrigued at... You haven't heard it yet, haven't you? Maybe you know what's coming, I don't know. But here's the thing, I'm intrigued as much as you are as to hear this conversation and to really hear what Kosovo can do in terms of the IT developer industry here, helping the German IT SME software industry over in Germany. Let's hear. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage from Job Impulse, Mr. Albert van Ledar, and from DigiCompass, Mr. Tarek Anan.
Microphone is working, thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen here in this room. I want to show you some free places if you want to have a seat maybe. We are talking about the future of especially the young people in the corner over there. Feel free to take a seat here. You're more than welcome. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen in front of your computers. My name is Tarek Anan and I'm here with my good friend, business partner and human resource expert Albert Valender. Albert is a specialist in IT outsourcing, IT near and offshoring. He is a fan of metal music. He is renovating old houses and he lives in a small village in Germany, in the oldest house in the village, which he was renovating with his family. And we will talk with you today about German IT companies as an opportunity for Kosovar IT talents. And we are very happy to be here. And maybe, Albert, you want to talk some words about my person?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much for the introduction. And let me introduce to you, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tarek Anan. I've known him for quite a few years. We met each other in a business dinner actually a couple years ago, and we became friends over the time because there are some interests, not in music, but we both like hiking and things like that. So we got quite some things in common, and we got in common that we are both interested in the IT sector and in the IT industry and try to solve problems that there are. And I've got to know Tarek as a person that is absolutely able to understand the needs of the people and combine them with his network and combine them also with a political background. That's coming from his job and with the DigiCompass, but also from his job with associations in Germany out of the IT sector. So he's really the networking guy who has the know-how about the German IT market, and he will tell you a little bit about the problems that there are at the moment on the German IT market.
Thank you so much, Albert. As you see, enough of presentation of ourselves. So since this conference here just takes place here in total, I would like to ask you to take photos, upload them to your social media, use the hashtags you find on the internet about this conference, so people will know about Kosovo and what happens here and how innovative and friendly and especially young this place is. We are very happy to be here, and let's start with the presentation. We Germans love presentations and we also love numbers. So I brought you some numbers to have a glance at the German IT economy. And let's start. This thing is not working. Oh, now it's working. Okay, I have to push a bit harder. No. Okay, will you do it for me? Okay, I will give you a finger then. Okay, thank you so much. So we have two parts. As you can imagine, I will do part one, Albert will do part two. I will talk about the German-Kosovo IT opportunities. We will have a proper look at economies, challenges, and possibilities. And please, the next slide. And in part two, Albert will talk about nearshoring at its best. As I just said, he's an expert in international recruiting, and he will show you what is nearshoring. We brought you a smart definition of nearshoring. He will talk about best practices from his daily life as a top recruiter in Germany, internationally, you will see. And then we will discuss Kosovo chances, and they are quite obvious, but not used in a way we would love to see. Next slide, please. So what is DigiCompass? I founded DigiCompass in 2013 with the goal of a sustainable and digital future. We know all of us that there are two megatrends these days. These two megatrends are digitization and sustainability. We are running on this topic since 2013. We are a decentral think tank of IT nerds and social thinkers. We try to build bridges, as you can see. And we have strong networks into the fields of NGOs, stakeholders in politics, business unions, and science. And the global megatrend of digitization is an opportunity instead of a problem. So, what did we sign? We signed us two goals, or we have two goals, which are more complex on the second level. The first goal is to work on the Sustainable Development Goals from the United Nations. That's why we're here. We think it makes sense to use the model of SDG to achieve goals, and we want to use the tools of digitization to achieve them. We can't achieve them just with digitization, but digitization can accelerate, and it's a proper tool for many problems we see nowadays. And for that, we signed the principles for digital software development. Please, the next slide. So, how we see digital progress. As you can see, we have the triangulation of environment, society, and business, economy. But all these 3 points are nothing without culture. So we also have a special look on cultural sensitivity when we are doing projects. It's not about one dimension. It's not just about dimension economy. It's about the 3 dimensions, and they are moving in the field of culture. So let's have a look at some numbers, as I promised. Here you see the first sheet. That's the size of companies in the IT mid-market in Germany. As you can see, we have 88% with just 9 employees, which means they are producing singular products, for example, a time measurement software. And with this time measurement software, you can solve one problem, but it doesn't help you if you just have solved one software problem. You need to cooperate. So since the structure in Germany is very small on the business level, you see that they are cooperating a lot with each other. This is very important also when we talk about standardization. How will we update our APIs? I'm not sure how many techniques or IT nerds are here, so maybe we move on to the next slide. So, sales of information technology in Germany. We see here that the sales of information is rising. And I will go quite fast through these slides, so we don't want to be boring. So we have a total sales rise of 30 billion in the last 10 years in Germany. You see we are growing, Germany is growing, we know how to build machines, we know how to export them, we are like the architects of many machines and a technical population so far. Next slide, please. And as you just saw, the sales of hardware and software, now we have a glimpse look at just software sales in Germany, which is in the last 10 years by 11.11 billion euros. And next slide, please. We have in the last 10 years more than 22 software sales. This was the slide before. Maybe the next one, please. Sorry. The number of IT companies in Germany. Each IT company is an employer, can employ people, but Albert will talk to you about this later. And we have seen that there are people in Germany who are founding startups in a proper way. They are using cutting-edge technologies. Especially Berlin is a proper hub for a lot of startups which try to solve the problems in the dimensions you just saw. It's not just about doing business, it's also about doing a good business in an environmental and also social way. So solving problems in all the dimensions, it's quite important, and Albert will talk about this later as well. So last 10 years, 22,000 new IT companies. and the number of employees has doubled. You can imagine what kind of problem comes by that. The Germans have in pace 1 or 2 children, and they're very conservative when it comes to that. So we need IT talents in Germany. And maybe we can see the next slide, please. You can see that 70% of IT companies in Germany have the feeling they don't have enough employees. They are searching for IT talents. And Albert will show this to you later on another sheet. Please, next slide. So, at one glance, what did we talk about? We talk about a shortage of IT specialists, which remains high. There are 86,000 open jobs in the IT sector. We have the 70% of IT companies which are complaining about a lack of IT talents in Germany. And yeah, to say it in one word, we have a Fachkräftemangel, that's the German word. And we are searching for IT specialists, and we see in Kosovo huge chances and opportunities, which you will see on the next slide. I brought you 10 points. I mean, you can read them maybe by yourself, but I will read them for you as well. So you will see that we identified also in stats that in Kosovo there is a highly quality young staff. We have a strategic location in the middle of Europe. You can arrive it in 2 hours from Frankfurt, which is also an airport network, which is using or flying to all the destinations all over the world. And you have the same time zone. So nearshoring is a good tool when it comes to time zones, since, as you can imagine, in America it's quite hard if your employee works 12 hours earlier or 11 hours earlier than your entire team. We have a cultural affinity. We have a EU-compatible legislation, access to EU market, the major ICT market, which is also based in Kosovo. We have an increasing number of ICT graduates based on your excellent universities here. We were visiting one technical university yesterday here in Prizren. And you have a national IT strategy. And last but not least, you have the German support as well, since you see the ITP Prizren here. And my colleague Simon over there is running this place with his colleagues in a really nice way. They are hosting us today. And since if you have any questions when it comes to these topics from today, feel free to contact the ITP Prizren. They will forward our contacts and we can get in touch or see what we can do for you. So, 3 points of business opportunities, which we identified together with STIC. You see the B2B matchmaking is the base of all the 3 opportunities we brought today. And the first one is nearshoring. The second one is public project and tenders. And the third one is joint market development. And in the following, I'm happy to give the microphone and the voice to Albert Wallender, who will talk to you about the next foil. The next slide, please. Nearshoring. Nearshoring, as you can see. And thank you for your attention. And Albert, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Tarek. And thanks for the handover and stopping with this topic of nearshoring. This is one of the solutions that Peter was mentioning in the beginning of, or like in the introduction that he gave to us. And we can go on with the presentation because I also brought some slides to you. But I would like to speak to you about one more, please. Nearshoring and nearshoring at its best. Because only if you see the whole thing, you can really see the advantages. And as an entrepreneur, you have to understand that there's always just more to it than the theory. You really have to make sure you really understand also the cultural competences. You need to understand what's behind the whole story in order to make business at the end successful. So that's what I'm going to speak about today. First of all, I would like to define to you what's nearshoring. Just a couple words on that. Then I will introduce our company so that you know why I am here and what we are doing or what we are able to do. I will provide a little bit about information about our services and how they could be established very easily here in Kosovo as well. After that, I will speak about the structure and to build up a nearshore center, how that is going to be happening on some best practice examples that I brought to you from Košice in Slovakia and Sevilla in Spain, where we have done something like that. And I will speak about one crucial point, which is the recruiting. So the selection of the IT pool that is in the location is also very important to make sure you got the right people at the right time, at the right spot. And then I'll speak about the advantages as well. So if we look at the definition, please the next slide, there's a couple informations for you guys. What basically nearshore means is you relocate business activities to another country. Usually in nearshore you speak about a close-by country or a neighboring country, but everything for us in Europe, on the European continent, would mean nearshoring. You do nearshoring to avoid the problems that come with offshoring. Tarek was speaking about that also a little bit when he said there's a different time zone, there's even a further away culture. There is the accessibility to come to this place. Those kind of things are problems from far shoring or offshoring, and that's why you try to avoid that with going with a nearshoring. What are the advantages? Just to name two of them, there's a better understanding of culture, of course, and there is usually a very high set of skills in those locations. And the goal of nearshoring is to remain competitive with your products, with your business, and also to reduce the cost at the end because it needs to be a business case. But in my opinion, there's a little bit more to it, and that's what I'm going to show you, who we are in the first place and what we can do. If you look at the next slides, you can see Job Impulse. GmbH from Germany is the mother company of IT Impulse. IT Impulse is the software provider, the nearshore service provider. But Job Impulse in general is a HR service provider. We try to offer 360 degrees of services in 52 locations in 12 countries worldwide at the moment. If we go to the next slide, because I think it's enough of the introduction of who we are, we'll see more what we can do later. If we go to the next slide, please. I'm going to show you some views on the services and how it could be established here in Kosovo. So if we go to the next slide, you will see we have the capability of doing something that's at the end the logical consequence out of what Tarek was presenting to you in the very beginning. We as IT Impulse can build up nearshore capacity for our customer. We have the experience in doing that. We know the needs in the German market. We just need to match them in the B2B place, as Tarek was also saying that. Yeah, we are specialists in recruiting, very important. If you form teams, you need to make sure they are strong together because the team in the nearshore facility needs to provide a good service for the customer in the region of like Germany, Austria, Switzerland, whatever, UK. But they need to be very strong together. So that's one key part in the recruiting, to form a team that's not only consisting out of very skilled people, but also consisting out of skilled people that are good as a team, work in a team. So we will try also to give them the platform to do that. So we have a very appreciative leadership of our people, which is very good in order to avoid rotation. And what's also important for the customers in the other countries is to have a good service. They want to focus on their business. They need to focus on their business. What we need to do is to provide the service and at the end, the development. And that's what we can do. And very simply said, how we can do this, for example, here in Brisbane is, first of all, there's sales to it. There's always sales. We need to find a customer. If we have the customer who is willing to go that step with us, to make this, let's say, resource strategy with us, then we can establish a company here in Brisbane. We have to define the requirements of the customer. Very simple. We talk to them on operational level in order to form a team that is not just, we need 5 people to do that project. No, we need to have these 5 people with that skill set, with that mindset, in order to form a good team that can collaborate with the colleagues in Germany. Then we start the recruiting, we start to hire the people. We use the ITP, let's say, here in Brisbane, with the office spaces, with the infrastructure that's already there, to start something that helps us to offer this excellent services. And once we have established the first customer, the experience shows us they want to grow with us, because what we are doing
with the people is good for the German market in order to solve the problems that Tarek mentioned before. So if we go to the next slide, I'll show you a little bit of how to do something like that. I will give you the best practices from Košice and Sevilla, where we did something like that. So it's very easily shown in a little wave what are the 7 most crucial points that we will see on the next slide. And this is basically it. This is the secret. And I'm giving you some deep insights now on how to do it, basically. But I think we can share them here because we all have the same intention while we are here. We want to do business. So first of all, just please stay on that foil, because that's the secret. That's the most important points. So first of all, we need to start with a customer. We need to find that customer. That's what I mentioned. How can we create a sustainable relationship with the customer? We bind them to us. We create a long-lasting contract with them. Once the contract is signed, we need to start the research. As I just told you before, we were going to make the definition of the requirements, the definition of the team, how big it must be, etc., etc. And then in the next step, we are building up the infrastructure. So we need the laptops, we need the monitors, we need the internet access, we need maybe some hardware, some other things. So if we come to that point, or once this point of the infrastructure is done, we do the hiring. Once we hired the people, the most important part now actually is this one. I will speak about the onboarding a little bit longer, just to make sure you understand it. 3 to 4 weeks are very crucial to be on site in Germany, Austria, wherever the customer is, to socialize. You can only work in a team together in a good way if you are socially connected. What does that mean? You need to understand what are the hobbies of the other people, what are the family situations of the other people. If you have this understanding for each other, work life will be much, much easier. So that's why this is super important to socialize. And you need to go out together in the evening, have a beer, make a team dinner, really combine, and then you have the opportunity to work cross-border successful. So once this onboarding period in Germany or wherever is done, we can go to a mentorship. A mentorship is also important because you can have the best skill set. You will be the best PHP developer in the world. But if you don't know what the, let's say, the know-how of the company is, there is no need or there is no way for you to be successful. So what you have to do is you have to understand also the business purposes of the customer. In order to understand these business purposes of the customers, that's a long process. That's an onboarding process where you need this mentorship. So we usually assign one person in the nearshore location and one person as like the bridge in the customer location. And there needs to be a lot of know-how transfer, a lot of mentoring in order to make the people in the nearshore location at the end efficient for the customer. The efficiency at the end is key to success, and that's after the support, the last point, where we even start the development of the people. We don't want the nearshore location just to be a extended workbench for bug fixing. No, the talent pool that there is in the nearshore location is highly qualified, and we need to use these resources, we need to use this qualification, and therefore we need to build them, we need to train them, we need to keep them up with technology, and that's key to success at the end. And that's the whole story. That's the secret on how to do nearshore. So if we now move to the next slide, I'll tell you a little bit about the recruitment and why it is important to have partners like the ITP here. You will see that very easily on the next slide. Basically, we have 3 steps in recruitment: requirements, search, and selection. Requirement definition, I told you why it is so important, but on the other hand, it's very important to speak to people like Simon from the ITP to understand what are intercultural topics here, what do I need to take into consideration while speaking to the people, while recruiting the people. It's also important on the other side then to make sure the developers here on site on the nearshore location have the same rights and duties. So that's very important when you define the requirements. Later on in the search, you need to make sure you do recruiting events together. Hackathons, for example, could be an opportunity to recruit. You need to be creative in recruiting. Even if there's a big pool of talent, but you need to find the best out of that in order to make the business, and there are different opportunities to do so. Also, what I said is very important, that we have a place where we can do that. We have a place where we can show, hey guys, this is where you will be working. This is how it's going to look like. So those kind of things are very important if you have these kind of facilities already in place. And of course, another thing is where to get this pool of talent, the universities. Yeah, you need to be in touch with the universities in order to create marketing in the universities. And that's very important as well. And at the end, when it comes to the selection process, of course the customer is involved and will take an interview, but at the end it's also here important to follow the benchmarks of the local market, and also to understand what is important for the hiring process. So recruiting, as I said, is a crucial point to form a proper team, and that's why this slide is very important to show. If we now move on, and if I'm running a little bit fast, I'm sorry for that, but we are short in time, and I don't want to steal too much of your networking break, because that's also what the Tech Festival is for, to network. So if you have any further questions later on, feel free. I'm going to be around until tomorrow lunchtime. If there's more questions, just come and talk to me. Yeah. Last but not least, speaking about the advantages. Advantages for the region, advantages for the customers. And my boss always hates me if I'm saying that, but at the end it's the circle of happiness. And he says, you cannot say that to the customers. And I said, why not? It is the truth. The circle of happiness for me means we need, as a company, provide an environment where people are able to work in a good way. They need to have good projects, they need to work on up-to-date technology, they need to work on products that are really going to life, they need to be involved in the whole software life cycle. Then the people are happy. When the people are happy, they deliver good work automatically. That's just normal. If you're happy doing your job and working in a good environment, you deliver good work. If you deliver good work, at the end, the customer is happy, because the problems that Tarek was speaking about are partly solved. He will find the resources, he will stay competitive, etc., etc., etc. So all the customer needs are as well solved. Then the customer is happy. And when the customer is happy, then it comes back to my point, and then I can make an invoice. And the customer happily pays the invoice, then I'm happy as well. And that's the circle of happiness. That's the three parts that are important in order to make nearshore businesses. And if we now look at a couple slides, I will point out some of these points in a little bit more details. What are the advantages for the customer when you work in this circle as it is shown here, or in these little bubbles, with IT impulse and nearshore services in the middle? We have this strong customer service orientation. We have long-lasting contracts that also build up into the future here. We have the experience in doing it, and the nearshore location provides the pool of great skills. What are the advantages? Just to read them out to you a little bit more. The customer and the nearshore people need to work together. They need to be very close together. They need to be in an agile environment. Every developer knows that. Yeah, you cannot just work apart from each other. You need to do screen sharing, you need to know code reviews, all these kind of things that come with the agile methodologies you need to do. We give the customer access to you in the nearshore location. You will be working directly with the customers. All of that we do completely transparent for the customer in terms of calculation and invoicing. This gives a very big advantage that the customer always knows exactly what he pays for, and it's based on the salary of the employee. So if there's a very talented person doing a great job, the customer say, I want to increase the salary of that person, we'll increase the salary of the person, then the customer knows what he has to pay for it. But it's all combined and always the basis of the salary. And this is a very big value towards the employees, and that's important. We do have great experiences and references from customer perspective. And at the end, what I said, if the circle of happiness is alive, then we have very high productivity, and that's what the customer needs at the very end. What does it mean for you guys here, for Kosovo? At the end, we build up long-lasting, I'm always saying it's not a project. We are building jobs. We are working in jobs, we are not working in projects. Why are we working in jobs and not in projects? Does anyone know what's the definition of a project, or the key definition of a project? Well, I just give the answer to you. I'm pretty sure everybody knows it. It's defined with a starting and... Please.
Actually, every project has a time of beginning and time of the end.
Exactly, exactly right. A project has a defined ending date. A job doesn't. We offer unlimited working contracts in our relations with the customers. This is a huge perspective into the future of the Kosovarian population. We don't want you to just work on a project, hop onto the next one, hop onto the next one. No, we would like to give you security. And that also on a well-paid basis, because then you have the opportunity, and I was speaking to someone yesterday saying, okay, we need to create jobs that are attractive enough for people to stay here, to stay at their home. Not especially in the home office, you would like to be in the office together, like as a team, but home here in Kosovo, and that's why this is also a very important point. We would like to keep the people up to date with technologies. We offer trainings. We need to invest in the development of the people in order to make them happy, in order to reduce turnover. And that's very important. And at the end, of course, we need to create awareness for the region, because it's very difficult to understand for companies from abroad if you speak about countries that are not in Central Europe. I just spoke to another German person a week ago, and he said, yeah, you're going to Kosovo? And I said, yeah. And he said, do they have internet access? And I said, yes, much better than we have in Germany. Yeah? They are all fiber optics into the little small villages. They are much better than we are. Yeah? Don't think we are the heroes. They are good. They can provide you better things than you expect and better things than you would believe we have in Germany. They are a step ahead of us in a lot of things. So we would like to create awareness for the region, which is very important. And if you move on to the next 2 slides before I finish off, the location advantages Tarek named in his 10 reasons, a lot of them, so I don't need to go into every detail here. The last one, that's the one that I would like to point out. At the end, it's always important that we can create a business case, because the business case is important to stay here to create sustainability. So we always have to keep that in mind, that we can do a good business case that has at the end advantages and synergies for everyone involved in this business case. So if we now move on to the last slide, I need to do some advertisements for myself, of course. Why do this secret, what I was just telling you, with IT Impulse? Of course, as an entrepreneur, I have to tell you the advantages if you do it with us. You do it with us because you don't need to found a company in a foreign country. You don't need to set up the infrastructure. We provide this service for you. Labor law, accounting, payrolling, all these kind of things, travel management will be taken over by us. There is no need for the customer to take care of that. The customer can really focus on the business. He does not need to hire people in Germany to do that. He does not need to build up any other infrastructure. He just can focus on the job. The operational level needs to work together at the end. We create with our leadership a low rotation, a low turnover in the people. That's where we have to bring that value to the people. We have to value at the end the people. That's very important. And then, of course, there's a risk minimization for the customer, and the cooperation needs to be on eye level. Yeah? Really between everybody. The developers, the decision makers, the service provider, we need to do that on eye level. If we are on eye level, then we have the chance to be successful. And that's how I would like to end my speech, my presentation, my solution for the problems that Tarek was pointing out. And like I said, if there's any questions, feel free to come to me and Tarek in the next hours, today or tomorrow. We will be happy to answer any kind of questions. And other than that, thank you very much. And now enjoy the lunch break or the networking hour. And Pete, 5 minutes. I made up.
Fabulous, fabulous. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, just to remind you, Tarek and Albert, everything you've heard there, you're curious, you're intrigued, you'd like to know more, maybe personal intrigue to see how you personally can do something in what was being shared there, or maybe something wider. You guys are here until tomorrow. Right now, what's going to happen in a few moments' time, music will start playing, and then you can go outside. If you go outside right the way around, down the bottom there on the right, there's a wooden area, wooden canteen, beautiful food, great conversation, and lots of lovely people just like you. Right, so we will be back here at 1 o'clock, for more COS ICT X. Ladies and gentlemen, just about to begin right now with our next session after lunch. So if I can ask everybody to take a seat, get comfy. Take a seat, get comfy. There are still a few more seats here if you wish to, those of you that are standing on the right-hand side. Hopefully already by now you've had a chance to have one or two, maybe even more conversations outside. You've had a nice bite to eat, something to drink, and ready for our next second half of COS ICT 2021. Now, so if I say to you the Digital Agenda 2030, Kosovo Digital Agenda 2030, I'm sure many of you in this room will know exactly what I'm talking about. Already phase 1 complete and moving now on to phase 2. This next session is all about navigating our way through this agenda and giving some more insight into really the benefits and where it's moving in the future indeed. This is a panel discussion, so a great discussion and healthy discussion about where this is moving forward. And the man who's going to take this conversation forward is a gentleman who is better known, he's just told me, better known as Mehdi. Is that right? Is that right? Mehdi. Right, Mehdi. Probably no one knows him by his real name, but like Batman or Superman. But he is, that's right, Mehdi. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage from Pristina, Rea, Mehdi, or otherwise known as Mr. Ahmed Yetollahu.
Perfect. Thanks, Peter. Fantastic per presents, per interest, per pismoria. Now we'll switch in English. This panel today is a special interest that we were looking for during these last weeks while we were discussing about the participation and contribution and partnership within the COS ICT Festival. With our great pleasure today, we would like to invite our Minister of Economy, Ms. Artana Rizvanoli, as part of our panel today. Welcome. And also we have our two partners that will be online. They couldn't make travel to Pristina these days. It's our colleague, Ms. Vesna Prodnik from Wafer, Ljubljana, Slovenia. Welcome, Vesna. And the second partner of ours is also Ms. Katja from Digital Innovation Hub Slovenia that will be part of our panel today. So once again, welcome, dear Minister. Welcome, Vesna and Katja. The subject that we would like to discuss together with you and share with you is mainly focused on the Digital Agenda 2030 of Kosovo, a project which is now being supported by Ministry of Economy and CODE project financed by World Bank in the terms of supporting the society and economy towards the digital transformation and, of course, fulfilling our ambitions towards EU Digital Agenda 2030, as they now already call it, EU Digital Decade 2030. The Ministry of Economy is the leading partner in terms of digitalization and digital economy and digitalization of the society, and this digital transformation process is quite well now adapted in terms of policy level, business level, and society level. COS ICT is another platform that we want to share all these disseminating information, endeavors, activities, and partnership that the project currently is developing and supporting in the terms of synchronization. We would now kindly ask Minister Rizvanoli about the key orientation the ministry is developing, is keeping and bringing new spirit towards the digital agenda and digital transformation of the society.
Thank you very much, Mete. It's a special pleasure for me to be here today among you all. I have to say, among the sectors that are under the mandate of the ministry which I lead, Ministry of Economy, we have quite a few problematic sectors, such as the energy sector, the mining sector, monitoring of publicly owned enterprises, and the ICT sector is, for a change, a sector that is booming, a sector that is vibrant with youth, a lot of startups, and perhaps the only sector where we have a positive trade balance. So it's a great pleasure to be here and to work on the ICT sector and to be able to work maybe compared to some other sectors, not only in our ministry, but also in government in general, instead of focusing so much energy on solving the problems of the past and the legacies and the challenges of the past, to actually think exclusively about the way forward and to be among people like you. So it's a great pleasure for me to be here today. I was asked in the Digital Summit in Podgorica a few weeks ago by one of the participants whether digitalization is a priority for our government. And I paused for a second and I thought, well, I think no country can afford not to have digitalization as a priority in this day and age. One of the statistics that is puzzling economists, if you're an economist, though I don't expect many of you are in this room, but if you're an economist like me, you know that one of the puzzling statistics and phenomena in economic research recently has been that productivity of the workforce has not been increasing, it has been stagnating over the last decade or more, despite the digitalization that we've had and despite the development of the ICT sector. And actually, one of the reasons for this, this has been puzzling economists for a while now, and now it's thought that one of the reasons for this, at least, is that actually 70% of the investment in the ICT sector, in ICT, is actually focused in the ICT sector. However, only 30% of investment in ICT is outside of the ICT sector. So what that means that while the ICT sector is developing, actually the spillovers into traditional sectors are not catching up in terms of ICT development. This also means that there is a lot of room for improvement and a lot of room for traditional industries to improve their productivity and efficiency and profitability, of course, and international competitiveness by digitalization. And this is, of course, something that we need to address, not only for the sake of the digital sector and people like you, but for the sake of our economy. And I'm not going to repeat the assets that we as a country have in this respect, in terms of youth, in terms of people like you, young men and women, and I'm happy to say women also, greatly represented in the sector today in Kosovo, for which I am proud. And it's something that we as a government take very seriously. I'm going to share with you some figures. I don't want to talk about figures and budgets, but one question that usually comes is, well, do you put your money where your mouth is? And I'm just going to share some figures with you, some decisions and budget figures from this government, which show that we are taking ICT seriously and which show that there will be a bright future for this sector if we continue to work together. In the package for economic recovery, which we have adopted more than a month ago in government, we have allocated 5 million euros for IT training vouchers and support for employment for 3 months for youth, for young men and women. I encourage you all, all of youth who are watching us, to apply for this scheme, as well as 7 million euros for grant support for SMEs for digitalization and innovation, and 3 million euros for the ITP park here in Prizren. With a further 9 million euros for buying textbooks for higher education, and which includes also 1 million euros to support girls, scholarships for girls in STEM. But to move on to actual activities and where we are and where we are going, I will start by saying that as a country, we can be, and as Ministry of Economy that actually has worked a lot on this over the past years with the support of World Bank Project Code among others, we can proudly say that we have full coverage with broadband internet. All villages are now covered, and including the work that has been done recently by the Department of ICT and led by Mr. Agim Kukai in our ministry with grant support, grant matching scheme, which leveraged private investment into areas where it was not profitable for private investors to invest. Now all villages in Kosovo are covered with broadband, fiber to home technology, with some of them actually that have been covered through this, through our recent work, actually have better connections than I do in the middle of Pristina. Broadband penetration is something that we take for granted, however, and it's something that we should appreciate. And just recently in Podgorica, I was reminded that in other neighboring countries, it's actually much lower, and we should also think about the achievements and the positive sides rather than, for us as policymakers anyway, always focusing on the problems and what is to address next. And speaking of what needs to be addressed next, one of our priorities as a ministry, but also for the regulator, and this is something that we have been exchanging on recently, is developing the infrastructure on the one hand by the ministry, and then the regulatory framework for 5G networks. And of course, and accelerating, we are actually planning to accelerate the timeline for introducing 5G technology. And we hope that this will be one of the areas that we as a country, like in broadband connectivity, can continue to be leaders in the region. And this can be one of our advantages, one of our selling points for foreign investors that want to invest here in the region in the future. As we know, so far Kosovo has managed to attract relatively little of the FDI that goes into the region for various reasons for which we are aware. Improving cybersecurity, data security is of course something that, as the panelists were also discussing earlier this morning, is something that needs to come alongside with this development, be it digitalization of public services, or be it digitalization of services and commerce in the private sector. This is something that we should take very seriously, along with, and primarily for us as a ministry, what is important, protecting critical infrastructure, such as energy infrastructure. Right now, our grid is, and our system is quite traditional. However, this is changing, and this is changing fast. And as we move towards more digitalized equipment, as we move towards smart meters, smart grids, ensuring the safety and the security of this infrastructure is going to be key, not only, of course, for the energy sector and the ICT sector, but for the whole economy. Infrastructure without the digital skills and competencies, of course, means nothing. We are very well aware that this is the primary complaint of private businesses. Every business, as well as association, reminds one of the areas in which our ministry has been working in recent years is providing training for youth and of women of at least 50%. in specialized trainings such as artificial intelligence, web development, etc. However, also in basic digital skills for wider youth. A total of 3,500 young men and women will or have been or will be trained in these programs over this year and next year. And of course, there is the scheme which I mentioned earlier through the economic recovery package, and I urge all unemployed, but not only unemployed, youth who are who want to start a career in ICT to apply for this scheme. In terms of digitalizing services, not only in the public but also in the private sector, ADAS regulation is of course one precondition, and this is an ADAS law that transposes this regulation has been approved by government and is expected to be approved by our parliament very soon, which will create the opportunities for developing the electronic ID system, for which we have already secured funding, but also paves the way for digitalization of public services, including health, education, and public utilities and all other areas, but also allows companies and the financial sector, which is one of the greatest beneficiaries and actually have been requesting this, that we approve this law as soon as possible since our day one in government. And this will be, of course, a precondition, but not sufficient to achieve these. We have had already good examples of how digitalization can make our lives easier. If you think about services that government provides or other public institutions, I would say, for instance, that those of us who are vaccinated, which are now almost 50% of the population, actually have achieved this in a very efficient and a very safe way in large due to digitalization. The whole process was very smooth. We have managed to come from 0 in June. We were the latest country in Europe to start vaccination, but now we are one of the top countries in southeastern Europe in terms of the share of population vaccinated. And I think this is something that we can be proud of. And this is one of the examples where digitalization has made a huge effect, positive effect on our lives. If you pay taxes to tax administration, if you do that on your own, if you're self-employed or you have a business, you know that the process is digitalized, which makes it much easier than spending a day and exposing yourself to the virus by going there. However, we have a lot to do, and provision of services online, public services online, is just one aspect. And the other aspect, which is behind the scenes, what is the back end of public policy, which the citizens don't see, is the ability is how digital platforms and services can actually help us implement policies better. The best policies can fail due to little details in implementation, which is why it is very important that we have systems, but not only this, but also that our systems are talking to each other, that there are interfaces. If I go back to the tax administration example, for instance, as a citizen, I have used it as a consultant. When I used to be a consultant, I used it to pay taxes, and it was all very smooth. However, I noticed that actually there was no way, I didn't have the option to put in the bank details, which means, from the government perspective, which means that actually control and compliance, tax compliance by the tax administration, by the government, is much weaker because of this. Or if I think about another area from personal experience, the fact that our labor market information system and social welfare information system don't have an interface, even though they are both very good systems. The fact they don't have an interface means that a lot of money can be wasted because it creates potential for users to misuse the social welfare scheme. And these are all things that can not seem a lot, however, they can make policies much better, they can make the lives of citizens much better, and they can save taxpayers money. I'm talking too much, aren't I? I'll wrap up.
With our panels.
I'll wrap up quickly. Digitalization of businesses is an area that we are, as I said, and we should be focusing on in the future, so that our businesses become more competitive, not only locally, but also internationally, as well as creating hubs such as these ITP, Digital Innovation Hub, and Central for Excellence here in Prizren, as well as the Tech Park in Brnica, etc.
Thanks a lot. Yes, the digital skills of young people is one of the key priority for the next decade. And our ICT for Kosovo's Growth project is supporting a lot this component. So far, during the last 2 semesters, there were almost 500 young people certified in advanced training modules. And currently, the 3rd semester, there are about 350 young people attending 7 modules of digital and IT skills. The digitalization and digital strategy 2030 is a project which we started 4 months ago. Now we are in the middle of the process. The first working draft is almost done in close cooperation with key stakeholders and partners. Now for introductory speech on presenting the vision and priority areas of our Digital Agenda 2030, I would kindly ask our team leader, Vesna Prodnik, to join us through the virtual link. Vesna.
Thank you, Mete. Good afternoon to all. I'm really happy and honored to be with you. I'm sorry that I'm not on site, but digital technology is providing us good platform to be almost alike with you. Maybe for introduction, just a short explanation how we did start with preparation of new Digital Agenda 2030 for Kosovo. It was like Mete mentioned, 4 months ago. First of all, we made the review of previous Digital Agenda, Digital Agenda 2013-2020, and identified the goals which was reached and the gaps which remain after the previous Digital Agenda. Then we made analysis of digitalization strategies of 5 countries, which were some kind of similar to Kosovo, of Austria, Ireland, Lithuania, Israel, and Norway. And in this basis, we put the somehow the background for preparation of new digital agenda. Based on identified gaps and also success stories of previous digital agenda, we identified 5 strategic objectives. As Lady Minister already mentioned, the most important goals or strategic goals we identified digital infrastructure as one of the basis or background for all other pillars we identified. So it is really important to know that Kosovo at the moment has a really good starting point with actually all companies and household connected, which is really a big success. It's above EU average. So this is one of the really good starting points. But it's true that for gigabyte society, for digital decade, these networks need to be upgraded. One is the upgrade of fixed networks, and the other thing, as it was already mentioned, it's setup of 5G networks and maybe in 10 years already 6G networks. On this basis, it will be, as already mentioned, identified three pillars which will be addressed through the digital agenda. First of all is digital transformation of the business. As also it was mentioned that ICT sector in Kosovo is really, really good developed. It has quite significant contribution to the GDP, but the practices and experience and everything what is now more or less in ICT sector need to be transferred into business processes of the other sectors and the other companies. Especially here we will address small and medium enterprises. Actually not only to have technology, it's really important also to have skilled employees which will be in position to use all this technology. The second pillar of digital agenda, it's digitalization of public services. In this regard, as already mentioned, you have also great examples of good practices, but at the end of the day, the goal of transformation of digital services, of digital government, is to reduce the burden, administrative burden of the people and users, businesses, and the end customers. So in this regard, it will be proposed few activities which will address this, this issue. And the third pillar, which will be addressed through digital agenda, it will be digital skilled population and research and development. As already few times mentioned, digital skills are something what is the basis for everything. No technology without skilled population, skilled experts, skilled governmental, civil servants, and all who are using the technology will be useless. So this will be the third pillar of the digital agenda. And as you already discussed this morning, cybersecurity. In digital era, digital transformation, the cybersecurity is one of the most important things. You already mentioned also critical infrastructure. You mentioned all these activities already done, but there is actually cybersecurity, something what needed to be developed alongside of development of digital infrastructure, development digital services. So this will be some kind of end point of this digital agenda. Maybe this was short presentation. Meti.
Thanks a lot, Vesna, for the introduction. So the next digital agenda 2030 of Kosovo will have 5 key strategic objectives: connectivity, business digitalization, e-governance, education, innovation, research and development, and cybersecurity. Within this umbrella, so the next 2030 development agenda strategy is building the path towards digitalization, the way ahead of our country. In this regard, now, since one of the most debated subject has become digitalization of businesses in the terms of the e-commerce, e-business, innovation, and new product developed. Kosovo is one of the countries that showed that the ICT sector not only contributes to the GDP, which is for years 8 to 11%, but can be the most attractive sector for youth development, employment, and overall welfare of the country. The new trends and developments in Europe and worldwide, of course, now are the digital innovation hubs as a one-stop platform that is serving not only the business community, but the government, the society, the innovators, the startups, competition, and internationalizations. In the respect of getting good practices and networking spirit and internationalization, we have asked our partner, Katja, Ms. Katja from Digital Innovation Hub Slovenia to talk briefly about her experience managing one of the most creative digital innovation hub under the umbrella of EU Digital Innovation Hub. Katja, welcome.
Thank you. Hello. First of all, thank you for inviting also Digital Innovation Hub Slovenia to present ourselves. Today we are here in our studio to be from Slovenian Digital Center. We established a place which is dedicated to Slovenian presidency to the Council of EU for half a year. And it's supporting our activities in this half a year and also promoting digitalization in 6 pillars. As well, we also had, but we divided them by the months of our presidency. So first of all, we had smart cities and communities, a sustainable society and economy. In September, we had artificial intelligence. Now in October is the month of 5G and cybersecurity, and a lot of debates we heard right now already were already conducted also on this stage from public safety, from cybersecurity. We also had a Catch the Flag hackathon for young hackers who tried to enter a SCADA system of one of the biggest companies. Then we will also have in November digital transformation, and in December we will conclude with Industry 4.0 and robotics. But enough of commercials, so I can go on with introducing our Digital Innovation Hub. Digital Innovation Hub Slovenia was established in 2019 and with a really ambitious action plan, which was actually pointed four main tasks we need to do. First of all, it's building of ecosystem. The second one is building of competences. Then we have the promotion activities, and also organization of different events, promoting global value chains and similar. But all our system is actually dedicated to digitalization of small and medium enterprises, SMEs. So all we do with the mind how we will help somebody who is doing his business and he needs to enter the new industrial revolution, which is the digitalization in these years, to help him to focus still on his business, but we will educate him, we will provide awareness how needed is this, provide a catalog of all providers of services, not only ICT equipment, but also who will help him to gain digital competences, to make a penetration test for cybersecurity, to make a website, of course, and mobile shop or mobile application for devices. So all the relevant players, hopefully I can say that with quite a lot of security that it is like that, we have in our catalogs. This is building of ecosystems. We collect all the data about digitalization into our one-stop shop platform. Then we go, if we go to the competences, all our actions actually are coming out of research. So we are doing 3 general researches now for the next year. We will do it for the 3rd time. It's a digital profile, profiles, study programs, and competence catalog. So it's a digital competence catalog. Out of this, we have a quite good picture what is needed in this sector, so we can help also the decision makers to provide the correct measures which are implemented. Really important, and it's our best commercial, are the vouchers. So I was really glad to hear that you have a lot of vouchers in Kosovo. We also have vouchers for digitalization of SMEs. They're on 4 topics. The first one is digital strategy. The second one is digital marketing. The third one are digital competences, and the fifth one is cybersecurity, and the fourth one is cybersecurity. So these vouchers are really good because in 2 years we are dealing with this. I think we already served more than or approximately 4,000 companies. I know that our decision makers are now checking the results and checking which vouchers would be the next to implement. And we are, of course, we are working for SMEs at most, but we see spillover effects because all the employees also in small enterprises are actually inhabitants of the country. They have children, they have parents, and we can see that if they are digitalizing, they know that is really useful. And of course, of last 2 years in the COVID, all the children had to go to school online through Zooms, and all the families needed to digitalize themselves as soon as possible. That's why we also we are really actually checking the market to see which partnerships are really the best for our vision and for our work. We also made a partnership with Symbioza. They're taking care of the education of elderly on the digital way, and also for young people. So we, in the partnership with them, we are now conducting different plans for the future and different programs we will implement in our operation. So maybe for the beginning, that I will not be too long, Miti, I give you the word back, and thank you.
Thanks a lot, Katja and Vesna. From the first draft of the Digital Agenda 2030, dear Minister, key challenges of our society, government, economy, business community, and schooling seems to be the mindset to be developed as a working culture of digitalization from businesses, from curriculums, and from the support to be provided by the government. From the Slovenia model, we have seen that the fund for digitalization supporting startups and SMEs towards the process of digital transformation has been a kind of good instrument to shape up the new concept of going digital phase or digitalization concept. But education and business transformation seems to be the key one, together with the e-governance and e-services. Where we are currently and the key steps in the middle terms of our development, Minister?
I think actually we stand much better now than we did a year ago or 2 years ago. Ironically, the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, which has disrupted our lives in many negative ways, has had also positive effects, and we see it all over the world, but also in Kosovo. Because it made it necessary for companies particularly, but also for schools and universities to digitalize provision of services, to digitalize trade as much as possible. Now, as we know, the level is still low, comparatively low. However, I think the first step has been achieved in that people are already more prone to using digital services than they were 1 or 2 years ago. And I think this makes a huge difference, because if consumers, if students are more willing to have been already been exposed to new ways of doing business or teaching and instruction and learning, they are more prone to seek this in the future and to accept this in the future. Trust is one key issue, one key barrier in this. How do I trust someone to pay online? How do I trust someone that a business that they will deliver to my door? This has, to some extent, been improved during those months, particularly during those months of the pandemic when we had harsh measures and we were staying inside. This has also led to greater interest by businesses to digitalize, and because at that time, and also actually today too, all of this commerce that is done electronically, it's actually still in very primitive ways and not really what we would expect and not what we see in developed countries. And it's not it's not the most efficient way of doing it, of course. However, it has made people more prone to using these services. It has increased trust in sellers too, and in this way of doing businesses. Also very importantly, it has made people aware of the benefits of the time and the cost you save by not having to physically go out and search for the things you want to buy in the market. And I think this is a very good opportunity to use for digitalization, to accelerate digitalization. And in terms of the instruments that we have for that, we can do that by increasing skills of the businesses, but also providing financial support. And actually, there are already some initiatives that are either have been implemented or ongoing in this respect.
In supporting this, I will just share some of the information that we have been now processing. Let's say last year there were about 5.4% of individuals that used online buying or selling, while in the second quarter of this year it moved almost to 35%. 35%. Yes, and then this is supported by the heavy mobile penetration, which is currently, thanks to infrastructure and to RCAP, support 110%, above the average in EU. The weak point in this sense is the e-governance services and e-citizen services, which we are quite below the EU average, in the sense of not making popular, but the way of living, working, and communicating to each other or doing business. Some of the key points that the Digital Agenda 2030 is responding to through its measures and tasks is bringing all together all stakeholders from, of course, from the government, from the businesses, from the ICT business supporting the non-ICT business in getting easier the process of digital transformation, and of course, the innovation in education, research and development, and VET system. These are some of the triangle tasks that we have brought together in terms of responding to these challenges and getting digitalization the way ahead. I hope we have some few minutes left for this panel. I would ask again Minister Rizvanoglu to close the panel with the vision of the government and the ministry in terms of Digital Agenda 2030 and the ecosystem which we want to create in next Digital Agenda age.
Are you sure you want to do that? We might be here all day. I'll keep it very brief this time. I think in terms of our agenda for the future, I've already covered a lot of it in the introductory notes. I can just say that I'm convinced that with the starting conditions that we have, which are in large part due to a booming private sector and youth and innovative youth that have developed the sector so far. Of course, with an enabling environment of infrastructure. However, I think the key asset that has helped shape our current ecosystem, but also sector as a business sector, are our youth, some of whom we see here today and some of whom I've visited during last week in Școala Digitală, and I was quite impressed with some of these actually 16 to 18-year-olds, and they made me feel quite old and unaccomplished, even though I'm often told I'm young to be a minister. But my point is that we have this youth, we have this great potential. We should not be happy and suffice with that and think that this is enough. We need to work on education, we need to work on training, we need to work on creating the conditions for innovation to spur. We just need to let this sector grow, create the enabling environment. We cannot, as a government, we cannot be so ambitious, we cannot think that we can plan the way forward and lead the way forward in this. However, what is for us to do is create the conditions in terms of infrastructure, in terms of skills development, but not only this, but also creating the conditions for all businesses to grow, including here rule of law, enforcement of contracts, which actually affects this sector as much as any other sector. And with the innovations that I've seen here today, with rooms I've seen here for 3D printing, industrial 3D printing, with the servers for Kosovo Research and Education Network, which will soon, hopefully from 1st of January, start to provide services for universities. I am convinced that the future is bright. We just need to create the conditions. We need to work together, most importantly. We as government certainly cannot do it alone, as I said. However, the private sector also needs government and regulation to create the proper conditions for this and to enable also regional cooperation. And for this, we count on you all to help us over the next years. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I will try to summarize what the Minister Lady said. So the slogan of Digital Agenda 2030 is digitalization the way ahead, while the short-term vision that has been drafted is by 2030, Kosovo will become a digitally modern country with advanced digital economy, effective public administration, ensuring smart use of the territory and infrastructure for citizens, for society, for education, and businesses. To close it, we were, as part of the delegation last week to Slovenia, about 20 participants, and among others, we visited Techno Park in Ljubljana. The surprising notice in technological park in Ljubljana that we saw was the new tenant in the premises of technical park in Ljubljana, and it was Škola Digitale, Ecosource. So thanks a lot, and hope to see you soon in similar attractive events and occasions. Thanks a lot, Minister. Thanks a lot, Vesna. Thanks a lot, Katja. Thanks a lot, again, mentor, RCAP team, and Franz Viola. See you soon.
Fantastic. Once again, hands together for our friends in Slovenia and the Minister Rizvanoli and Artmect as well. Thank you so much. Right. So as you've heard, it really is, from my perspective as someone not from here, although I do live in the region, I am not naturally from Kosovo either. However, listening and hearing the words and the thoughts and the perspectives of everybody here on stage, the future certainly does look bright for Kosovo and the region as well. And a few things that stood out for me, really creating those conditions, really creating the conditions, the infrastructure, the skill set, and really moving forward for the good of the country as well. And naturally, that can't happen on its own. It needs everybody. It means a complete joint effort, naturally, to make this happen. Right, let's move on now to our next session. So I'm sure many of us here, entrepreneurs among us, even if you're not an entrepreneur, you've probably had different ideas, right? Different conversations that may be turned into ideas, or just thoughts that stir, a spontaneous thought perhaps that turned into something of reality, and then that something of reality actually turned perhaps into a business idea. The next person here to stand on stage, she's going to share a little bit of her story of exactly that, a spontaneous idea that kind of changed and transformed into a real business solution. I'm intrigued again as much as you are, really, to hear what she has to say. Please welcome to the stage from Vegan, Ms. Ariodita Mustali.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Thank you, KOS ICT and STIC, for hosting us today. Really, it maybe could be easy for me to talk in Albania or in Shkodranska, but because this is very important event for the technology, digitalization, and everything, every new stuff that we are going through, of course, I felt the necessity and the call inside to talk about a spontaneous need that personally I faced, and after that, mixing that with my profession, my experience during the last 13 years, I worked, and I just want to do it briefly. I worked in the last 13 years in BPO sector. I don't come from, let's say, the profession that I will talk after. And BPO, it's an industry that need a lot of young people, and we have young people, need a lot of skills, and our people have these skills, or they are willing to learn and they are willing to develop. And PPO, it's a good mix with technology, so we faced, every time we faced the changes of the technology that we had to go through. So, of course, we understood first of all, from 2008 that I'm in this industry, we went through the most difficulties. But anyway, now is the moment that digitalization and technology is on the first, let's say, it's in the first line. So now is the timing. Maybe 10 years ago it was not. So now we are happy for that. So, but anyway, what I wanted to talk today. I come from Shkodra. It's a small country, or a small city in the north of Albania. And I want to tell about the story from, let's start it years ago. It started when I was 7 in 1992. My family was starting in that years. It was the initial years of democracy. They started to work in their lands. They had some properties and they started to work the land, and they started with sage. I don't know if you know sage. Somebody? Yeah? Okay. So my first question to you is, do you know what Nena means? Nene? You think Nana? Okay. Nene? How about supercritical CO2? Somebody? No? Okay. Let's go again and back. So my family started working the land and working mostly with sage. I was 7 years old when I remember that they forced me to go and to help them by planting the sage, and I remember that I liked for the first minutes, but I hated after because it was hot and it was very, very hard for me as a kid. But I was growing myself there in the nature, and anyway, I remember that this was so beautiful, but this was not my path. So, going through the years, my position or my work brought me, or my interest for businesses or for services brought me in other directions. And for many years, from 2007 that I started to work, for many years I was more focused in business development, projects, digital skills, trainings, helping young people like me to take another way of work, let's say, not just being focused on normal businesses that were running in that time in Albania. It comes a moment when I have received a phone call from a parent of mine that told me that my parents were in difficulty. They were going through this business of producing sage and producing lavender and cultivating sage and lavender and other plants like this. I was not involved in that business anymore. I had my business in that time, but I receiving this phone call when my parents said, a cousin of mine said to me that my parents are in difficulty because in the market they are blocking they want to block and to monopolize the buying of the products, so they ask this product to buy this product with, let's say, the cheapest price that they could get, but this price was not affordable for my parents, or even it was not an isolated case. This was for everybody. So, finding myself in this situation brought me on different memories, and I found myself in this position that I had to do something. And my spontaneous solution was le scenario dita. You have money, you have your work, so you have now to buy this sage from your parents. But knowing that my parents are so proud, I could not buy it by myself. So I called somebody that is a friend of mine, and I said, listen, I will give you the money, you have to call this number, and you have to buy all the sage. And this happened. I bought all the sage for my parents. Sage, lavender, and they had also, I think, Dafina or something like that. I bought everything. And I find my father calling me that saying, listen, somebody has called me to buy my sage. And I said, oh, very good, it's nice. And he said, listen, but it's too much. We have to send this sage in Tirana. My father is in Shkodra. So I said, listen, I have a friend of mine that have a logistic truck, so I can help you on that. So everything happened so fast, and I found myself with a big, huge amount of sage and lavender in a place, and I had nothing to do with that sage. I'm not a chemist. I'm not a farmer, I'm not a cook. So finding myself in this situation, and maybe it sounds funny, I had to find a solution. And this was the moment where I had to, and because I'm an entrepreneur, somebody called me a businesswoman, but I don't like this phrase. I'm an entrepreneur, and as an entrepreneur, I have to find a sustainable solution. I cannot do just a project or just a business just for doing trading with €1 and selling it with €1.2. I have to do something more. And this something more have to be something that will remain tomorrow to our kids, to the kids of all the other people. So because my inner voice is all the time saying to me that you have to do something better, I started in that moment to search and to ask which or who or where are these guys, these people that have this knowledge, that have done this research, that have done that have go through these treasures that we have. And we know that we have, and everybody here knows, because I know that in Kosovo it's much more developed than in Albania, that we have such treasures here, and maybe nobody is going through them by creating not just planting, but creating something more. And of course, I'm here today because I don't want to talk about my business. I want to talk about a solution that will be a solution for everybody that is in this business or maybe in other businesses. Because my solution is not just helping the nature or helping people or helping the economy. It's these 3 K words together to provide something that will be good for our kids, for the kids of tomorrow, and for everybody that will go through, because we know something. We are just a tool in this environment. The nature is the only thing that we have. We came from here and we will go there. So I know that it's not good, but we have to really take care about that. So this is our sage, this side, and this side is something else, but this is our land. The land of my parents, you know, because in our country, when you are a girl, you don't have properties of your... it's like this, so it's all of my brother, so I have accepted that. So here you have some pictures of what we are doing, and something, because I am in an environment that here the startups, the technology, and new businesses are going too fast. And we are happy for that. I'm a mentor of startups, and I am somebody that I'm going there to share my story for motivating young generation to develop and to create new ideas for helping the economy and helping themselves first, but creating new stuff. And what I tell during all my trainings, I said, listen, you have to take care and to let's say, to trust in your idea. You have to have faith in what you are creating, and of course, maybe during your day of business, you face yourself, you are going there to face difficulties, but it will come a moment that you will find the right people. As I find the right people. We met Lindita and Benny, and Lindita and Benny are chemists, engineers, people that had work from 2007 in this industry. I was lucky to meet them. And what I found else is that Lindita and Benny wanted to be avant-garde, wanted to go through. They had this big vision that we have this big potential to create something that can be really sustainable. Not just planting some, doing some production or just selling this plant outside, but going more, doing something more. Lindita believes in a phrase of an old chemist that said, if you have a problem, call nature, call nature. If nature don't help you, then do something else. And we all now believe that. Why? Because it's very important to understand that technology helped us, and if we know how to use it very good, technology can help us to do better, to create a new solution for something that maybe yesterday we didn't thought about. So now my question is, did somebody recognize what Nene is? Okay. Nene, it's a plant. Nene, it's a plant that is growing in all our country. It's Nenegic for Albanian people. Okay, Nenegic, you remember? Nenegic, okay, mint. Okay, but of course it sounds also like none, and it's a good combination. It's like Muller in Albania, but it's mint also. And of course we get really motivated by this name, so we called our company Nena. And we called our company Nena because we wanted that our company name sounds like us, and sounds like a trusted place, and sounds like a place where customer and people will find this value. To trust a production now on, it's not easy, you know, we are consumers, we all consume. So to put something there that it's really good, and it's really produced in the best way that it can be produced, it's not easy. But we are trying now, and we believe in that, so I will show you how. So this is the answer. I asked you on the beginning, what is supercritical CO2? And I want to show now what does it mean. Sorry to the nature. I took this from the place out. This is a flower. This is a plant. Usually we are used to see that somebody goes in the land, take what the flower is or what the plant is, and they send it to different distributors, and they can export it outside and everything. And you know, everybody is buying from us the first plant, and everybody is reproducing that and selling that as a raw material for our productions. So we are daring, and we dared to go in this industry. Supercritical CO2, and sorry that you cannot see it downstairs, but supercritical, it's a liquid that goes to this machinery and work the plant, taking out and extracting all the best, I said, and all the best ingredients of the plant. And after that, we saw, doing the first step, we saw that it has no waste. And after we saw that from this supercritical extract, and it's funny, you know, Usually we are, I remember myself with a ton of lots of sage in the magazine, you know. Now our extract, sorry, it's like this. From this one, people are usually asking what I can do with this, you know? This is the flower? And I said, yes. We are also giving to the bees to provide, to eat this, you know? It's a flower. Who can use this? You see, there are also some information down. This product can be used by medicine suppliers, food manufacturing, cosmetic manufacturing, all the industry, in fact. Why? Because the extractation is pure. This means that has no risk, no water, nothing that can damage the environment. And the question is, what you are doing with the waste? We call waste in the normal discussions, but our waste can be infusions. Do you drink tea? Who drinks tea? Yeah? Okay. It's like tea, but it's 1,000 times better. It's decaffeinato, it's decontaminated, it's all the best worked from the CO2 liquid. So, we have no waste. And now we found it ourselves, our 2.5 years researching and creating studies for this. We found it ourselves that we had no time, while I was calculating with my partners, that we will not have time to produce everything that can be produced from this business. Just from this one. And I want to go fast now, because this is the best thing that my partner likes. This is the part that business people like. And I want to tell this why, because it's very important also for our economy. So imagine that from this extract, you can use a small percentage to produce something. And when I say a small percentage, it's because it's just wasting. It's just doing the wrong steps if you use it more. What does it mean? Let's make this example. You have 500 kilograms of chili pepper. From this 500 kilograms of chili pepper, you can produce around 30 kilograms of extracts. And from these 30 kilograms of extracts, it's downstairs, you can produce 30,000 pieces of end product. Now my question is, from 500 kilograms of chili pepper, how many pieces of product you can produce? What you can do with a normal chili pepper? No? You don't know? Okay. Maximum, you can put it in some box, and you can sell it as a chili pepper, or normally you can, I don't know, you can work it and you can use it for restaurants. But if we go through this process, and we are going now through this process, you know, it's not a new thing for us. We are now producing in this way 47 type of plants. So this is the things that we have to take in mind. 30,000 end products for B2C, just with 30 kilograms of extract. So I want to go now very fast in this idea, because I think that who will understand or have the interest to understand what we now can do, really, now we have the solution. This technology with CO2 liquid, supercritical, told us that we have to go out of essential oils because it was not really so sustainable. And we have now to dare to go in this industry and using this technology, because this technology now, it's helping us to do what other countries, like potential countries, of course, are taking from us. What other countries, like Germany, Italy, or US, what they are taking from us? Do you have information? They are importing plants, they are importing essential oils, they are importing the first raw materials from us, yes? And what they are doing with them? They are producing end products that we buy later. This is the question. They are selling to us our products or their products made by our raw materials. So the idea is, I have here some numbers because I have to show some results. This is from Albania. And of course, because we have to talk about economy, I'm an entrepreneur, so I have to talk about economy, I have to talk about people, and I have to talk about really which are our solutions here. And we brought this solution. And this solution is something that really, if we go in the right direction, and technology, it's helping us to do that, and these young people here that are produced, I saw today, it was a solution, it was something created, a machinery created for lands to help the farmers to produce, let's say, or to plant let's say the seed in much more easy way. So these solutions are the solutions of tomorrow, because we know the difficulties of today. And we know that if we want to go and to be, let's say, much more powerful and much more sustainable, we have to go through these different stages. So this is one stage. And the second one maybe will be just to open doors for businesses like this or other type of businesses to go and to do exporting in the biggest countries. Like as we can see in this graphs here, we import a lot. And usually we import end products because we consume a lot, you know, it's we are really bad consumers or good consumers for others. So in these graphs, I understood from my team that these statistics showed us that we are really in a good position. A good position because if we see the numbers of importing and exporting from our countries, we see that we export all the raw materials. And we see that really you cannot see the graphs, so I cannot do nothing. Okay, so we see that this is the moment to understand what we really can do. Just what we really can do with this type of business now, and what was this business solution that came. So from working in the land and producing sage, now we finished ourselves to produce this supercritical extractation that is amazing, because I can travel with that. I can go everywhere that I want, you know, and nobody can stop. So this is very good. And what is very important is that after that, we finished to produce also end product and cosmetic product. Because our question was, why to import from outside, you know? And our end products now are produced without water and without other ingredients that are damaging the people. So these are some of the type of products that comes out after the extractation. Beeswax is the only, let's say, ingredient that we use to maintain the production. So now my idea is, what if we ask, now, do you think that we have the potential to be, with this technology, to be really a good exporter for other countries? Do you think, or do you believe that with this technology in-house and with this potential in-house, do we have really the potential to produce this product in-house and to sell just the end products? You believe so or not? Yeah? I believe so. So I really want to invite you to see what we are doing, and of course, what we do best is also to offer our expertise to other companies and other potential suppliers and other potential clients to see what we are producing. So this is what I started, and now this is what all the team and all the amazing people like my partners and my team and all the other persons are doing for this business. I know, and I want to say now to all of my team and people that believed in our vision, sorry for everything that I do and all the stress that I give to you, but really, this can be something amazing. And it's not because I am running the show of, let's say, the management, but because of everybody and because of all the potential that this industry has. This can be the business of the future because it's connected with the most powerful treasure that we have, nature, really. So thank you, thanks to KOS ICT, thanks to STIC. Thank you everybody for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together once again for Ariodita Musali. Fantastic. Great, and Ariodita, I'm sure you'll be hanging around today. You're here today, so if you want to have a chat, have a coffee, talk about or pick her brains a little bit, a bit more about what she's been sharing, I'm sure she'll be happy, more than happy to do that. Right, we move on steadily. Already we've heard today about digital transformation, but here's the question for you: digital transformation and that whole process, and when it starts to happen, and then obviously down the line, and hopefully in the future it will happen in droves. But the question really is, how ready are you, or how ready do you have to be at all those different stages? It's one thing talking about it, and one thing, a big idea in your mind and imagining how that would look like, but really it's all about how really in your minds and how you feel if you're really ready for that transformation, not just people, but also infrastructure and also countries and nations as well. The next gentleman here on stage, he's going to give you his perspective and a little bit more about how he sees things in terms of digital transformation readiness. You saw him move swiftly, nicely, smoothly across the stage there. Please put your hands together from Innovate Jordan, Mr. Michael. Whoops. Okay?
Yeah.
Fantastic. I'll give you one of those microphones there.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to stand a little bit to the left side of the stage because the clicker is quite far from the laptop, and I've got a lot of animations in the slides. If I'd realized, I might not have...
Just one thing, Michael, it's up to you. We can put a chair just on the corner there if that's better for you.
No, I'm okay.
You're happy standing? Fantastic.
My bad back got troubled by the long flight yesterday.
Right. Okay.
So, what we're here to explore is are you ready for digital transformation? And it's pretty obvious that Kosovo is quite well advanced. But we're going to look at it anyway. Are you ready as people, as individuals, as companies, or as a country? We're going to look at all three of these and examine it. And also, what does it even mean? Because it's a loose, intangible term. So some of you, I think, may never have seen a fully automated factory like this bottling plant. If you're Scottish like me, you might have seen a whiskey or a gin bottling plant where the product, the bottle, the caps, the raw material are all made in the same place in parallel operations. And the thing that you notice is there's just no people. It's scary. There may be a little room somewhere where a guy sits and reads a book and he's ready to take action if something goes wrong. But nothing goes wrong, usually, because the machines, if something goes wrong, the machines will switch themselves off because they can detect that something is going wrong. They can also detect through sensors when a machine needs maintenance, and they can, in some cases, even maintain themselves. So there's not many job prospects to work in a factory like this. And when I came to Kosovo at first, 3 weeks after the war finished, as the chief accountant for DFID, the whole country was in survival mode. And our old chief of office used to say, we've got to get these kids back to work, otherwise they'll get guns and go around shooting each other. So some of these kids, I find it a little bit amusing to think that Kutim de Bruno, Meti, and the minister there were the kids we were talking about at the time. It was a while ago, and some of the people in this room were not even around at that time. So there was always this problem of lack of opportunity for young people in Kosovo. And when I came back later to the Ministry of Trade and Industry, we used to talk about the time bomb of lack of opportunity for all the young people, the unusual group of young people, and what were they going to do in 10 years' time when they were all ready for jobs. Then I came back even later, and an economist was saying he'd discovered that there was this problem and it was going to be a problem in 10 years' time. We knew this 10 years before this guy discovered it. So what is the advice for young people when jobs are changing and the digital economy is prospering? Well, Michael Bloomberg said something like, no matter what you do in life, whether you're a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or anything, you will benefit from learning a little bit of coding. And I think this is great advice. I'm not a programmer, but I can code a little bit. I can do it, and it's a good thing. And I would go further because my entire career is built on my Excel skills. I would say anybody in any career, doctor, whatever, if you have strong Excel skills and financial modeling skills, then you'll do better in whatever career you do. So whenever I say this to IT people, they say, Excel's not IT. It doesn't matter. The point is that these are good things for everybody to have. So when we ask, what is digital transformation? Because it's an ambiguous term. Well, people talk about Industry 4, the fourth industrial revolution. So let's just take a moment to recap. What do we mean by the fourth industrial revolution, and what happened to the other three? So we know that the industrial revolution was when machines started to replace manual labor. And in the early days, they used water and steam with shafts like this. Shafts powered by the main power source with belts. And this meant that the factories were big, long factories where everything had to be located near to the central shaft. The second one was where electricity came along, and they had a bit of difficulty adapting factories to the fact that you could put your machinery anywhere because you could just plug it in. So this eventually led to mass production and automated production, which they call the third, well, mass production really the second one, but then with electronics and IT, you could go to the third industrial revolution. Now we have intelligent production, IoT, cloud computing, big data. So when we talk about Industry 4, we talk about the coming together of various factors. Internet of Things, big data, cloud computing, and leading to robotics. And I'm quite pleased, since the theme of today has been as it has, that I put cybersecurity in there, because I'm an innovation guy. We tend to forget security, is the truth. Cybersecurity and innovation are sort of diametrically opposed, and we should do it, but we always forget. So, what are the applications, the use cases? Well, Kosovo has different industries. I remember from my time here, agriculture, mining are the main ones. And in agriculture, well, nowadays, you can have a smart farm. You can put sensors in the ground, in the trees, and measure the humidity, the temperature, the sunlight, the pH factor of the ground. And you can do it all from a little room and a thing called the digital twin. Now, in Kosovo, since you have mining, in Jordan, we have a design thinking project at the moment to measure the volume of piles of potash. Now, potash is sticky stuff, and it makes irregular piles of product which is a problem for inventory control. When they put it all in a ship, they have no idea how much stuff they're putting in a ship because they can't measure piles of stuff like this. So our project now, for those who have an iPhone 12 or later, that has LiDAR scanning, you can measure a pile like this, and you can put it to the cloud, to a contractor, who will give you a LiDAR scan and calculate the volume of the material. So this is another application of the Internet of Things and smart products. In the water sector, in Jordan, we're the second poorest water country in the world. So we're copying what we do in Britain. We have acoustic sensors that listen for water leaks. And we can tell from this if people are stealing water, because they do for agriculture. They steal the wastewater and then put it out onto the fields. So we can listen through these sensors remotely. The sensors are connected through the 4G network. So basically the sensors have a SIM card. They connect back to the computer. We can listen to them. We can shut the valve where there's water leaking. We can tell which are the worst areas where the leaks are, and we can send the maintenance crew out with a GPS position so they can go and do the repair, and then we turn the valve on remotely again. So this is what we call a digital twin. It's a virtual representation of your real product. And the EU at the moment, when they talk about their digital strategy, they talk about creating a world digital twin where they will model climate change. Who knows if that is going to be effective or not, but it's a project. Now, there's a guy called Tony Saldana, who wrote a book, why digital transformation projects fail. And they do all the time because they're complicated and they're ambitious. And there are many models of digital transformation readiness. So you can see that you can find them on the internet. You don't need to have me demonstrate a model here. It's not really what this is about. Now in Jordan, you can go to our Industry 4 website, to our platform, and you can fill in a digital transformation readiness assessment form. The truth is, it's not that effective. Oh. It produces, you'll fill it in and it will produce something like this. It will tell you your strengths and weaknesses. It's not, it's used by the providers of digital transformation products to find their clients and then to discuss things. It really, to me, I don't believe it's an effective thing. Tony Salanda's book, if I go back a slide, he suggests that everything is to do with your organizational culture. It's more a mental thing than a technical thing. So I don't know how many of you play with digital products at home. Some people are enthusiasts and some are skeptics. So my wife would never go and buy an Alexa, but now we've got one. She uses it all the time. She loves it. She thinks a mobile phone is for phoning people and a watch is for telling the time. She doesn't see the point in turning the lights on and off with the smartphone. However, there is a point that when you're making a proper digital transformation project, all you're doing is scaling this up. So if you know that by turning a light on with your mobile phone, you can connect it, you can connect a chain of events together using a program like Ladder, which assesses the position of a sensor and turns a switch on or off. And then an entire factory of this is just an extension of that philosophy. You can make everything happen with a sensor. So a modern, say a BMW, has hundreds of sensors in its engine for temperature, pressure, tire pressure. It's probably not a bad thing to push me along a bit anyway. Yeah, all these things that you put into a digital transformation project are all extensions of a few things. Sensors to measure stuff, actuators, switches and levers that operate things, and a program that connects them together. It's not difficult to be a programmer in this environment. The Ladder is quite an easy program to learn, and you need to be able to think how the systems work. So if we go back to, are you ready as individuals? Yes, those of you who are into coding can do this work without too much trouble, and this is a premium job for people nowadays. If we look at individuals as entrepreneurs in the digital transformation in a minute. So Tony Saldana, he says you start off with the foundation, committed ownership, and committed to the idea of digital transformation. Now actually, if you do the digital readiness assessment, and you're quite likely to find that maybe you're not even on that first step of the ladder. Going up to the top, living DNA, where the company is always changing. Everything is in a state of change, and they're always looking for the next monopolistic situation where they can make a new product or they can disrupt an industry. That is living DNA, and you only see it in Amazon and maybe Tesla. In the middle, siloed. So let me go to Jordan again. Jordan, the government knows everything about everybody. So you're not allowed a burner phone in Jordan. When you buy your mobile phone, it's linked to your passport. When you enter the country, they give you a unique identification number. And when you go to get your mobile phone, that identification number and your passport are all linked. This means that they know the entire population of the country at any one time in real time. And they know who is temporary, who's permanent. They know everything about you, basically. And if you are paranoid about artificial intelligence, this would worry you. But now we see that Jordan handled the COVID crisis extremely well, because the same unique identifier tells them who's been vaccinated and who hasn't. But it's siloed information. So we know that the police know whether you've had a speeding ticket. They know whether it's linked to a previous offense. They know all that sort of stuff, but you can't find that information. If you go to the Department of Statistics and you look for population figures, it's all out of date. It's not very good. But if you're the king or a minister, you can connect these bits together, and that is the way artificial intelligence is going. They're trying to de-silo the information so that they can make evaluations of different situations. And if you think of artificial intelligence in the States, Google found flu hotspots just by looking to see who had made the most inquiries for flu symptoms, and they could pinpoint these geographically. This is a sneaky, clever way of using artificial intelligence. It can be used for COVID. But in Jordan, we have, for a so-called third world country, we have better COVID protection than we have in my country, Scotland, where we refuse to have our passports. We refuse to have a national identification number. We say it's against our human rights. Well, it may be what you might call a dictatorship, but it has its uses. So, siloed. Moving on, synchronized and fully synchronized. You can see the slide. It's not that important. And you can see that if you got this result from a digital transformation readiness assessment, it wouldn't help you that much. So what do? Well, you can make your own roadmap. And I even doubt the efficiency of this. Let's move on a little bit. If you decide that you want to digitally transform your factory, where do you go with this? It's so difficult. It's in 30 years of international consultancy, I've met hundreds of change managers, and I always think that they just talk nonsense. They've most of them, there might be the odd great one, but most of them change nothing in their life. And you, as Kosovars, have seen more international consultants pass through your country than any other country. Most of them are pretty disappointing. Now, the problem is that change has to come from within. You can't tell somebody to change. You have to do it. And if you want to change your country, your company, for digital transformation, it has to be in the gift of the leader. It has to be charismatic leadership, and it has to be driven right through. And when you look at the people, there are tech enthusiasts, early adopters of technology, but visionaries, but there's also skeptics, conservatives, pragmatists, and even saboteurs. People like my wife who says, why do you want to use your iPhone to turn the sitting room light on? People like that get in the way of what we're trying to do. So how do you do this? You take a big vision of your company, but you take it in little pieces. manageable projects that you can do in a short space of time that will get you a win-win, low-hanging fruit, let's say. So you find a section of your company and you buy some sensors, you buy some actuators, and you automate that yourselves. Now, what happens if you go another route? You hire a consultant. Well, the project's likely to fail. You can't subcontract digitalization. So you have to be able to do this in-house. You have to grow it internally. You can subcontract bits. If you hire a contractor, an equipment maker like Bosch or Siemens, then there is a possibility that they will be motivated to just sell their equipment. If you hire a consultant like Ernst & Young, it's quite likely that you end up with a project that doesn't work at the end, and they make off like bandits with all your money. So you have to grow something of a skill within the organization, and it has to be from the top, and it has to be driven very carefully. So let's say you visualize the big picture. You pick a component or a couple of components that you can achieve within a year. And if you follow this roadmap, honestly, you need to be strong and have iron discipline, because most companies, they change direction every week, and they should be agile. So let's not try and follow a roadmap like this with iron discipline. Let's just take it step by step and achieve these wins. It's the, and even with an ERP system, because digitalization is everything. It's accounting, it can be all aspects of a business. You can spend millions on a SAP system and it doesn't work. And even at IBM, they have people that work around it all the time because they don't want to call the original guys back in to redesign it when things don't work. Now, I want to just talk about our program in Jordan. I'm the team leader of a 20 million euro project in Jordan called Innovate Jordan, and we have three basic elements to it. We have an SME growth factory called Surge. We have an Industry 4 Center of Excellence called INJO 4, and we have an innovation hub called Orange Innovation Space. So just to give you a little idea of them, the growth factory is run by Endeavour with Beyond Capital and Oasis 500. So it's a growth accelerator with venture capital built into it. They concentrate on 15 high growth companies at a time. We're talking very high growth companies. So instead of the previous old-fashioned way of having incubators and incubating as many companies as we can, we're focused on just a few, and these few are going to the moon. So we have drones companies, they're all technology based. One of them was recently sold for 250 million. Now, Jordan is Jordan is like Kosovo, it's a small country, or like my country, Scotland. We're small, but to have a result like that is huge. So these high growth companies all have international potential. They all have potential to expand beyond the boundaries of Jordan. And Jordan is similar to Kosovo in that it has a highly educated population who all speak English and Arabic, the same as you have a highly educated population who not only speak Albanian, but my experience of Kosovars is that you're like parrots. You can learn a language just from watching the television. It's astonishing. And I had an assistant at the Ministry of Trade and Industry who, no matter who came in, she would greet them in their own language, just from Netflix. So it is a trait that Kosovars have. And when you hear the other people talking about IT skills can be exported, well, of course they can. So this is a Jordan strategy, and these high-tech companies all have international potential. Orange Innovation Hub is, you have IPCO, we have Orange. And when your minister said the future is bright, well, it's just fitting that happens to be Orange's slogan. Orange are so big that for the EU to give them a grant is almost like a joke, because they have 200 million profit every year in a small country. They should be giving the EU a grant if it makes sense. But they have a network of innovation spaces throughout the country. They have a coding academy, which I heard Meti talk about the number of people trained. I think that Orange's coding academy has 200 graduates every 3 months. They have giant extravaganza ceremonies. It's completely nationwide. This is their new innovation hub. So this is their digital center, which is similar to what I saw from Slovenia. I'll click through these very quickly. They run the coding academy. They will run events like this. So you're ahead of this because you've got this place here. But this is a new one. These are their new network being established at the moment as part of our program. 5 knowledge stations, 5 women's digital centers, 4 youth centers. They have a full educational cycle of different projects. They have a training. The training academy has, I don't know, well, 22 different projects in its syllabus. So they teach these all over the country. They have big incubator and accelerator. Coding Academy, I think we have statistics, but you can see some of the things that they're teaching. Digital centers, Fab Lab for 1,000 entrepreneurs, Coding Academy, 10,000 women and youth to be trained over the period of our project. 108 beneficiaries from the startup incubator, 5 to 10 financed seed capital startups, and a new innovation hub. Our Centre of Excellence is like a baby for me. This is Innovate Jordan's Industry 4 Centre of Excellence. And sorry, slides out of order, give me a moment. Yeah, go back to Orange, Mobile Fab Lab. This is fabrication laboratory that can be taken anywhere, and people from all over the country can go in and play with the toys, the 3D printers, CNC, whatever. The new Industry 4 Centre of Excellence is based within the building of the Chamber of Industry. So it has, well, it has a lot of space. Inside it has a small factory, completely portable, where you can move the robotic arms about and you can tailor it to the needs of a client. So if somebody comes in with an application, you can model it within their factory and demonstrate it. Conveyor belts, robotic arms, whatever is needed. It has a media center. It has outside, it has an agricultural area where they can demonstrate the farming. This is in the center of Amman. And they have a smart car park. They give grants for projects for automation and for smart products. So what do we mean by smart product? Every house in Amman has a water tank in its roof. I guess most attics in Kosovo have a water tank. But with a smart water tank, if we can encourage the manufacturers to put some digital device within the water tank, you can check its whether it's full from your mobile phone. So the encouragement of manufacturers of all products in Jordan will be supported by encouraging them and giving them a grant to turn these products into smart products. Okay, this is a mock-up of the mini factory. Media Center. Now, the Industry 4 Center embraces lean startup philosophy. So what do we mean by this? In a digital environment, if we talk about digital disruption, we are basically talking about using technology to connect networks together. So, as an example, Uber is the biggest taxi company in the world, but it doesn't own a taxi. It connects passengers to drivers. That's all it does. It doesn't own any product. If you wanted to start a university, you would say, what do we need? A building, professors, canteens, all sorts of stuff. But virtual universities are springing up because all they do is they connect a network of students to a network of lecturers. So for Industry 4, an Industry 4 Centre, we have lots of experts in Industry 4. We have a network of them, and we have universities that teach the skills, and we have customers on the other side. And if you say that digital transformation is something that is difficult to do and people need to be helped, well, when you try to convince your company to do it, you have the skeptics, the people that are difficult to convince, and you need to drag them through a funnel of stages. Awareness, consideration, preferences, action, and loyalty. And that network then brings the other people into the, it helps to persuade them. So we would say that in a digital transformation environment, in a new digital world, to be disruptive, you basically have to turn yourself into a media company. You have to embrace the entire social media ethos. You have to have databases, and you have to link to your entire network of customers so that when you have a success story from one, you promote it back to the rest until you gradually drag them through that funnel of awareness. Because skeptics, the main market is the skeptics. There's a chasm between the technology enthusiasts and the visionaries. So when you start a business, your friends will all come on, they'll all buy your product, but you want the mainstream market, and the mainstream market is the hard one to get. So you need to capture the pragmatists and the conservatives and the skeptics. So you need this network philosophy. You need to turn yourself into basically a data company and a communications company. And nowadays, in a digital environment, we don't care too much about asset value. We care about intangible assets, such as your database and your connectivity. So when you see the fantastic companies that are going to the moon, like Tesla, Amazon. Well, Amazon recently bought the New York Times. So if you buy a newspaper, you might think, oh, what do I need? A building? Lots of reporters? All that sort of stuff. Actually, you don't. You need a network of reporters. You need to collect your information from news agencies, and you need to be able to put it out, not in newspaper format, but in digital format nowadays. So basically, the lean business is a machine, a digital machine for connecting customers to suppliers. So 5 network strategies. Access, be faster, easier, more in demand. Engage, be a source of valuable content. Customize, be adaptable to different client needs. Connect, be a valuable source of online and social conversations. And invite clients to help to build your business. That is how you disrupt, and you can start up with very little money and compete against these Goliaths. I'm done.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Michael Mann. Fabulous. Thank you so much. It's really intriguing to see, well, I'll take that from you, really intriguing to hear many of the similarities really between Jordan, its young people, the situation over there, and with Kosovo as well. So much young talent over there and over here as well, but just saying that isn't enough. It has to be used and has to be put to the right direction, and getting as much as you can out of it as well. Why we set the stage now for our next panel discussion session. Just a few things again to remind you of. Again, as you probably more than likely aware, this is a technology festival, and as I said at the beginning, festivals, many things are happening spontaneously at different times of the day as well. So remember, outside, maybe you've seen, as well as I have as well, a little bit earlier on, I popped over to the Innovation Fair, where we've got lots of different startups, each with their own big idea. They're there for a reason. They're there for one sole reason, and that sole reason is conversations. They're looking for conversations. They're looking to talk to people who are curious, who are intrigued by what they're doing, who want to know a little bit more about the young people and what they're doing here in Kosovo and also the region as well. So if you haven't already done so, pop over there, grab a coffee, maybe even buy them a coffee as well, because they're in that tent and I'm sure they'd be happy to have a coffee with you and a chat as well. So the Innovation Fair as well. Remember the Future Developers idea as well, where young people from the ages, I believe, of 6 to 16, fabulous. They're putting together their ideas, and I believe tomorrow at some stage, not sure exactly when, we'll have to check on the agenda, but tomorrow at some stage here on the stage, they'll be presenting some of their big ideas. Again, I'd love to see that. I've got two daughters, 14 and I'm trying to think how old my second daughter is, 15. 14 and 15. And, you know, I know the kind of things that they come up with, but actually putting that forward as an idea that potentially could actually be taken forward into something else, into reality, is quite intriguing indeed. So again, I'm intrigued as much as you are really to see what they really come up with tomorrow. Right, we move on. The digital ecosystem development, the venue we're in at the moment. So I've learned many things along the day already. I'm sure after these 2 days together with you, I'll go back home with so many different things I've learned from being here, from the different perspectives and the ideas. But one of the main things I learned this morning, and I didn't even know. So the building, the area we're in at the moment, used to be a NATO military base for the Germans, I believe, and it got transformed into what it is today. And clearly it's developing. It's in its growth stage, it's developing, but it takes time, a process, ideas, and again, conversations to take it into the right area as well. Prison, it's not Pristina, it's a lot smaller, it's different, but there are lots of benefits for having an IT community here and growing that in the right direction as well. This next session is really not just about that, but how to really develop this ecosystem in the right manner and in the right direction as well. So I'm not going to say too much more other than introduce the man who's going to shape this discussion, this healthy discussion in the right way. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Simon Flut. Simon.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, you can. Good afternoon, COS ICT. Woo, sounds good. Let me welcome you to our panel discussion on Better Together, Digital Ecosystem Development. I am Simon, working in international cooperation for the GIZ here in the ITP. This is like the main topic we are interested in. The ITP, with its slogan, Design, Create, Innovate, is really looking into this ecosystem development topic, especially from a personal perspective. And I'm coming here with a separate project, which is even more related to COS ICT. And I think there's no better place to talk about digital ecosystem development than COS ICT, this lovely event we are having here. This project is about establishing the ITP as a digital transformation center. The idea behind that is getting the brightest people of the region here to jointly innovate, work on software development together, bring universities and students, connect them with businesses to help the businesses' problems, make businesses responsible for the IT skill development of students and the education side as well. So makes the connection here. We want to have startups, we can grow here and connect to clients, national clients, local clients, international clients as well. So this is the idea behind this Digital Transformation Center. Quite ambitious, but I would say this is a young country in any sense, in every sense. So perfect time to be ambitious, I would say. So I will take the role as a moderator because in the end, I've been living here for 2 months now, so there are people who can tell you much more about the actual existing ecosystems, the challenges and potentials it has in the digital world than I could. So I'm really happy to have great panelists with me coming from various perspectives or bringing various perspectives to these topics, partners, people who share the same interest in the topics. And I mainly hope we'll get this conversation started, get some inspiration for people, which we can follow up in the next month. Who is on the stage with me? Let me quickly set the scene and already welcome all the panelists to just step on the stage and join me. So we'll have the education and science perspective here from Loom from Digital School, representing this crucial point of education. We'll have Driton just here coming to the stage. I asked you to join because I thought you would very much represent the private sector side. I heard you couldn't represent pretty much any perspective, but I'm really happy to have you here in this discussion as well. We have this support system side, so to help people grow here from Ines from Makerspace, trying to help ideas thrive and turn into reality. And then we have sort of the upper echelon perspective from the Prime Minister's office side, Luzon here to join me as well. Luzon, may I start with you to quickly introduce yourself and say, why are you here? Why is the Prime Minister's office motivated to talk about this topic, and how do you see the relation there?
So my name is and I'm the advisor to the Prime Minister on information technology. Hello? Is it better now? Is it better?
All right.
Much better. Okay, so once again, I'm Ludzan Yagdziu. I'm the advisor to the Prime Minister on Information Technology, and my role in the government is to serve as a coordinator for the digital transformation process. I mean, it's really a pleasure to be part of this panel in ITP to talk about ITP itself, I would say. And as you heard in the morning from the Prime Minister, digitalization is really one of the priorities of our government. And of course, when we talk about digitalization, our initial focus is on digital transformation inside the government, because I think there we have a lot to do. I would say we are very much behind in the areas of e-government and electronic services, and we really see a priority to work on, I would say, establishing sound fundamentals and principles of our new e-government system. Of course, the aim is to increase transparency and accountability, and at the end of the day, to improve the services for our citizens and businesses. The idea is to expand, I would say, this digitalization process to all the sectors of the government, starting from education, which is very important, health, justice system, and then also other sectors within the government. But you know, it's a well-known fact that digital transformation really leads to increased productivity in the economy. But in order to, I would say, have that maximized, then that digitalization has to really happen. That transformation has to happen both in the government itself, but also in the economy. So in that regards, our interest goes beyond, I would say, the court of the government itself. Furthermore, I mean, we all want to say that ICT is one of the sectors with high potential to contribute to our economy. And I will not say words about the percentage because I already heard the number of what's the contribution of ICT into the economy of Kosovo, and I have another number. So in order to avoid confusion, I will not mention numbers, but I think we can all agree that there is a potential to make this contribution bigger, so that the ICT really contributes more significantly to the economy of our country. And when we talk about that, I think there are a couple of key areas of intervention, and I will try to focus on the areas what government can do. And again, I don't want to repeat too many things because we had also the minister talking a while ago about what the government is doing, but infrastructure is of course important. The good thing is that we have good high internet penetration, but again, that does not, should not keep us satisfied because there are areas where additional intervention is needed. Currently, there is a project running on the connectivity of schools, a feasibility study, which at the end will show all the gaps we have in terms of internet connectivity to schools, but also the, I would say, the infrastructure, digital infrastructure inside the schools. I think that will be one area where we will need to invest in the years to come. Another aspect, again, which was, I guess, repeated several times during the day today, is the digital skills. We all know we have a shortage of, I would say, skilled IT professionals. There is much more demand than there is a supply of ICT professionals. And of course, we need to do something about it. Of course, it's something we have to do jointly with the private sector. The private sector is already engaged in training programs, but also the government is doing. We mentioned earlier, I mean, the minister mentioned, there are about 3,500 young people being trained in various areas of ICT. The economic recovery package also has this focus on youth employment, investing on training of young people in ICT, and also their employment, so subsidizing salaries in this sector so that we increase, I mean, at one hand we increase the employment, but on the other hand also we address this shortage of IT skills. I would say in a more medium term this has to do with a reform of our higher education system. So we have to see what we have to change in our university curricula, what we have to do with our professional education, introducing dual education. So there are things which we have to do, I would say, more thoroughly and in a medium term to really address this issue of shortage of skills. And I think another measure, which I would not say is a long-term, I think it's a short-term measure, but the results of it will show in the long run, has to do with the digitalization of our whole education system. So starting from the primary schools, secondary school, up to higher education, we need to work on reforming it, and the basis of that reform should be on digitalization. Again, not for the digitalization of, because of digitalization itself, but digitalization as a mean to improve the quality of our education system. This is, I would say, another area. Another important area, I would say, is the infrastructure for innovation, research, entrepreneurship. This is also an area where we as a country have a gap. I mean, we have this problem that universities, as I mentioned earlier, do not produce this skilled professionals that the industry needs. There is always a complaint that the curricula does not reflect the needs of the industry. On the other hand, that also then goes to the research area. I mean, normally the businesses, the industry should look at the education system for research and engage the education system in research in various areas, and vice versa. The ideas which are developed during the education process should end up in innovation and startups on the other hand. But this, I would say, communication is not functioning in our country. So this is another area which I think we together need to work on. And now, if we summarize all these, I think we need an ecosystem. We need a place where we can, put together these pieces of puzzle, the education, the entrepreneurship and business, innovation and research, so that they can work together. And we think that ITP is actually one of those platforms. So that's a key platform for us, where currently the government of Kosovo is investing together with the German government to create that platform. Now, again, there are, investments are being made in the infrastructure part, which is one element. But on the other hand, I think it is important, the content or the meat inside, I would say, the park. And the government is already doing something about that as well. We have a Digital Excellence Center, which is taking its shape. Today we had a new visit there, and we see that, most of the things have been completed. So we have there a couple of projects. The Kosovo Research and Education Network, its core is within the Digital Excellence Center. It will provide resources for private and public universities, I would say IT resources, but also access to networks. So Kosovo has become part of GEANT as connectivity with GEANT. And together with the membership in Horizon 2020, which will happen by the end of this year, there will be an opportunity, I would say, for international cooperation in the research area. So that's, I would say, one important cell. We have there also this 3D printing and scanning lab, which again is a contribution because it can serve as a foundation for cross-sectoral cooperation. So let's say health sector can cooperate with the IT sector and create prototypes, but not only health, it can be any manufacturing sector which can utilize the facilities there for prototyping and for research. 5G is a big thing, we all know, and the idea is to use ITP, to use the Digital Excellence Center to pilot 5G in Kosovo. So these are some of the things which the government is doing, and we've talked with Simon. There is a plan from the GIZ to establish the Digital Transformation Center, which again feeds into all of the components which we mentioned, both education, startups, entrepreneurship, but also one very important area which has to do with digital transformation of businesses outside of the ICT sector. Because as it was mentioned earlier today, we sometimes pay a lot of attention on digital transformation of the sector itself, but in order to really get this maximum productivity, I would say, gains, we need to really think about the digital transformation of other sectors as well. And we've seen globally how important is that. I mean, businesses today are completely changing their business strategies based on the changes in technology. And that's what the digital transformation is about. And again, there are a lot of opportunities. I think we are seeing some cells being built. It will require a lot of more effort from the government, from the private sector, because the government does not have intention and it cannot, build the ITP together with, I would say, with German government and GIZ itself. It will work only if together. I think the title is great. It's better together, or the only way is together. I would say in case of ITP. So let's say that we are committed from the government side. We really want to work together, both with the German government, with GIZ, but very importantly with the private sector, to make this story a success story. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for, I guess, for yes, please. I guess you beautifully set the scene and touched like all the varieties of topic you could possibly have in this conversation, from IT infrastructure over the education, digitalization of education system, but also the basic education of IT skills to private sector involvement, and so basically all you can think of, and even the digitalization of the private sector. So hearing all that, by the way, the infrastructure, Kosovo Research and Education Network, data centers, the 3D printers we talked about, is like 100 meters from here in this big red building. All this was talked about. So it's, if you have any chance to check it out at some point, it's quite impressive actually. Jumping now from this wide range of topics, looking especially in the one you mentioned, private sector relation to the education side, how you can bring that together. How is that a more, like in a private sector, you're always concerned there's a competition, which may speak against this better together vision, because competition is against one another. Looking into private sector's side, Riton, maybe introduce yourself a little bit, what you are doing besides your involvement in Cactus, but also in your involvement in Cactus. I think Cactus decided to invest in skill development as well, but mainly by themselves. Maybe talk about this decision and what could also be beneficial to establish cooperations beyond your own company, but with existing universities, existing IT skills development systems.
Thank you very much.
Again, so.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much, Simon, for the invitation to be part of this panel. I think I would start with saying that we've never been better. From some sort of a positive note, going back through the years of development of the ICT sector, wearing lots of hats during that part of the history, I think that this country, the opportunities that youth have, businesses have, has never been better than today. And I can say that clearly and openly and sincerely, going back to the first company established in 1992, when there were only 2 ICT, actually not even service providers, but box moving companies in this country. And going back to 94, when we had the first internet connection, which was actually a dial-up connection to something that was text-based, and trying to find within the text the meaning of the future of that internet. So not to go back to that history, again, I'm saying that we've never been better. Is it enough? We are far from enough, far from excellence, far from where we should be. And this is where I see an opportunity for all of us, the government, academia, private businesses, service providers, to improve their offering and try, as you said, to collaborate and work together. Now, when someone says ecosystem, I understand an ecosystem as part of many different, let's say, connections and chains that are interconnected and work with each other, collaborate with each other, serve one another, and sort of build and develop that ecosystem. We have some sort of a miscommunication, unfortunately, currently in place, most probably because we are small, partially, as geography, most probably because we are facing some issues with building the nation, building the state, and some of the issues are within ourselves, within the system, some of them are external. But I think we also miss some sort of cohesion, which is very important. And I will mention a couple of issues that make this happen. In the reasons that you mentioned why we've built an education arm to existing business. Cactus was established in 2003. All of us who were part of Cactus came from different industries, ISPs, box moving, education, etc. We actually created a service company, a service provider, which was supposed to cater the needs of the private industry and government, which was in its building phase. But what we lacked mostly was that part of the ecosystem, so the clientele. We had to work on educating clientele, first of all, to understand what we are offering in order to sell the service and the product. We lacked finance, access to finance, as a startup, as an ICT company, as a company that had no collateral whatsoever, no kind of ownership on the goods or products and services that could leverage and in discussion with the banks or whatever financial instruments which were not existing and still do not exist in this country. We lack the inducive government support that would bring our innovation to life and make us better, faster, bigger, working with local market but also expanding to external. And then we lacked human skills, human capacity. Trying to find that capacity within the existing system made us aware that it's not existing. There were universities. At that point of time, not many private colleges were there. We had the public university with a couple of faculties that produced a number of students. But unfortunately, the know-how of that output was qualitative only when particular individuals invested in themselves in order to upgrade their skills. So what we had to do was to take that basement fundamental knowledge and upgrade it to something else. And that costs money, time. You have to engage professionals working with students or graduates even. And that is how the story of Cactus Education started. We mainly worked with big vendors, industry recognized professional trainings and certifications, and that ended in 2014 with an idea of creating a 2-year professional education facility, vocational, starting with 2 majors, one in system engineering, as we call it, and network administrators and system engineers, and one in web and mobile developers, and trying to mix somehow the dual system of engaging students into education and into practical skills from the very beginning. Now, I'm very glad that Prime Minister's advisor is today here, and he's laying out a number of different initiatives that are extremely important for the build-up of that ecosystem. What needs to happen is that we need some sort of a coherent action between different players. As I said, many of the constraints that we had 15 years, almost 20 years ago, are still there. So we lack access to finance for our existing companies, for our startup students, companies that are maybe not anymore in the incubation phase, in the seed financing phase. We lack the legal framework even for that. So you cannot do it even, you can do it legally, but there is no legal framework for venture capital, for alternative financing mechanism. We need to upgrade a lot what we have in the current education system. Some of it can be done by the government, some of it can be done by the private sector itself with the interventions that we are having, but also again coherently work together in providing the right education for the right technologies and for the right future of what is happening. What we need as well is what we are seeing here in ITP Park, and hopefully we will see in the near future in other places across Kosovo. And these are labs. Labs where young people, students, established companies can come, try, fail, have success, educate themselves, work with the others, collaborate, build up solutions, and work together. As I said, we are a small country, and our companies are small. So going to a company like Allianz in Germany and offering them software testing services, which I did some 5 years ago, ended up with the question, well, with an answer, sorry. We have 40,000 testers in India, so what can you offer? We cannot offer 40,000 testers, engineers, nor something else in that sense. So what we need to focus and concentrate is not selling skills and not selling human flesh and body, but developing products and solutions that can become big and then penetrate the markets like Germany and the rest. We can do that. We are doing it. There are companies in this small country that have made it, that are growing big. They have created products and solutions. This is where we have to invest our resources, focus our education, get the money and use that money to push further, and government open the door and let them flourish.
Great, thank you. Yes, again, please. I like it, it's a little more lively than before. Great, thank you. May you allow me a follow-up question before we jump to Ines and Loom? Just quickly, so, I mean, it's really, innovate really great. You saw there's a lack of capabilities of a specific sort, in this case, system engineers, for example, and you said, okay, we'll develop them ourselves because we see the need. So we jump in and take responsibility. So what we talked about, business, private sector side takes responsibility for the IT skills development. Would you see, or how could you define options in an optimal world, in an optimal setting, how you would work together with, let's say, formal education to go in such a direction to have system engineering as a permanent subject on a university? I mean, I'm quite sure there will always be this need for add-on trainings coming from small NGOs or companies, because it's so dynamic, then formal education cannot always immediately follow. But for many cases, I understand there's also a lack on things which could be there and could be established over a longer time and integrated in regular curricula. Do you see a potential relation how you could closer work together with also universities and school in this sense?
Well, I can give you a couple of challenges that we are seeing in the system already now, which, if improved, would make lives better in terms of how this ecosystem of education now would be developed. So if we look to what the others do, especially the leaders in vocational education training, so Israel, Australia, Switzerland, Germany, some of the players, what they do is that, first of all, there is no stigma behind the vocational education. So it is, on the contrary, it is preferred, it is pushed, it is sort of promoted within the community and within the businesses, because these are the guys who do the work, actually. That is the first thing. The second thing is, whoever finishes, completes his education and vocational education can transfer automatically its credits to higher education. And there are two streams in higher education, actually. You have professional education, vocational, that can be level 6, level 7 even, in that sense. But you can also transfer and switch to the regular academic pathway, which is bachelor, master's, and PhD. This is unfortunately not happening in this country at this moment. There are some initiatives, and hopefully by next year, maybe we will see some sort of a regulation in that field set by the government as well. But we don't see that, first of all. And government itself also needs to acknowledge and to recognize in its own job requirements and postings that professionals from vocational education can apply for a government-paid job and work in government service. The second thing is, we've tried this with a number of donors. Actually, Swiss Development Corporation tried with establishing industrial boards within academia, which means that the industrial boards were supposed to give guidance on where the future lies. What should be and should we work on? What are the future industries, future jobs, future workers that we need to build in this country in order to become and remain competitive in the years to come? And I believe that the issue came up because of some sort of a political and centralized system of decision-making in the past that didn't make that happen. Those silos within the education system need to be broken. They need to be broken in order for new people to come in. And by the way, it is very interesting. We have so many people, so many lecturers out of Kosovo, from Kosovo, who lecture in foreign institutions. Our diaspora, who does not see our country and our institution as a cash cow, you know, but rather they want to invest their time and space and money even, and come bring that know-how and transfer technology and knowledge to this country. That has not happened so far. And the third thing is, again, maybe government intervention with the help of donors and institutional support of international organizations. We need to identify a couple of keywords. Is it cybersecurity? Is it data analytics? Is it AI, etc., etc.? We have to build up know-how in those fields. So create some maybe master's programs or PhD programs, invest in people in order to make those resources be here and educate the others and create that capacity. One other way of doing it, and that was an initial idea with ITP Park 5 years ago, was to bring a center of gravity here. And the center of gravity could be a company from anywhere in Germany. At that point of time, I know that the discussions were about bringing Siemens or BASF or Krupp or Porsche Group or whoever here, and then build up some sort of a center of gravity and education, R&D, technical support, maintenance, vocational education, university, etc., on top of that. And this is how things work abroad. This is how things work in Germany. In 2000, I was in Karlskrona in Sweden, in Ericsson innovation, whatever facility. This is how they built the whole ecosystem. So you have a company, a corporate setting, which is there, and then you bring students, you bring finance, venture capital, you bring companies, and you build solutions and products for that company. And you build a call center and a managed services center and a mobile 2000, mobile apps developers. So it's kind of a, again, I say gravity center, you know, for a certain big player that can cater all of us, this small country here.
All right. Looking from the educational perspective, where would you, see your briefly talk about what you're doing with digital school. It's not part of the formal education with university and regular primary and secondary schools. Would you see yourself as a competitor to that, or would you see basis for collaboration, complementarity in this sense? And how would you see your connection to the private sector side, or an ideal connection to the private sector side?
First of all, thank you for covering all of these things that we just heard about. I mean, everything that we heard until now was something that's really important for all of us to know. Before answering the question, I would like to talk a little bit about digital school and what we do. So basically, digital school is a school that teaches kids of ages 8 to 18 years old computer programming skills. And what we do is we develop all the time updating curricular programs in order to adapt everything that the fast-growing technological developments, something that we need always to stay in. We always need to be updated and not to simply use a curriculum that have been developed, let's say, a couple of years ago. And apart from that, the whole program that we are developing, so basically the curriculum, the methodologies, the learning management systems, the customer relation management systems are being exported to other partnering companies that we are working with in not only in Kosovo but also in other countries in the world right now. So basically this is a Kosovo-founded company which is focused in education, and this is a really great example about what you just mentioned earlier, Driton, about the potential that we have on creating something here and using the international market, about exporting it, and in this way to develop economically but also academically later on. So as digital school right now we are operating in more than 50 locations around the world, namely in countries. First it started in Kosovo, then it continued in Balkans, in North Macedonia, then afterwards we continued in Slovenia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. And during the last 2 years we were collaborating with another company which is called Berlitz School of Languages, which has more than 500 locations around the world, which is almost 200 years old company. And together with them we are offering all our program that is being developed here in Kosovo in order to teach kids programming around the world. And right now we are operating in Germany in more than 20 different locations, in Morocco, in Hong Kong, in United States, and in Mexico as well. And soon we are working into creating these programs in order to use them and expand to every location where our partner Berlitz is operating. So to talk about all of these things, we really need to see a lot of resources that we have, but at the same time as well not only the resources but also the opportunities and also the risks that we might have as a country. So we talked earlier about the human resources. This is, we all know, and every country in the world right now knows, that technology and the ICT is a very important sector that we need to work on. We need to improve and add it on the formal education. And but what is the problem? What is the main issue? Because this hasn't started yet, not even in Germany, not even in the United States. It started it, but it got stuck. They didn't manage to continue with it. I mean, they are like some of the strongest countries in Europe financially and basically economically. And what is the issue that they have? So the main issue that they have is, and that we have as well, is the human resource. So the human capacities that were mentioned also earlier by Driton are the main issues that we need to be focused on, and we need to use in this time. We as Kosovo, we know that we have like the best resource that we have as a country is the human resource, right? We have more than 50% of the whole population younger than 30 years old.
which is something that is completely different from most of the countries around Europe. Like, it's completely the opposite. And we definitely need to use this chance because this is not going to last forever. And we know, and we have seen also statistically that countries also in the Balkans, like Kosovo, Albania, or any other country around Kosovo, is getting older. We know that families right now are mainly 3 or 4, maximum they have like 2 or 3 kids, which means that in a near future we will not be having the same young population. So if we don't catch the train right now, and we do have the time, and there is a train passing by, and we need to really catch the train to add the formal education in every school that we have right now. We at Digital School, we are a private institution, and we offer education to students who come and of course pay, and we do offer time programs for students, let's say some sort of scholarships, but this is not enough to allow every kid in Kosovo to learn computer programming. And so we mentioned earlier the infrastructure, and the infrastructure is really something that we need, but it's not something, for example, when we talk about labs, computers and all of that, computer programming and computer logic can be taught also without having a computer. So it can be taught by simply learning algorithmic thinking. It can be taught by simply letting the students know how to think in a way. And so afterwards, of course, they will need to execute those examples and those lessons that they have been taught about whether how an algorithm works or whatever it may be. They need to execute them in a lab, in a computer, but it can be done also without having a huge investments in digital labs. It could work, for example, if in a school there is one lab, it doesn't have to be like every class to have a computer, which in this way it decreases the financial investment that we can or we need to invest in this case to implement this plan. And afterwards, when we talked, we were very honored during the previous week to be visited by the Minister of Economy, Minister Rizvanoli, where we discussed in detail a lot of things, and this is also a plan that we discussed together and which was highly supported during our brainstorming conversation also by the government, which basically the plan is to simply, since the human resource is something that we lack, we can easily implement this by using the students as teachers. So we know that right now, one of the main issues that we have here in Kosovo is, of course, unemployment, right? And by doing this, by going up front as a government and telling to the youngsters that if you study in the ICT field and if you manage, like after the first year, to simply let's say it could be like something like students who have a grade point average like higher than 8.0, they can follow a training program that in this way, with this training program, they can, which could be a pedagogical program, they can be preparing themselves to teach students in primary schools, for example. And this could help. In the same way, this could incentivize youngsters to study these fields because they know that after only 1 year of studies, they can be able to find jobs. And they can be able to, with these jobs, to also finance their studies. But of course, there's another risk that happens here, that after these students start, for example, to teach younger students, let's say primary school students, they can be teaching them for like 3 or 4 years until they finish their studies. Because the risk, what happens here, that most of the people who study computer sciences or any other ICT field department that they decide to study, as soon as they finish their studies, they can easily find better paid jobs, and they leave the educational sector. They go and work as developers. And then again, the schools come to the problem of not having enough teachers. So what we can do in this case, as soon as they finish their studies, we can get the first year students again, and they can continue teaching. And this could be a cycle that can continue all over again and again, and that could highly help the whole society. And it does require investment. For example, one of the main investment, of course, it would be that we would need to pay all of these instructors, which basically would be students. But at the same time, this is an investment. This is a capital that is being added in Kosovo, and all the money that is being spent there is going to be spent in Kosovo. It's not that we are just expanding it and then we're not going to have anything in return. So that's something that could be, it is possible, and I repeat it again, we really need to catch the train right now and to allow every little kid to understand how computers work, because they are exposed to it all the time, every day, and very few of them know how it actually works. And of course, the reforms in education system does not include only the tech part of the education. It does include also all the other things. For example, let's say...
Blum, I have to cut you a little bit short. We are getting short in time.
Yeah, sure. So I just wanted to say, for example, due to the technological development, we know that we do need also a lot of things to add in the curriculum when it comes to critical thinking, where we are exposed to a lot of fake news, and students right now, they don't even learn at schools how to protect themselves in that direction. So when it comes to your question regarding the collaboration with the private sector, this is something that we are all the time working on, and this is a vision that we have as a school, where right now our sister company, or like one of our main partners, is Star Labs, where all our students who basically finish the studies, they go to Star Labs, they become part of an internship, and then afterwards they start their employment. And we have students who already started to work as computer developers by the age of 16. And it's not only one, we have also a lot of others who finished this internship, and this is basically our vision. We don't want just to teach them and then just leave them do whatever they do in the market. We want to create this connection, and right now we have this collaboration with Star Labs, but we are open to collaborate with any other company. And same as we have discussed, Simon, also during our previous meetings regarding of using this ecosystem that we can create together and use the ITP Park as a potential to bring all the companies together and together to use all our educational forms and methodologies and implement them together with the private sector. And that's something that's very doable, and we as a company, we are very open to it. So honestly, education, as we mentioned earlier, is the most powerful weapon to change the world. And in this case, we cannot change the world without acting locally. So we need to act locally to change the things in Kosovo, and at the same time have the impact globally as well. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Enis, catching the train, we just heard you're trying to support people catching the train. We heard about entrepreneurship from both Streeton and Lulson, some challenges from the one side, some commitment from the government to look in this field. What are you already doing? You're one of the first movers here in the park with Makerspace. What is Makerspace about, and what is your thoughts on the topics we heard in this relation?
Yeah, thanks. To keep it short and coherent with what other speakers said here, is that at Makerspace we basically act in prison for like almost 4 years now, and our activity is almost all moved into ITP. Okay, we are basically focused in three components: the education side, or the bridging of the companies with the university graduates and students. So basically, we catch up what Škola Digitale and other private sector schools are doing by training people and pupils and students from 8 to 18. We catch up with them 18 and on, so we prepare them to catch and to be part of the market, rather by being employed somewhere or generating their own businesses. On the other side, another component of us is the entrepreneurship component, or what we call the startup incubation program, but we will be launching soon here. The program will be run, or let's say co-run, by ITP and the Digital Transformation Center itself. So basically we keep connecting different parties, the university community, the companies around, and also other actors, in this case the ITP itself, in order to generate more workplaces and more businesses in ITP. We gravitate and work in prison. What is in our perspective of work actually is to bridge and communicate and to gravitate new investments inside ITP. We designate and always update the programs of the trainings with the labor market needs, as well as offer few more resources, open programs and activities in our co-working space and in prison in general. Talking about what the previous speaker said, especially Driton, as an expert of this field, I'd like to say that the contribution-wise, the demand is high for having ideas, financial improvements, and also complying some of or updating some of the law statements, especially about investments and so on. But just in case, we try to keep ourselves flexible so that we don't stop working, but we always agree that generating valuable products and exporting them is the key to have a success in Kosovo and in the Kosovo market. For sure, diversification of the market is something that we also work in. We don't want to keep the focus on helping a single company grow. For sure, in Kosovo, we cannot have a big company of, let's say, 1,000 employees because it gravitates and takes all the human resources that are ready to work. But instead of that, we can have small companies with great ideas, great products, and we can help them grow and also be placed into the European market and more, furthermore. So basically, our focus in ITP will be helping the community of Prizren and the local area to digitize and to move on, including the businesses around, because everything what's done right now by us is to comply with the business needs and also to comply with the students' needs and graduates' needs in terms of employing them and moving them as a valuable part of the market itself. I just wanted to keep it short. There's a lot of things to say, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much also for keeping it short. I would love, yes, please, some love for the startups. I would actually like to continue with this conversation for 1 or 2 more hours, but I think we will be kicked off the stage soon. Let me quickly grab 1 or 2 ideas from the panelists. I heard an industrial board, it never happened to establish that. If you look into the idea of having an industrial board for the IT skill development, would you be interested in being part of that and like contributing your time in such a board?
Absolutely. I think the sector itself is very much interested in not only giving the feedback, but working together with the providers. The issues that we have currently, as I said, are related to designing the right programs for the right skills. And also, there is no unemployed IT person in this country, I must say. I don't know if there is such a thing. The issue is how much of that IT skills that person has is actually workable properly and exportable, maybe even more importantly. So these are the things that we need to focus, and I don't think that there is anyone who is not willing to collaborate and work together with the industry and the sector in providing this.
And from you, both of you developing trainings as well, would you be interested to pick up ideas from such an industrial board from the private sector? So also like committing to, okay, if they have ideas, we try to, and we see what is integrated in the formal education and maybe pick up stuff from there?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe, as Riton mentioned, everyone is open to make this change and to basically work more together. We're all interested in participating in different initiatives, but I believe that we could really create a whole project together, and all the plans that I already mentioned earlier, they cannot be done alone. So we should definitely work all of us together in order to implement that.
Great.
Yeah. Thank you.
You want to add, or you're?
Yeah, basically, we are interested. We are also acting and executing, so thank you very much. We'll be here. By the way, I use this opportunity to say that we keep pushing and doing some activities by next week's in ITP, so please follow up ITP, and then let's be in touch for whatever comes next. Thank you very much.
Maybe giving the closing words to Luzon also, maybe in this, the two ideas I grabbed, industrial board for IT skills, you know, ideas coming, or the private sector being integrated in the curricula development and seeing what are the skills needed actually on the market, and the ideas of, you know, having digital skill development in school in the way Loom described. Is that something you could, I mean, not now we do it, but is that something you would say, yeah, let's look into this direction from a governmental side?
So basically, I fully agree. The industrial boards are one of the ways to really make this link, I would say, between academia and businesses. But again, I touched many of the points when I initially spoke. Because of the short time, I will go back to ITP part. I think it is important that we work together on promoting ITP, making it function. I think we have quite a huge area here. There is a potential to test a lot of ideas, and yeah, from our side, I mean, we are really trying, even I would say on a micro level. Sometimes whenever we get a company interested to invest in Kosovo, we always say, okay, ITP is one of the options, please have a look at that. So again, we should look at the big picture. I think there is a great opportunity to create that ecosystem here in ITP, and we are willing to work together on that.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Gentlemen, if you'd like to leave the stage. Okay, so intriguing conversation indeed. Lots of healthy discussion on really how this is actually going to move forward, and certainly the place where you're sitting in right now, how this plays its small part, you may say, or even bigger in terms of the community, and how we're going to take that forward right now. Okay, so next up on stage right now, our next session, all about a couple of words: free and open source software in business. That phrase there, again, I say that to you, and I'm sure you have your own ideas on exactly what that means to you and how it's relevant for you. The next gentleman here on stage, his perspective on what it means to him, and a little bit more on how it could actually affect us all. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage from Excite Business Consulting, Mr. Alex Braun.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for having me here. I'm really excited to be here at the 10th edition of the Kosovo ICT meeting. Actually, today's my first day in Kosovo. I arrived tonight, hit the hotel somehow, that worked. And I must say, it's really very well organized, and I think we can give the organization team who's working in the background a big hand, right? Thank you, guys. But something is not working here. The clap was too early. Give me a second, I'm back. A technical problem here. That was a bit of a hard start. Sorry for that. But as usually, presentation mode
It's
is not
because you
working.
said it's a great organisation. You said it too soon. That jinxed the situation, I think, maybe.
It can happen. It can happen. No problem. Yeah, so welcome. I would like to talk about open source in business and why a free ERP solution matters for Kosovo. First of all, maybe one or the other word about myself. Actually, I'm an engineer from education. I studied electrical engineering and worked in the field of higher voltage power transmission. Since after the university, I changed into consulting and I work with ERP systems, enterprise resource planning. These are the programs that help to manage your business since the early 90 years, mainly with the big providers like SAP, functionally in the area of supply chain management. That means manage your process from the customer demand through the production into the area of purchasing. And since my university days, actually, I'm an open source advocate by conviction. I think it's just a great model and it's the superior development model at all. So I'm lucky that over the last years, I could shift my focus a little bit more to work on the areas where I want to work and not necessarily on what I have to do. So I engaged a little bit more in the open source scene and got elected, for example, into the OpenSUSE board. I'm working with the Triton Foundation, the GNU Health team, and the Open Forum Europe experts panel. So first of all, let's take a little look at what freedom means. Freedom is definitely one of the most important values that we have in mankind. I mean, if we don't have freedom, then we are suffering from external control, basically. So in that context, the recent or the ancient philosophers had already an early look at it. So while Socrates says, well, the man must choose between the possibilities, always with the target to choose the best according to reason. It changed a little bit into the Middle Age. In the Middle Age was more the theological background of it. And they say, okay, yes, man can choose, but he needs a little kick from grace. And nowadays, in the latest, in our current times, it was more focused on the human itself, and the freedom grows basically with the increase of mental clarity. Actually, another philosopher, Aristoteles, I think he has a crisp and pregnant definition of freedom, because he said, freedom is the ability to choose between various options. And I think that makes it very, very good and very crisp, because it has two things. First of all, you have the ability to choose. And second of all, there are alternatives from which you can choose. And alternatives make you happy. Trust me, we'll come back on that. So what has freedom now to do with free software? Who of you owns a smartphone? Something like that here. Yeah, stupid question, of course, all of you. But for how many programs on the smartphone have you really paid? For zero? Okay, zero. Somebody giving me more? More than zero? Has anybody paid for any program, 2 programs? Was that a 5? At least you have paid for some, right? Okay. Yeah, that's the point. For most of these programs that we have on the smartphone, we have never paid, right? That means the programs that we have on there, we receive free of charge. We receive them gratis. But are they free software as in freedom? Probably not. Because if you don't pay with them directly, you're paying with your data. These programs are mostly closed source and they're taking their data, your data, to make money out of it. What does that mean? If we cannot look into it, we have to believe what the software manufacturers tell us. And they tell us something like, oh, your privacy and the protection of your data is important for us. Absolutely, that is, but not in the sense that you think it is, that they're taking care about your data. No, they take care of your data because they want to make money out of it. We treat your data in accordance with the GDPR. General Data Protection Regulation is a EU-wide law since, I think, about 3 years ago, and they brought us a lot of nice stuff. For example, these cookie consent banners and something like that everybody hates of us. But is this really the case? Unfortunately, in most cases, they are treating it not according to GDPR. And I've brought 2 examples for you. I've selected them from the medical area because the medical area contains the most sensitive data about ourselves. So the first example, the first bad example I have is the so-called Luca app. During the corona pandemic, there was the need to create a contact tracing. There was the official Corona warning app, which was a little bit overloaded with value propositions, which it couldn't fulfill in the beginning. And then suddenly, during a talk show, a singer came up and said, hey, we have the Luca app, and this is the holy grail. And everybody said, oh, great, Smudo is selling the Luca app, and this will solve all our problems. But unfortunately, it didn't. Because first of all, it was closed source, and that was released after some time. And then they started immediately finding out that there were problems. For example, open source, oh, not bright enough, open source violations, license violations. That is not a security problem as such, but it shows what mindset the developers had. Because in the open source world, it's very important that you give the kudos, the intellectual property, the right at the development to the person who did the work, actually. So it's an absolute no-go to use source code without mentioning proper the author and the license of it. But never to that, additionally to that, they have a central data storage. That was exactly the thing that the Corona warning app wanted to avoid, because the central data storage makes it possible for a privately owned company to take all your data and work with it. They found some additional security issues like code injections and something like that. That went so far that with a query via this program, you could take down the Ministry of Health. So in the consequence, the security expert says that this application has a lot of money, or a lot of money for a very, very low benefit. A lot of money brings us to the other thing. I mean, if you ever worked with the German public sector, you know that if you're in March, want to buy 10 pencils, you need at least 3 offers. But if you're then in December and have a device for €1 million, you just have to make sure that you can deliver in December and that the bill is getting in by then. So without any request for information or request for quotation, the public sector spent about €20 million on that. Another example is the so-called ADA app. ADA is an application that helps you to analyze your health issues. What's you shaking the head, not? Yeah, that's true, that's true. But on the other hand, it gives you a unique tracking ID. And it's not treating your data because, for example, before you can already deny or agree to the data management, it shares already data with Facebook. So before you can say, no, I don't want, it shares already data about you with your unique tracking ID with Facebook. Additionally, later on, when you've bought into it, it shares, for example, health insurance data with them. And you know how it is in the cloud world. If it's a US provider, US officials can access this due to the Cloud Act. But it goes a little bit on, because once your data is in the wild, it's available public, you cannot bring it back. So all these applications use so-called third-party tracker. And additionally, these third-party trackers are connecting with another layer of companies. So some scientists have analyzed 24 health apps, and they found out that around 200 fourth-tier companies having access to these data. Mostly the data is not fully anonymized, so with means of big data and combining various sources of data, you can track this down to a single individual. Even worse, if the data is in the hands of Google. Google wanted to have a project with the National Health Service in the UK that was stopped after the protest of the users. But now they are partnering with one of the largest health companies in the United States, and they're having access to about 20 million data sets without having the owners of the data ask for their permission of that. So, while we're already in the cloud, everybody you know, there is no cloud basically. That means it's other people's computers, not your own ones. Get Health, for example, is a service that describes themselves as the unified solution for accessing health and wellness data from hundreds of wearables. So that means they are collecting data from all various sources, like Fitbit, from Apple, Google Fit, and something like that. Just not a long time ago, in June 2021, a database with more than 60 million data records appeared in the internet, and it contains sensitive data like your name, date of birth, your sex, your GPS protocols, and something like that. So it has been tracked back that this data was coming from Get Health. As a consequence, you can say if your data is available in the cloud, you need to be aware that it is very likely that this data is being hacked sooner or later. So cloud services may be harmful to your privacy. So that was the smartphone world, that was the cloud world. How does it look on a desktop? If you buy a computer nowadays, you get mostly a system pre-installed. It's either Mac OS or it's Windows. And most hardware manufacturers even deny to sell you a hardware, a laptop, for example, without having a system pre-installed. So, the data protection officers of the German federal and state governments have analyzed Windows 10, and they see hardly any chance to run this in a legally compliant manner. What does that mean? So I don't know whether you're aware, but first of all, when you install this system, it asks you for an account with Microsoft. There is only some small tricks how you can avoid this, but in generally, the people are first of all forced to open an account with them. Second of all, they are transferring data to their servers without asking you for permission. You can choose between less data and more data, but you cannot opt out completely. And even if you find all the switches that are hidden somewhere in the system, there is still a reminder of encrypted data being transferred to their servers. So, now you need to know that Microsoft and Apple and all the big providers are working together with NSA, the National Conspiracy Organization of the US, and they're sharing, for example, day zero exploits with them. So that's the situation as we have it now. We have basically no privacy here. Office 365 and Teams shares even more data with servers, with external parties. What can we do? Actually, in order to have digital sovereignty, that means take back control, we need to have the full control over a software stack, and ideally over a hardware stack as well. What does hardware mean in that context? For example, look at the discussion around the 5G network, whether we should involve Huawei, the Chinese manufacturer of telecommunications, in there as well, because the Chinese government may have a hand on that and they may have any backdoors. But nobody's asking about backdoors, for example, in Cisco routers. Cisco is one of the largest equipment manufacturer for networks, and I guess more than half of the internet is running on Cisco routers and switches. Other companies, for example, the Swiss Crypto AG, sharing company, sold encryption devices for more than 20 years, and they had a backdoor in it. So the German BND, the espionage organization of Germany, could read them while they were sold to foreign governments, for example. That was a scandal that was coming up in the last year. Another example for hardware is if you have an Intel machine, an Intel processor, you have a so-called management engine on the motherboard. This is a complete separate piece of software with its own operating system on it, and it takes control over the computer before the original operating system is started. Intel denies any information about that, but we have to assume that they may have a backdoor and can take control and information about that as well. As a consequence of that, China has decided to ban all foreign software and hardware from their official computers. So, in order to take back control, to gain digital sovereignty, China is doing the right thing, but unfortunately they're doing it for the wrong purpose, because they're not doing it to increase the freedom, but they want to increase their censorship, they want to take control, and they build up their social scoring programs. So, now let's discuss what means free software. There are 4 basic principles for free software. First of all, you need to run it as you like without any limitations. Second of all, you need to be able to distribute it. That means you take a copy of your program, give it to a friend, and he can make use of it. Third of all, and this is one of the most important ones, you need to be able to study and change the source code. That means you must be able to look into the source code, to make changes, improvements, and something like that. And then, as a 4th step, you need to be able to distribute a copy of the software with these changes. These are the so-called 4 freedoms as they have been defined by the Free Software Foundation. So if you think about the device that you are having in your jacket, your smartphone, or on a desktop, can you run all the 4 freedoms on that? 1, wonderful. Unfortunately, the only one. But nevertheless, you have an alternative. Alternatives make happy, I said that before. So you can now decide to stay under surveillance with these proprietary systems, or you can take back control and run a system that supports you as user and not as manufacturer. So how can we gain this digital sovereignty, for example? First of all, we need to build a basis, and GNU Linux is a very good basis. It's actually the most successful operating system in the world. It runs on the most devices, even if you may not notice this. It is extremely scalable. That means it runs from an embedded device of a Raspberry Pi on a normal server or desktop up to, for example, a mainframe, IBM mainframe. And if you ask, well, is it stable enough? Yeah, it's stable enough to run the International Space Station. So there should be no worries at all. GNU kernel itself is free software. It's a collaborative development. As said, it runs on many devices, and it allows you to take back the control and to increase the sustainability. Having alternatives here as well, the kernel is shared by many so-called distributions. These are Linux-based operation systems, and there are many out there that are good. For example, Debian or Arch Linux or CentOS, Red Hat or something like that. But let me introduce you to one where I think that is the best of all, and this is OpenSUSE. Why do I think it's the best of all? Not because I'm engaged with OpenSUSE, but it's the whole package that it offers. It's not just a worldwide community project that fosters the use of Linux and wants to have fun with it. Very important, the second part. They're also building tools that help you to build the whole distribution. For example, the so-called build service that allows us to have a fully transparent build of the whole distribution. You can go to build.opensuse.org and you find the whole distribution being built in public. So you can watch it, how it is compiling. You can check that the source code is properly signed by the signatures and so on. The second tool that makes it very unique is the so-called OpenQA testing. That means we have a testing suite that allows to test the whole distribution before it is shipped out. And that makes OpenSUSE so unique in the whole Unix market. So actually we have 4 flavors next to the tools. We have, of course, also some distributions. And I think how do you say that? Our power horse is basically Tumbleweed. This is a rolling release, like, for example, Arch Linux as well, but with the big difference, Tumbleweed is tested before it is released. A rolling release means you get basically all the latest software. We have a so-called factory first policy. That means all development has to go to factory. From factory, a snapshot is taken, it's being tested, and if the test is okay, it's being released. So you get, ideally, every day a new set of software. If the test is not okay, the snapshot is discarded and a new snapshot is taken. Due to some rollback options that we have, in case something goes wrong, and every now and then something goes wrong, mostly in conjunction with the proprietary NVIDIA graphics driver, because they cannot cope up with the speed of the kernel development, you can always roll back. Go back into an earlier stage, boot up the system, snap a rollback, whoop, you're back in a working system. So that makes Tumbleweed is more or less unbreakable. And within the community, it's very popular as a desktop system. And desktop means, in this case, we're delivering 10 so-called desktop environments. If you're working with Windows or if you're working with Mac OS, you have one look and feel. Whether you are happy how the file manager works or not, you can hardly avoid it. On Linux, you have the option to have various desktops. And it means not one desktop or the other, but it means one desktop and potentially all the others. That means you can install them in parallel. There are 2 big ones called KDE and GNOME. Myself, I'm a KDE user since 20 years, and I'm absolutely happy with it. But there are also others as well, like Cinnamon Mate or LXQT. And they all have their individual strengths, for example, that they're very lightweight if you're running on an older machine. Then we have Leap, that is the traditional long-term support release. So we have a classic release model here that comes up with a big service pack once a year and smaller service packs during the day. Actually, Leap is binary compatible with SUSE Linux Enterprise. This don't mix up OpenSUSE, the project, with SUSE, the company who's listed at the stock market. They are offering service subscriptions. So if you run a mission-critical server, for example, and want to have support for that, you can buy a subscription. And SLE is binary equally to leap. So basically, you run this Linux Enterprise without having a subscription. You use it on a server and as a desktop. On desktop, I use it in the family where I know from people who don't need very much support, and I don't have to pay attention about it because it just runs. Then we have two newer products. First of all, MicroOS. This is a very minimalistic, transactional, and self-contained system. What does that mean? It comes with a very reduced set of programs, first of all. It is transactional. That means you do an update, and it goes all or nothing. It checks whether it works, the update or not, and if it's not working, it rolls back. The interesting thing is, it runs from a read-only file system. That means for a potential attacker, he has no chance to invade into this system because it runs from a read-only file system. You do an update, and then the system reboots and activates a new slice. It's basically running, or it's built on Tumbleweed as well, so all the desktops, some 50,000, 20,000 programs available, you can install on MicroOS as well, and it's getting growing popularity as MicroOS desktop for the daily use. On top of this, we have so-called Cubic, and it's MicroOS combined with Kubernetes. Kubernetes is a system to manage large amount of container hosts. Up. So, I was talking about sustainability. Does anybody know what that is? Oh, first of all, any questions to the various flavors? Or we can take this up later on. Does anybody know what that is? Sustainability. Windows 11 was just released, and they're saying, oh, we have new hardware requirements, and your 3 years old hardware is now toxic electronic waste. You cannot use this anymore. This is actually an ASUS EPC 901 Go from 2008. That was the time when these little bricks, so-called netbooks, have been sold. It contains an Intel N270 processor, Intel Atom, which was not fast at that time, and it's not even getting faster nowadays. It is even only a 32-bit architecture, and it just contains 1 GB of RAM. And what you see here, what it's doing, it's just updating to the latest version of Tumbleweed. So that means you can run an absolute up-to-date software system on an in-between 13-year-old platform. And this is what I mean with sustainability. So it allows you to run your old hardware longer, which is much more cost efficient, and second of all, it's environmental friendly, because electronic waste, which is produced a very lot of it, is very difficult to recycle. So now we have built the basis. We have a free software system that we can use, and now let's take a look at ERP software. Surprisingly, if you look at the market, if you ask your favorite search engine and investigate a little bit deeper, you find a lot of various programs that run ERP. I mean, ERP is not really sexy, to be honest. It's more boring stuff. So how do you manage your books, your bookkeeping, your customers, and so on and so on? I have to speed up, right? Yeah, okay. I talk faster now. I squash it a little bit. Yeah, right. So there are a couple of ERP systems on the market, and they are mostly called free, but you are open, but you have to make sure that you really take a look at what you're buying. Because open does not always mean free. First of all, if it builds on top of proprietary technology, if the technology below it is not free, your whole system cannot be free anymore. Free as in freedom. Second of all, if the vendor is asking you, hey, you can get a trial license for starting, it's not free. Remember the 4 freedoms? So if you need a license to run an open source software, there is something wrong. And there are a couple of bad examples in the market which had a free core some 20 years ago, but nowadays it's a completely proprietary vendor. And third of all, it contains hidden locks. For example, at the time when you want to do an upgrade later on, you find out, oh, you cannot upgrade it. You have to send the database to the supplier to do the update for you. First of all, you're giving away all your data, your crown jewels, your customers, your prices, your margins and everything, just to get it back and pay for the upgrade. One ERP system that is a fully free software stack is Triton. Triton is a fork from Tiny ERP back from 2008. Tiny ERP does not exist nowadays anymore. It was called then Open ERP, and then they renamed it to Odoo. You may have heard that. It's quite popular. But actually Odoo is also not free as it should be, because it contains exactly these hidden locks, and you cannot upgrade it. So the developers, 3 main developers at that point in time, decided Tiny ERP is not free enough as it should be, and they forked it. A major rewrite afterwards took place, so the whole system has the server, the client, and around 160 modules that you can use to run your business. Basically everything from accounting, from selling, from controlling, warehouse management, and something like that. It is modular, it is object-oriented, it is extendable, it has a long-term support for multiple years, and if I say extendable, I want to introduce you to the probably most important project, or the largest project that runs on the Triton core, that is GNU Health. It's a fully free health and hospital information system that is modular as well, and it contains modules from social medicine, COVID-19 contact tracing, the whole stuff that you need to run a hospital, up to precision medicine, because it contains, for example, a full genome database. GNU Health is in use in small primary care stations in the rainforest, but as well in the largest hospital in Asia, the All India Institute of Medical Health in Delhi. And to come back, alternatives make you happy. They have a personal health record as well that runs on the Pine phone or that runs on the desktop, and completely keeps you the ownership of the data. So there is no other third-party tracker or something like that involved. As it is free software, feel free to port it, for example, to Android or something like that. So, and now, what has all this stuff to do with Kosovo? Triton is coming to Kosovo. We're working together with the GEZ, which is one of the main sponsors of this conference, to bring Triton to Kosovo. So GIZ wants to develop the micro, small, and medium enterprises in Kosovo, and the idea was to build a template of an ERP system that functionally fits for the Kosovo, that contains all the legal requirements that you have, for example, for bookkeeping or for selling, taxation, and something like that. GIZ has evaluated various ERP systems and came to the conclusion that Triton should be the weapon of choice, basically, as the basis for the so-called Sherpa project. If you want to know more about information about Sherpa, talk to Simon Flirt. You've seen him just before on that stage here, or to Felix Kuhlmann. Sherpa offers business opportunities. It offers opportunities, first of all, for the customer side, for the micro, small, and medium enterprises. If you're now at the moment running your business on pencil and paper, it's not really scalable and doesn't bring you forward. But the Sherpa will allow you to digitize your business processes that have the accounting, have system-supported sales process, and something like that. You will be interoperable because the interface definition is open, and you can get support directly here out of the country, from whom I will tell you later on. And again, alternatives make you happy. You have the choice between various service partners. Micro, small, and medium enterprises are usually not in the focus of the big ERP manufacturers, so you can hardly get a proper offer. Just think, as a small company, you want to run an SAP system. I think just a license cost will kill you, probably. So you get a freedom here to operate, and you get cost savings compared to the off-the-shelf, and you have no vendor lock-in. So the investment into a free operating system, or a free ERP system, is an investment in the future. I've seen during the years many ERP or production planning control system provider going out of business. If you are then the customer and you're standing there and just learning, hey, my service provider run out of business, I have no source code, then you're a little bit messed up, because then you have to migrate to another system, which is quite time and cost expensive. If you have access to the source code, you can always carry on with your business, either by extending it yourself or by paying people who do exactly the same for you. And this is now the opportunity that we have for our local service provider. So the idea is that with the Sherpa project, we grow an ecosystem of service providers here in Kosovo. So the service provider should ideally build up knowledge in Triton, in free software, to give support to the companies over here in Kosovo. That can be done on a functional basis. They can offer hosting options. They can offer subscription options and something like that. So they can expand their business here. They can expand their skills. And finally, you can become part of a global community, because the development of such a software is collaborative. And this is the main difference between the development model of proprietary software and open source software. If you think about you're developing a screen capture tool, for example, in the 25th edition, and you want your customer to pay for it, so you need to find any bells and whistles that you can attach to it, whether the customer wants it or not. So in many cases, the proprietary solution is quite over-engineered. It's slow until you get these things up and running. And this is completely different to the free software, because first of all, the basis is already proven, and second of all, due to the fact that we have a collaborative development, we can do things much faster. So if we decide we want to have this and that functionality, then a good way is usually that you share the development cost and later on donate this back to the original project. Example from Jamaica, the so-called injury surveillance system on the GNU Health system was developed in Jamaica and then dedicated back to the project. This is how the development of open source system works. So everybody can take advantage of it. You don't have to pay license fees. You don't have to pay an annual maintenance based on the license fee, for example. But you can just use it, and if you want support, you subscribe to the support, right? You only pay for what you really need, and that means the total cost of ownership is much lower than on the other side. What is the difficulty? The difficulty is that no open source project has a sales team. That means the software is not pushed into your company. You need to pull it in somehow, either by engaging somebody who is evaluating software for you and say, use this or use that, or by building up knowledge and looking into it. If you have a request for information with a standard software, then the sales team is already next door on your doorstep. Okay, I have to hurry up. Let me quickly summarize. If you want to have full freedom for your business, make sure you have a completely free software stack followed up by a free ERP solution. This investment is future-proof because you have always control over the software and you can work with it. And finally, the Sherpa project has come to support the medium and small enterprises in Kosovo, and this is already the point 2.1 on the digitalization roadmap that we've learned before. And with this, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Alex Braun. Here's the thing. If you're curious, you'd like to know more, you'd like to maybe pick Alex's brains about what he's been sharing, I'm sure in the break, which is going to happen very, very shortly right now, a chance for a chat and a coffee with Alex. Once again, hands together for Alex Braun. Thank you so much. Right, before we go for a break, we're just about to go for a break now for 15 minutes, starting back here at 5:15. We actually have one more guest, one more last speaker who's going to speak very, very shortly indeed. It's actually, we talk a lot about the future and the future of the country and the future of the young people here right now. Well, we're going to invite to the stage somebody who's very, very young indeed, 4-year-old. I'm not quite sure what her name is, but I know she's Volta's granddaughter, and she's going to join us here on stage. Hands together for, what's her name? Vesa.
No, Nara.
Her name's not Vesa, right, it's Nara.
A do me numëru anglisht? Hajde numëra. Hajde numëra njerë anglisht.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Bravo!
There we have it, the future of Kosovo right on this stage. Digital school, everything we've been talking about, that is exactly what we mean. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we will have a short break of 15 minutes, joining back here on this stage at 5:15.
Janë dy mënyra të hapjes së llogarisë bankare. Mënyra tradicionale, edhe është mënyra Procredit. Ndaç që te komun.com, ndaç jo, e prek hap llogarin. Hello! Çeku I bankës ti konfirmon dokumentat me kamerë një ka një. Frak, u kry. Bomorime, për 15 minuta më hapet llogaria bankare. Çu çelë derën se me kartela. Ç'është shoku jam? Me banku pa prit e pa pritu. Procredit Bank. Hap llogarin 100% online.
lack of what are the academia producing in terms of research and research results and what industry is creating. What is this? Is basically the loss in translation concept. We focus in academia why this is important, while companies typically ask how we can make value out of that. And those two kind of confronting perspectives of how the research works create this, what is called as a valley of death. In academia, we focus very much on the, what is now, it's on my right-hand side and your left-hand side. So most of the activity there in discovery, basic research, a lot of funding, publication, and so on. And as long as we move to the, if you are familiar with TRL scales, the academia fails its interest. Companies typically are in the product development and production. This gap here is the applied research where I want to focus and emphasize today. So how we can actually bridge the results from the academia to bring innovations and great potential in industry, and how to bridge this valley of death. There is a new course of research, which is also defined as a new ABC of research, primarily that combines three core dimensions of human intelligence, like scientific thinking, design thinking, and engineering thinking. We need all three of them to be combined together in order to work and to bring this added value. And the added value should not be only in terms of theories, in terms of published papers, but we should also provide a solution to the given problems. For doing that, academia alone cannot work. We need to cooperate together with industry. We need to establish like different life cycle strategies to work with industry together in order to create the added value where the academic research and research results bring to the solution and potentially new products and developments in the industry. How that could work is this concept of the co-production. In Sweden, we have a funding agency that actually finances universities to work together with companies. And for doing that, we need to co-finance, meaning that the university gets some money, but the companies need to chip in terms of time, not money, in terms of time in order to work together. How does that work? Of course, academia needs to build a scientific agenda. How does the scientific agenda related to that particular problem evolves? And that scientific agenda needs to be in line with a company agenda. What is the problem? If we say that in academia we try to work with companies, we typically go in there and say, well, I research about this and that. That's not the way to work with companies. You need to approach the companies, what is the problem that you have? Do you produce more scrap, or do you have problems in this or in that? So that kind of things needs to be to collaboratively create a joint scientific problem. And then you have the collaborative research part that needs to happen together between the industry and academia. And the result should be dual. It should be a solution to the problem that the company initially came in, but also it can generate scientific publication for us, because there are plenty of venues where we can publish like that. So this is something that is quite important in order to start working to bridge that gap that exists on the valley of death. And applied research is something that I'm very fond of. So what is applied research? Applied research focuses not on a scientific directly importance on phenomena, but on the problem, real-life problem. And how to solve that real-life problem? You generate a scientific agenda. We have an example that I have been working with Siemens. And in Siemens, they had a big problem because most of their design of the gas turbines have been based on prints and not proper version control, and how to integrate that in a kind of 3D pipeline of data that can be visualized and interactively worked has been a challenge. Together with them, we have established a research project when I was working at RISE, Research Institute of Sweden, and we have developed a prototype. So applied research is not directly only on producing another publication. It's about producing and materializing the piece of research into something tangible and communicatable in form of tests and demonstrators that the companies can and find use. Today, as a result, this idea has been spin-offed into a company, and that prototype is now being used in Lincoln, UK, Finspång, Sweden, and Berlin, Germany, in 3 sites. Another example, see-through mast. We had a Toyota came to us and said, well, we have a problem with our forklift drivers. When they drive a forklift, when they put a mast in front, they can't see, which means that they need to drive backwards, and they started having ergonomic issues on the back. How to solve that? And then we set up an applied research project where we developed a concept note trying to see introducing a thin screen in front of the a forklift, a wide-angle camera, a computer with the capture card of the feed, and a Tobii eye tracking. So an eye tracking device in order to follow the gaze, simply to be able to mimic the user perspective rendering. In order, if you are looking in that direction should be coming to the screen presented. And this has been a research that was done in another application that we did with drones. So we kind of combined that piece of knowledge from a different domain and applied it here. When we started implementing with that, we came to the problems. The problem was the latency of the eye tracking hardware. It didn't respond properly. It has a latency of 1 second, which is sufficiently to give it a bad user experience for the forklifts. So we needed to go back to redo the research, and what we came up with a solution, introducing a HATS to the forklift drivers and introducing an infrared tracking. And infrared tracking came from a gaming technology. So completely unrelated field of what this was the problem. So infrared tracking, and then we are able to develop this prototype, as you can see here, that was presented in the CMAT fair. And what was the good thing of this, that this has been done with a team of 8 researchers together with me, and it did not cost that much. If you really are interested how much it cost this research of 8 months, we can discuss it later, but it didn't cost that much, and the CTO of Toyota from Tokyo came to our offices and meet us after this. Another example now in the public sector, digital pathology. In Sweden, we have a major problem when it comes to having pathologists. God forbid, if you're a cancer patient, your waiting time can be between 11 days and 2 months, depending in which region in Sweden you live. Now imagine the stress that you can have while waiting for the results to come back, simply because the kind of tissue sampling process has been done completely manual. And the technicians needed to draw, take a piece from here, and make notes in a piece of paper. When the paper transferred to another person, like a doctor, he had comments, well, should I look at that in landscape mode or a portrait mode, in order to know in which part of the organ the tissue has been taken. So it was so much delays in this miscommunication process. So what we did is that we developed a research based on a research thesis, PhD thesis, that was published in the Linköping University on the kind of short-range magnetic tracking. And consequently came to the solution that we introduced this magnetic tracking underneath the regular tables in the medical aspect, worked with LRI Olympus that provides medical scale cameras, developed a software that can capture card, and in order to have hands-free, we magnetized the scalper, and we introduced the foot pedals from the game consoles. So the technician, instead of using hands for taking and making pictures, he or she could use the foot pedals in order to zoom in. And this was combined with augmented reality. The picture doesn't look very good here, but you can do the measures, and you can kind of annotate all the samples that we do. After, this prototype was financed through a Swedish innovation agency called Vinnova, and it's now actually as a prototype at Center for Medical Imaging and Visualization at Linköping University, which is one of the largest university hospitals in Sweden. Just for the sake of ethics, we have not tried this with a human tissue. It was only with banana and Play-Doh, so just so we don't have that misunderstood. So what this shows is that innovation happens when disciplines meet. It's not anymore to innovate within its own field. You need to meet with other disciplines. There where the innovation happens. You need to work on the disruption through innovating with prototypes, showing how things work, not slides, not papers. In paper, everything could work right, but when you do it hands-on in practice, there when you need to show that the things work. And the focus on the value creation. In the first one was speed up the design process. In the second one is better ergonomics for the forklift drivers. In the third one was speed and also a better process for the medical technicians to prepare the tissue samples. So all these are taking the end user and beneficiary into a focus while doing the research on applied things. Of course, now we'll say, yes, this sounds very good, but we don't have all the instruments yet here. Here are some examples what could be the instruments that can cooperate between universities in Kosovo and industry and the business sector in Kosovo as well. The first one, industrial PhD studies. Identify real-world problems that industry is facing. Make them as a research programs and the people in academia can work with. We have now a program in our university where the PhD candidate is employed by the company, but it's enrolled in the university in order to conduct his PhD studies. During the 100% of his or her time, 20% he or she works only for company. 20% he or she only works with research papers and courses that he needs to finish. And the 60% is the overlap, where the candidate works with values for both the company, but also contributing to his research. Now, what are the benefits for the companies? For the academia, of course, it's good. You have a more research power, you can bring more ideas. But for the companies is keeping and building the expertise. I think there is a saying that the price of knowledge retention is usually far more lower than the knowledge acquisition. So acquiring new people with more advanced skill set will be a more costly part. Second, recruit new employees with a deeper knowledge in the domain. What that can mean? It means that it will improve your moving higher up in the value chain in the product portfolio. Because in order to create value, it's not sufficient that we only develop. You only need to design and come up with a new creative ideas, where the margins are. If you only end up on outsourcing, where you sell your working hours, that is a limited resource. Because also in Kosovo, in Sweden, in Germany, the day has 24 hours. You can't sell more than 24 hours. Another example that we are currently doing, maybe some of you that have me in LinkedIn have seen, we are starting a new master program on interaction design. And what we are doing is that basically we are introducing the concept of academic internship in the terms of like designer in residence. What would mean that? Is that basically a student will be sitting for the 6 months in industry, in working in real-life problems, in real-life projects. And for that to be accredited with academic points, that will contribute to his or her degree after. What this means that basically the full second year, after finishing the coursework, can be placed in industry. Because students can do the internship, and finding an interesting problem, they can continue with the master program. What are the benefits for the companies, in this case, that we use as a selling pitch for them, is that they can have a constant contact with the new talents. I have used this approach when I was head of the research center in Norrköping. I constantly had more or less same amount of students as I had staff. But from the day one, they got a full treatment as a staff members. They got 24 hours access to our labs, a working place, and they were part of the family from the day one. They have finished their thesis, they have finished their projects, and 2 out of those I have recruited because I already knew. It was no problem to know if their skills fit. So you have a fast track, kind of risk-free recruitments. And the last, but I think it's crucially important, is nowadays career paths of professionals are not any longer linear. In our parents' time, you're supposed to finish your education, and when you finish your education, you will continue for 40 years or so, and they didn't have any changes in career, more or less within the same profession. Nowadays, the life is so dynamic. You need constantly to be upskilling. For that reason, university has a role here, but also companies need to work together to create these alliances for lifelong learning. How that can be done? We need to develop new programs jointly. Industry will know what it is happening out there, what are the needs. Academia should know what is like a qualified, high-integrity knowledge that needs to be delivered, and constantly focus on the labor market needs. If we detach this, we will be creating graduates that cannot be absorbed by the labor market, or their skills are not applicable into the labor market. And when we have this mismatch, you contribute to the unemployments. So for that reason, it's like, try to focus development of the programs that actually fits the needs in the labor market. I know just after, because I was finishing my education here in 2002, at that period of time, everybody wanted to be an economist or law. And even if we had the kind of Wall Street here, we would have potentially sufficient economists to be employed, but we didn't have that. So that kind of mismatch between what we need as a country and what we offer as a universities needs to be anchored. And cooperation between university and industry is crucial for these things. So I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Arianet, thank you so much. Some intriguing insights. And again, will you be around for anybody to come and chat and have a chat with you? Of course he will. Fantastic. Right, before we move on now to our last session of day number 1, just to remind you, after this session, guess what's going to happen? I'll tell you what's going to happen. To my left, right behind me there will be a DJ. It's a he. I believe it's a he. Is it he? Is it he? Okay. Doesn't really matter. But whoever it is, they will put on their equipment, and then they will not blast out, but music will start to play. As the music plays, there will also be drinks, alcoholic drinks, for those who wish to have a drink and listen to music and really celebrate the first day in style at the party just behind me on the left. Those of you that are joining us wherever you're beaming in from, unfortunately you cannot be with us physically, but hopefully you can imagine how much fun we're going to have a little bit later on. But we will move on right now to our last session of the day, and this is a story. This is a story about the startup, Israel as a startup nation. Now, again, I say that to you now. Some of you will have a little bit of an idea of what it's all about. You may have heard about it before. Some of you perhaps are intrigued to know more. All I'm going to say is I am intrigued, again, as much as you are. Please welcome to the stage from Azrieli Academic College of Engineering, Mr. Michael Mizrahi. Michael.
Can you hear me? Yeah, working? Hi, everybody. Thank you for staying so far. My name is Michael Mizrahi. I'm from the Israeli College of Engineering. I'm the head of the Research, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship Authority at the College of Engineering in Jerusalem. Today, I'm going to tell you the story of A2B Startup Accelerator, and I'm going to tell you the story about the Israeli ecosystem for startups and what you can learn from it. As far as I've been here so far, I was amazed by the things that I've seen here and by the potential of the young generation of software engineers and startup owners. It is very exciting, and I really think that if we can give you maybe 5 cents and learn from you, we can create great things together. So first, I want to thank the organizers, Strike and COS ICT, for hosting the delegation from Israel. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you very much. Thank you also the Ambassador of Kosovo in Israel, Her Excellency, Ms. Ines Demiri, for inviting me. And let's start. So I'm going to tell you about how the ecosystem in Jerusalem is very important for you to learn from. I'm coming from Israel, and let's see, working. Okay, let's see. I jinxed it. Working? No. Anyway, let's start. So I'm coming from the Israeli College of Engineering. We are located in Jerusalem, in a very strategic place in the city, in the capital city of Jerusalem, where everything is going on in and around the college in terms of R&D, research and development. We have very strategic partners located. Is it working? Oh, good, it's working. Good. Let's see. Okay. So we aim to provide equal opportunity access to higher education. We aim to provide the industry in Jerusalem, the high-tech industry in Jerusalem and in Israel with good engineers. And we are located in a very strategic place in the city. All in and around us, institutes that deals with R&D. We have a big hospital nearby, the Hebrew University is just across the road, we have many colleges around, and 2 industrial parks in 4 minutes drive in each lane of this Begins Boulevard. Within the college, we have A2B Startup Accelerator that I'm going to speak about. It is an accelerator that deals only with engineering. We take only ideas of students, alumni, faculty members, people from Jerusalem and the area that wants to develop a technological idea into a startup company, and we give them tools to do it. But before that, I have to tell you the story about the Startup Nation. And this is a phrase that is actually set by this book of Sol Zinger and Dan Sander. And I'm going to sum up the book in one slide. It's a wonderful book. You can read it. It's actually translated into so many languages, English, of course. And we're the first in the world in R&D spending globally, first in the world in number of startups outside the Silicon Valley, and first in the world in VC investment per capita. It means that from all over the world, people are coming to buy Israeli startups. There are more Israeli companies listed on NASDAQ than India, Japan, and Korea combined. And when we look at this graph, you can see that Israel is the second after the Cayman Islands, and please ignore this. This is for tax reasons. So Israel has more companies listed on NASDAQ than India, Japan, and Korea combined. And when you look at those giants, Korea, 50 million people, Japan, 126, and India is 1.3 billion people. We are only 8 million. And when you look at Kosovo in comparison to Israel, you look, Israel is a very small country, not much of natural resources, kind of isolated, not such a friendly neighborhood all the time, very diverse in population. There are so many things that are similar. We can learn so much from each other. And of course, COVID killed all of this. No, it really didn't. When you see the European billion-dollar companies, this is what happened during COVID. We have seen an increase in companies raising money in Israel more than ever before. It was the best year for Israeli companies. This is the car industry in Israel in the 60s. This car was called the Susita, was made out of fiberglass, and there were based rumors that camels used to eat this car. If you were an officer, you got this car as a driving vehicle, and not a lot of them survived. Nowadays, almost every car, every autonomous system in cars, every autonomous car that is going to build in the future, almost every one of them is based on Mobileye technology. Mobileye is a Jerusalemite startup, and it was actually acquired by Intel recently for $15.3 billion. Now, this change from, in concept, from having a car being wheels and steering wheels and seats and doors and everything around it, everything now is just everything that we had in mind or in concept as what we described as a car is now just a coverage for a computer that each and every one of us has at home. So we can be a part of the car industry nowadays. We can be a part of the infrastructure industry because of smart housing, smart infrastructure, and so on. We can be a part of the medical industry because of the medical devices has computers nowadays. And when I walked around the startup section, I saw so many companies that is actually giving services to other people, developing new ideas and new technologies. You have the human resources, you have the knowledge, you just have to have a system that actually can create new ideas, and you have the force to develop it. You're doing it for somebody else nowadays. So this is the concept. Mobileye is one of the ideas, but let me tell you a few other ideas. The vehicle location and protection system developed by Tadiran, Ituran, was actually developed for the company itself. They wanted to know where the company's cars are. And they developed the system, then of course patented the first ever drug treating Alzheimer, the system that actually detects the heartbeat of a baby. It's called Baby Sense. Actually preventing death in the cradle was developed in Israel. The first ever solar water heating solution by Chromagen, the very first flash memory disk by Dov Moran, who was actually a good friend, and he developed he funded a VC, a venture capital, investing in startups nowadays, sold to SanDisk, refueling without your wallet. This is a system that actually sends the bill from the gas station directly to your company, and you don't have to even talk to anyone. You just refuel and leave. Also an Israeli company, the very first line of defense against cyber attacks by Gil Schwed and Marius Nacht. We're going to talk about them in a second. And of course, aggregating water solution. Iron Dome, a system developed by Rafael to prevent missile attacks. This I didn't know was Israeli. Did you know that the wet paper towels are, the wipes are an Israeli innovation? So unfortunately, we contributed also to the pollution of the earth by inventing this, but it is an Israeli system. Of course, Mobileye, I mentioned before, the very first drone or unmanned aerial vehicle, and the coronary stand, the cherry tomatoes, originally called TV tomatoes. They used to actually sell them, they wanted to sell them to the Americans instead of crisps, but eventually cherry tomatoes was the name that was commercially more attractive. And Waze, if you use it, I don't know if you do, it's a wonderful system to navigate, and many others. And all those ideas, most of them were from Jerusalem, from Tel Aviv and the area, in the center of the country. When you go to Tel Aviv, you have the Rothschilds Boulevard with 5,000 startups scattered around the area. People are sitting in a cafe writing code. Almost none of this happened in Jerusalem, the city that I'm coming from. And this is very important, because to duplicate Tel Aviv or Berlin, it will be very difficult. Tel Aviv has thousands of startups. But to duplicate what we did in Jerusalem, to create an ecosystem, and I see, are you from the startup grind? No. So I see many communities in and around from Jerusalem actually created the ecosystem. So we saw that we have every ingredient to create a very successful ecosystem in the city of Jerusalem. We had the government, we had the best university, lots of students, mentors, service providers like accounting and lawyers and everything that you need in order to build a startup. Large companies that buy innovation, like Intel bought Mobileye. Both of them are Jerusalemite. Investment funding, we have the VCs staying in Jerusalem, going to Tel Aviv and buying startups and coming back to Jerusalem. It made no sense. We had JVP, Cornerstone, Our Crowd, Jumpspeed Ventures, VLX Ventures, and many others. And we had community events, so how come we don't have the ecosystem in Jerusalem? We went to the mayor, this guy. The mayor of Jerusalem was a startup owner himself. He built the very first antivirus and sold it before there was even a virus around. And he made millions, then built a VC called BRM, invested in two guys called Marius Nacht and Gil Schwade. They built Checkpoint, and it was one of the most successful cybersecurity companies in the world. And he became very successful and became the mayor. As the mayor of Jerusalem, he didn't want to run the city like a startup. A startup is a very risky business. He wanted to copy models that existed and were successful in other cities. Let's say you walk in San Francisco, you see a street with all of those umbrellas above. Let's copy that into Jerusalem. It's very nice. The same he did with the economy. So he set up clusters for the city of Jerusalem. Together with Michael Porter, Professor Michael Porter from Harvard Business School, and Professor Richard Florida, they said Jerusalem is going to be strong on tourism, on life science, but no startup scene. We don't have it around. So we, as a community, said, we do have it. We founded a nonprofit called Made in Jerusalem, 3,000 Years of Innovation, and we decided to do three things: collecting, connecting, and branding. We're going to collect the knowledge about the startup scene in the city. We're going to connect them to one another, and we're going to brand the city of Jerusalem as the best next thing for startups. So we had an active map. At the beginning, we counted only 37 early-stage startups in the city of Jerusalem. Now there are over 750. Now it's not like Tel Aviv with its 6,000 startups, but it really made a change. We managed to get Jerusalem recognized as one of the top 20 cities in 2016 in the Startup Genome Ecosystem Report. Now, this is the report that multinationals are reading before they are opening an office to headhunt startups. This is the report that VCs are reading before they're opening an office in Tel Aviv or in Jerusalem or in Mexico City. The amazing thing was that we were not on the report 2 years before that. If you had a startup in Jerusalem, you had to register yourself as Tel Aviv. Nobody knew that Jerusalem is actually a city where you have startups. So we managed to get in one night every startup in the city of Jerusalem, every hub, every accelerator, registering himself as Jerusalemite. And the guys from Startup Genome, they thought we cheated. They thought we hacked the system. So they sent a team to check it out. And these guys like to drink, and it was a long week. But eventually, we actually registered Jerusalem as number 20 in the world, which is amazing. This is the Time Business magazine back then, marking the 5 emerging tech hubs from around the world and placing Jerusalem first. This is not because anything that I did in A2B, it's because the community worked together. An ecosystem is not one place fighting to be the best. It's few places working together, and this is the important thing. We also printed T-shirts. This is the mayor of New York, Mayor Bloomberg back then, with our T-shirt. This is the prime minister, the CEO of the biggest bank in Jerusalem. This is the president, the former president of Israel. We had to print a yellow shirt for him. He supports the Beitar Jerusalem soccer team. He will not wear red. It's the opposite team. But he tweeted it on Twitter, and it was okay. And here we are. This is our piece in the puzzle. A2B Startup Accelerator. We actually established A2B on 2014. We had 8 years running acceleration program for startups. We had 75 companies already raising over $45 million, and we are constantly updating our Excel sheets. And we are giving our teams 5 tools to execute an idea into a startup company. The first one is a co-working space like any other accelerator. Anything you need physically to be a startup, from the coffee machine to the conference room, anything that you need physically, you're gonna get it. Second, oh God, I hope it's okay. Yeah, working. It's 6 months of unique program. We gathered over 100 mentors, people that already sold 1 or 2 companies, had exits, VCs, angel investors, people who are specializing in law and startups, presentation skills, and so on. And we teach them everything they want and everything they need in order to develop their idea into a startup. And by that, they're not only listening to lectures, they're working one-on-one with those people, with those mentors, that is giving them hands-on experience alongside extension of their networking. They get to know all those people. And the third tool is the full academic support. Whatever we have in the college is at their disposal. They can use whatever they want. So we have a small factory in the college to produce ointments, creams, and pills. If you want to develop a new drug delivery system or a new pill, you can do it in our factory. There are wind tunnels, there are labs that you can meet any professor, you can take any academic course, you can borrow any device from the library, and even get interns to do their internship in engineering in small companies that are growing in the accelerator. And the fourth tool is the help of our partners, which is a wall that is constantly growing with logos. Each and every one of our partners has to give a package of help, a gift to one of our startups in every round. Therefore, we have over $1 million worth of cloud computing software given to each and every one of our startups in every round, from IBM, Google, Microsoft, and Amazon. And we have the biggest bank in Israel and 5 of the biggest law firms in Israel. And Indiegogo, the international brand, is going to help you conduct a crowdfunding campaign if you want. Deloitte will help you with accounting and business consulting. And we have Dale Carnegie, the international brand, will teach your sales personnel how to sell. And WeWork is going to give you a month office free. And many other gifts that it's actually an open buffet of tools. You can use whatever you want. And I think the fifth help is love. We love our startups. We have an alumni program with a group in WhatsApp for every round, and you are going to get the best offers specifically to you. If you want to meet the Minister of Innovation in Serbia, or the head of the Hotel Association, or you want to get a special tool or a special software, we are going to build this program for you. We are going to give you whatever we can in our power for you to succeed. In return to those 5 types of help, co-working space, intensive program, the help of our partners, full academic support, and lots of love, we're asking back for nothing. We're taking no equity, no royalties, no money. It's free of charge. It's a gift to the city of Jerusalem. We are sponsored by the government. And we also offer a lot of other services. We see diversity as a key ingredient. We want to see the same population coming to learn engineering in the college also represented at the accelerators. So this is Aspire. It's a program only for women entrepreneurs in order to increase their application to A2B. We want to see more startups led by women, C-level women in A2B, and we had 3 rounds, and one of them is actually supported by the Embassy of the United States in Jerusalem, and we managed to increase the application to A2B, and we have 50% startups led by women. And this is another pre-acceleration program called 50-50. 50% of the program is done in Jerusalem A2B, 50% in Northeastern University in Boston, meaning the entire group is flying to Boston to do the second half of the program. And this is actually sponsored by the Dutch embassy. 50% of every startup is Palestinians, 50% of every organic startup is Israelis. So you see coexistence within a startup. And this is only for Arab students coming from the Hebrew University and Israeli College together. Again, we want to see more Arab students apply to A2B. We want to see more Arab-led startups in A2B or in any other accelerator that they wish to apply to. Any of you wants to humor me with a guess how many accelerators exist in Israel? I'll give you in 200. In Frankfurt, there are 4. How many in Israel? 5. 307. 307 accelerators in Israel. Only 1 in every 10 companies going through an acceleration program for pre-seed will really raise the money. 9 will fail to pass this stage. In comparison to this national statistics, A2B, 75% success rate. Most of the startups, 8 out of 10, will raise money if they went through A2B. This is funneling down to us hundreds of applications, and we are accepting 12 companies every round. So this is a prize that we won from the Council of Higher Education, again, sponsored by the government, and we had 7 heads of states coming to visit us, many ambassadors and municipalities from all over the world trying to buy what we called accelerator in a box. Why make mistakes that we already did for 7 years? Here's a program, here are the mentors, here are the know-how, here is the Startup Nation spirit. We are gonna learn from you, come learn from us. It's a ready-made program. And this is what I have in common with our host here, Peter, that is actually hosting this. We both worked at Accelerator Frankfurt in Germany. Together with Ram Shoham and Maria, we actually built a program that ran for 9 cohorts. Most of the companies in Accelerator Frankfurt managed to borrow money, managed to embed their technology in giants like Allianz, BMW, Deutsche Bahn, and many others. And this is what we do. And you can see those in the front row, those are the mentors of A2B, people who already sold companies, who are teaching our startups, and we're bringing them to Germany. This is what we did in the Czech Republic. We signed a contract with the presence of the president of the Czech Republic while he was in Israel, and we are now building a chain of accelerators called Patrick in the Czech Republic. This is me without the beard over here. In Macedonia, Sivus Incubator. I really like the beard. It actually implies that I can do things that I now no longer can. But this is us, and we did a few things in Macedonia as well. This is in Ohrid Scientific University, and this is in Bitula University, a hackathon that we conducted, and Waira by Telefonica, and many other programs in Africa and many other places. So just to sum up, I'm not gonna go over all the examples of the wonderful things done in A2B because we are lacking time. These are some of the ideas that we are, yes. So, before I go into questions, I want to invite you. If you are interested in building a startup and interested in learning from the Israeli side, wanting to apply to A2B, if you have an idea and you want to speak with me, if you want a little bit of know-how on how to run an acceleration program, on how to address the issue of training the team, train the trainer, these are my details. Please contact me directly, and thank you very much for staying so long and listening to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Michael Mizrahi. Thank you so much. Wonderful. I think the best thing is, again, you're curious, you'd like to know more, maybe collaboration on the horizon, or maybe just a chat, just to see maybe where there's something that could fit in the future. I'm sure very shortly as we go into to celebrate our first day, or would you like a question? There is one question. Stay there. Hold on a second.
Okay, thank you for this beautiful presentation. I have one question, but it's a big one. How did you succeed to convince your government to give money for this?
Okay, so I was actually not alone. There was a lot, the community was very big. And what I understand about governments and about municipalities, they really want to be successful and they really want to help, but they don't know how to do it. So what we did is we did small events, and we called the mayor to cut the ribbon, and then we asked, if you give us $1 million, or if you build a roundabout outside the college with $1 million, nobody's gonna come with a TV to take a photo of the roundabout. But everybody's gonna come to see how successful the city became, producing 12 startups a year that stays in the city of Jerusalem and employ people and give salaries and boosting up the economy. $1 million is not a lot of money. Give it to us, and we're gonna be a part of this and be a part of this success. And the thing with politicians, as I mentioned, if they see success, they want to join the success. Otherwise, you have to be successful. You have to choose the right companies in the very beginning. You have to hook up with a big brand in order to succeed. In the beginning, I bugged a lot of people, and I managed to get Microsoft on board. Then I went to IBM and I said, would you like to have your logo near to Microsoft? And so on and so forth. You have to really bug people, but when you have like a success story, you can come to the municipality and you say, you have all those international big brands supporting our programs. Would you like to support our program? And it was a funny story that they actually published a program where they are going to support the building of and running of acceleration programs in Jerusalem. And I didn't even apply to even half of what they asked for. So I found out who can, and I signed a contract with them. So when I applied to the municipality, I had all the regulations that I needed. But you need a leader to actually pick and place all the needed aspects of getting money from the government, and it's usually quite easy. Now it's much easier than it used to be 8 years ago. Everybody recognized the benefit of having such programs everywhere. Thank you very much.
So there you have it. There you have, just listening to that, certainly, absolutely. So really a question of keep going and bugging your way through and the notion of success. When people see that success, they want to be a part of it. So if you can create that little bit of success to start off with, and then people see that, and then we move forward. Already 10 years, naturally, KOS ICT has been doing that for a long, long time. And maybe, again, coming here to Prizren is something, certainly with the Prime Minister today, and the buzz and the vibes it's actually creating already, perhaps in a few years' time, we can see the same kind of success and replicating the parallels that we certainly see in Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, hands together for Michael Mizrahi. And you're looking younger and younger. We met each other about 4 years ago. He's looking younger now than he did 4 years ago, even with the beard. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of day one here at KOS ICT X, or KOS ICT KISS, as I would like to say it. If you enjoyed it today, guess what? We're going to do it all again tomorrow, kicking off at 10 o'clock for day 2 of KOS ICT 2021.